Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. It was hard to explain. But it was. Is it me, or do you guys also hear that? Sanji asked with a frown. Hear what? Anchor questioned. Even Cricket found nothing. No. I can hear it, Usopp said, that buzzing sound. It's very low. But it's definitely there. He then looked at the others, a bit confused. You guys can't? Some shook their heads while some nodded. Chopper and Bippo were also able to pick it up because of being minks who had enhanced senses. But the others didn't. Chapter 342. It was a low, constant hum that resonated throughout the dungeon, echoing around the barren walls. It was so low that only those with enhanced senses could pick it up. That's why Sanji was a bit surprised that Usopp was able to pick it up. Though, the sniper was getting close to awakening his observation haki, so that might be the reason. What do you think that is? Should we check it out? Robin asked. I can check with my powers. Wait, Sanji said, I'm usually not like this. But let's inform Luffy first. Call it a gut feeling, but something is definitely wrong with this place. He then glanced at Robin. You do have a transponder snail, right? Robin nodded. She was carrying a bag, mainly because of the books, but there was also a transponder snail in there. A snail that Luffy had left her with in case they found something interesting, before moving on to find Daniel's ship. So, with a quick look, she took out the transponder snail. But, I don't think this one is alright? Usopp asked, poking the small snail. The snail in question was hunched over, its eyes dropping low, and also looked a bit pale. I think it's sick, yeah. Law said. Robin handed the small snail over the doctor. Law looked at it, and nodded. Yup, it's definitely sick. Something similar happened to my transponder snail before. I think it's motion sickness that messes up their link. We won't be able to make a call with this. Oh. That's bad. Usopp said, feeling a bit sweaty. You know my can't go into the dungeon disease is acting up. He said with a gulp, can't we not go there? Law gave the sniper a flat look, before sighing, luckily for you guys, I also have a transponder snail. He said, before looking at Bippo, it's in his bag. Bippo quickly nodded and took out the snail out, but it was in a similar situation. You know, one time, might be a coincidence. But two. Law said, looking between the two transponder snail that were unconscious, this place is definitely not normal. Where are we anyway? Is there no way to communicate with the others? Bippo asked, with a gulp. Even Chopper was getting a bit scared here. Are we underground? No, I think I see windows there. Usopp said, pointing upwards. Everyone looked where Usopp was pointing. They had to struggle a bit, due to the misty atmosphere, but they saw what Usopp was pointing at. The primary sources of illumination for the dungeon were small white crystals that worked like lamps. But there were also some windows that gave off light from the outside. Well, my observation hockey isn't picking up any auras. It's like it's getting blocked by the walls. Sanji said with a frown, or rather, there's nothing outside to pick at. It's strange. I will give them a look. Robin said as she crossed her arms. Small flower petals seemingly came out from nowhere as if being summoned, before disappearing. They appeared again near the high ceiling where the windows were, and a hand sprouted along with an eye. This is odd. There's nothing there. Robin answered with a frown. It's like there's endless light from the outside, with no source. Let me check something. From the hand, a small ear sprouted and what she heard made her wink, and quickly cancel her powers. What happened? Sanji said. When Robin looked through the window, instead of revealing the outside world, they opened up to an endless expanse of light. It was as if they were portals to another realm, a realm of pure luminescence that stretched into infinity. And Robin could also hear the buzzing sound from there, but it was quite loud there. I think I also heard what you guys were hearing. I think it's coming from the ceiling. That made everyone look up, and Usopp was the first one to spot it. He squinted his eyes. Are those? What are those? Those things near the pillars. They look like nests. Vippo finished with a gulp. But at least they are tiny. Usopp paled. I don't think they are tiny at all. Anyway, I don't think anything alive is in there. Sanji said, if there was, I would have picked up its aura. So don't worry about it. Usopp, Chopper and Bippo collectively sighed in relief. Before Usopp spoke up. Wait, so the light isn't from the sun? I mean it could be from the clouds, right? Maybe the clouds are blocking the view. That would make sense. But that source of sound. If it was around Skypiea, we would have picked it up. Sanji pointed out. Usopp gulped. Then where are we? We can't be stuck, right? That made Chopper and Bippo gave a collective gulp. Now they were getting a bit afraid. What they didn't see was the shift in the trees at the mention of a certain word. Not quite. Let me try something. Law said, opening his palms. Room. The small transparent sphere in his hand enlarged and started covering all around them, as it expanded outwards. All of them looked on with some curiosity on Law's ability. Of course, Bippo knew, and Chopper saw only a little of his powers, but the others haven't. As the sphere extended to the wall, going through them, Law blinked with confusion and surprise. There's nothing outside. It's totally blank. It's not clouds either. If it was, he would have been able to switch with them, if they were solid clouds at least. What Law and the others didn't notice was the lights in the circuits started to blink more, well, except one. Guys. Why are the circuits blinking? Usopp asked, pointing to the floor. I'm pretty sure it was blinking way more slowly before. Everyone looked around, and Usopp was right, the light in the circuits also started to get stronger. Along with that, the ground started to shake. At first, they didn't know what was happening, before the windows started to shut down, and the light from the crystals started to shine brightly as well. But that wasn't all, they also found the ground shaking and a grinding noise coming out from the far end of the room. Hey, guys, the tunnels are closing. Usopp pointed out. I think that's not a good sign. Right as he said that, the rumbling intensified. I hate it when I'm right. Chapter 343. All of the pirates prepared, as they saw the scene unfold. The very stones of the dungeon floor began to shift and quake. From the very ground itself, colossal, mechanical golems emerged, headless, each one dwarfing even the grandest of ships. At least feet in height, around 10 meters, each. These towering constructs rose as if awakened from a deep slumber, their headless forms hewn meticulously from the same stones that paved the dungeon's floors. The centerpiece of their existence was a radiant crystal embedded in the center of their broad chests, emitting an otherworldly light that bathed the surroundings in a surreal glow. Standing at least 100 in number, and increasing, these massive golem-like creatures exuded an air of ancient power. Each of them clutched formidable weapons in its stone hands, maces that could crush boulders and swords that had rusted over time and became dull. But they weren't the only problem. No. The small spores they could see on the ceilings also started to buzz loudly. And out came giant-sized wasps. Mechanical wasps that were angry and looking straight at them. And unlike the golem-like creatures, they were almost endless in number. They were comparatively small in size, half that of a regular human, but their numbers made them a threat. The buzzing sound intensified, and finally, the Straw Hat Pirates found the source of the sound. But they weren't very thrilled about it. Shit. No wonder my observation hockey was acting up. Sanji said, they might not be alive, but they are strong. Guys, be ready. Wait. Are those golems or robots? Chopper asked. Let's call them golems to keep with the dungeon theme, Robin said, sweating. Who knows, maybe we will find a dragon in there. The other's sweat dropped at Robin's casualness. But somehow it wasn't out of her character. Usopp took out his large slingshot outside of his guns, Cricket took out his gun and sword, while Anchor grabbed his anchor-like hammer. All of them became tense, ready for what's about to happen as the golems and wasps started moving. The golems' movements were fast for their size. Like bulls they charged towards them through the battlefield. Each step sent tremors through the ground, and collectively, they were whipping up quite a large dust cloud. While the wasps came in a massive swarm, almost blocking the view through their sheer numbers. Some of the pirates paled, but Sanji took charge, walking forward as he cracked his neck. As he tapped his feet, they were engulfed in flames. He looked at the coming enemies and said, "I will go first, you guys stick together." With that the chef moved, his form blurring out from the Straw Hat's side towards the upcoming force. He had gotten so fast that some of them only saw a blur with red flames kicking around the golems. Luckily, they might be large, but they weren't as competent as the pacifista that Usopp fought recently with Bartolomeo. The long-nosed sniper shuddered even thinking how that would have ended if hundreds of them attacked them at once. But Usopp was more worried about the wasps instead. He readied his slingshot, prepared to fight the large bugs. But it seemed that wasn't needed. Sanji moved between the golems, kicking them before they could even land a hit, making them fall on each other and breaking their forms. For others, the golems might have been a problem, but for Sanji they weren't much. Easily taking down a bunch of them in the blink of an eye. His form blurred, using one of the golems to jump up into the air, and started spinning, the flames on his legs spreading, Diable Jamb, Tempete to barbecue. Suddenly from Sanji's spin, a tornado made out of flames came forth that reached the ceiling, its massive form pulling in the swarm of creatures in, and burning them to a crisp. Are we even needed? Cricket asked, dumbfounded. He hadn't seen the fight between Enel and Sanji. But with how easily he was dealing with the creatures, it made him flabbergasted. I have seen what they did back in Jaya, but still, this is almost unbelievable. Even Law and Bippo were impressed by the show. Though Sanji wasn't showing off for them. Who he was showing off for was kneeling down beside one of the giant golems, and breaking it down with her powers. Interesting. Robin muttered, as she noted things down on her notepad, while her sprouted arms broke off the crystal from its chest. Usopp and others' sweat dropped at the scene, and at how carefree she was. And with her unmask on, it made her even more creepy when she muttered to herself, chuckling from time to time. Anyway, Usopp said with a grin as he looked back to Sanji demolishing the numbers alone with ease, he might be a show-off, but he isn't the only one. From his hair, he took something out. It was a small bead, before it grew in size to that of a marble. It was also notably pink in color. He grounded his giant slingshot, tugging on the sturdy bands, muscles flexing as he exerted his strength. The ropes respond with a creaking groan, as if the slingshot itself is waking from a long slumber. The tension in the bands grew, as he tugged the small bead onto its end. My new and improved, shining star. When Usopp released the shot, the pirates surrounding him closed their eyes from the wind pressure and the sonic boom the shot released, even making Usopp flinch back. The small marble-like projectile broke the speed barrier multiple times, as it flew through the air. Also gaining in size before returning to its original size, that of a cannonball. Even Sanji who was fighting had to duck immediately to not get hit. As the shot connected, it detonated and engulfed the area in a pink explosion that destroyed everything. The explosion was so big that almost 1/4 of the room was engulfed by it. The mechanical wasps screamed. The heat of the explosion even managed to burn off those that were far from the explosion, destroying several pillars in the room, along with the stone golems. Cricket had to stab his sword into the ground, while Anchor did the same with the sharp side of his anchor axe hammer. The wind pressure was so much, if they didn't act, they would have whipped back. Law also had to do the same, but in his case, he had to hold on to Bippo. For Robin she had to sprout her arms from the ground and grab herself, Usopp and Chopper from getting flung back. The explosion was so big that it lit up the whole area, ripping off the vines and roots from the floor, taking down quite a number of the giant golems. At least 30 of them, leaving behind a crater and multiple broken pieces of rocks. Along with Usopp, many of the Straw Hats had their jaws dropped. Chapter 344 What did you make that thing out of? Cricket was the first one to question. I. Usopp couldn't even finish his sentence before he was punched in the back of his head by Chopper and kicked down by Sanji. Both having tick marks on their heads. You almost blew me up. Sanji complained with a tick mark. Though Chopper wasn't finished, he grabbed Usopp by the collar and started comically shaking him. Didn't you promise not to work with that? That's dangerous stuff. Though rather than anything, Usopp was laughing, even though he had 2 bumps on his head. Well, it worked out, didn't it? Thanks for making the chemical for it, Chopper. He said with a thumbs up. Stop it. Your praise doesn't make me happy. He said while comically waving his hands. The others looked on at Chopper antics for a few moments, wondering how his mood could shift so quickly. "You made that using that stone, didn't you?" Robin said with a sigh, putting two and two together, while Sanji got what she meant. Of course, they were talking about the Dyna Stone. No wonder a small explosion based on it would be so deadly. No wonder that's dangerous, Sanji said before looking at the other golems and the remaining wasps. A lot of them were on the floor, due to their wings being broken, but more of them came from the ceiling. So the numbers would add up if it wasn't stopped. "We still have company. For now, don't use those. Keep them for emergencies only," he said. "Use other things to hit the nests up on the pillar. I think destroying them should stop the surge from happening." With that, he moved in again. Cricket, who was holding a gun, looked over to Usopp as the sniper easily used his slingshot to bombard the roof and a wasp's nest. As a gun user himself, Cricket knew that most rifles wouldn't be able to reach a ceiling so high, but Usopp was doing it just fine. Showing his ingenuity and creative fighting style. So, this is how members of a warlord fight? Pretty impressive, Cricket thought. "Okay," Usopp said, getting up as the other golems started moving in on them. Usopp only had one more shot, so he would use them sparingly. But that didn't mean he didn't have other ammo to work with. "It's a good thing that I have other tricks up my sleeves." The speed of the shot came from his new and improved slingshot, Kabuto. After getting to Skypiea, he was looking into the dials and made the upgrade just recently. So even he was surprised by the speed of the shots. Still, though, the roof was so big, with so many nests that it would take time to destroy all of them. And the mechanical wasps were becoming more and more of a problem. Also, they didn't notice at first, but it seemed the dungeon was spawning more of the golems. Usopp looked over his shoulder. "Any ideas?" he asked Robin. "Aim for the crystals on their chests. They are a bit tough to crack, but I think breaking them is the key," she said, then looked at the closed-off tunnels. "Also, rather than fighting the endless horde of mobs, why don't we try to open up those tunnels and get out?" Of course, the tunnels were way far from them. And with all the enemies it would be far from easy. "Okay, then help me," Usopp said, pulling out several things from his hair. He then looked at the group. "Can you guys shoot?" Cricket snorted. "What pirate can't shoot?" Anchor, Law, Bippo, and Chopper raised their hands. "Oh. For the love of..." Robin chuckled underneath her mask. "I can shoot." "How many guns do you have?" Usopp grinned. "Yes." With that he dropped some things on the floor, piling it up to make a large pile of rifles. All of them improved and customized when Usopp had some free time. They are a bit short of ammo, but you just have to keep them from getting near. Cricket picked up one of the guns and shot forth, hitting one of the golem's chest and breaking it before it could get near them. "Sweet. It's even better than my own gun." He fired off again, this time taking down two wasps. Robin didn't say anything as she crossed her arms. Suddenly multiple arms sprouted all around them, like flowers, grabbing the weapons and pointing them all around them. All of them looked on, as she started firing off, demolishing golems, wasps around them in one go. Clearing 100 meters around them in a few seconds. All of them had their jaws dropped, but Usopp was much more focused on destroying the nests on the ceiling. Still, even he had been impressed by Robin's skill. No wonder she was Crocodile's assistant in Baroque works. The woman was scary. Usopp also ignored the cook who was noodling around with heart-shaped eyes, saying Robin after seeing what the archaeologist did. Cricket, again, had his jaw dropped to the floor, Bippo and Chopper having similar reactions. While Anchor and Law just nodded. Chapter 345. "That's good and all, but we have to get near the tunnels," Anchor said, holding his axe hammer. "I can clear the path." "Hold it, old-timer," Law said, stepping forward. "Room. Hey. I'm not even 30. But Law ignored him, and moved his sword, diagonally, cutting down multiple golems and wasps with one's wing. But that wasn't all. With his other hand he moved his fingers and telekinetically controlled them to crash with each other, clearing the path. "Why you cleared the path?" Cricket said, looking between the path and him, dumbfounded. "Why am I even surprised at this point?" he said, throwing his hands up in air in frustration. Law just smirked. Bippo spoke up. Law, rather than clearing the path, why didn't you teleport us near the tunnels?" Law opened his mouth, and then closed it. "Wait, you can tele." Usopp couldn't even finish his sentence as all of them suddenly switched places to near the tunnels. Law on the other hand didn't make eye contact, embarrassed that he had forgotten his own ability in mix of showing off. But it didn't matter, the golems and wasps were confused, before they found their targets again. But by then they were already near the closed tunnel. "Good. Let's open the tunnels, and get out of here." Just as Usopp finished the sentence, he fell on the floor, weak and without his powers. The circuits on the floor and walls that hummed blue suddenly switched to a red color, filling the area with a constant buzzing sound. The same thing happened to Sanji, Robin and Usopp, who were all devil fruit users. It was as if they had been stuck in the ocean or been cuffed by sea stone. Sanji's body was also thrown around by the golems as they used their maces and rusty sword to fling him at each other, while the wasps attacked him midair. Even the golems that Law cut off, and Usopp destroyed, started reforming at a faster rate. "What's happening to them?" Anchor asked, as he stood in front of them. The golems, finding no resistance, were running towards them. I don't know," Bippu said, checking up on Law, trying to help him. "I think whatever this sound and red light from the circuit is, I think it's making them react to as if they are cuffed by sea stone," Chopper said, quickly deducting from the reactions of the crewmates. "Yeah. It feels like shit, yeah." Law grunted. Things just turned for the worst as Sanji's body was thrown to the side, before a larger golem, one that was twice the size of the regular ones, grabbed Sanji's body and fired off a chest beam. But even in his weakened state, Sanji moved and kicked right before the chest beam could hit him, destroying the golem and nearby foes. But due to the massive force, Sanji flew upwards toward the large tree, being lost from view. For the Straw Hats, they didn't even see what happened to his body. It seemed to just be lost in the thick leaves of the giant tree. With Sanji gone, the enemy shifted their attention to the remaining members. "Shit," Cricket said, before looking at Anchor. "Oi, it seems we have to stand up, weak arms." "TCH. You don't have to remind me twice, toothpick user," Popeye said, holding his Anchor axe hammer. He then looked at Chopper and Bippo. "Try to open up the tunnels. We will hold them off." He then looked at Cricket. "You take the right, I'll take the left." Cricket grunted before both of them sprang into action, moving fast, their weapons poised for battle against the golems. Cricket, his sword gleaming in the strange ambient light, and his gun ready in his offhand, moved with a calculated grace. He struck with his sword and shot with his gun. But the golems, even with their larger size, could move around swiftly, blocking Cricket's attack, while overpowering him in numbers. Each one of them were as big as the Going Merry, so it was surprising that they could move that fast. "Shit. The cook was making it look easy," Cricket thought as he dug his heels into the ground, parrying a powerful swing from a golem. It almost made him buckle under the weight, before he took out his gun and shot off multiple bullets at the golem's chest, destroying its core, as it hunched over. The descendant of Noland used that chance to grab the falling golem, and threw it towards the other golems, before charging at the group. As the battle raged on, it became clear that defeating these massive constructs was no small feat. Their stony bodies proved to be incredibly resilient, absorbing the force of the attacks with an almost unnatural durability. It was only through the shattering of their crystal cores that they showed any signs of vulnerability. Cricket and Anchor quickly learned that destroying the crystals was the key to disabling the golems, if only temporarily. As the crystals shattered, the golems would falter, their stone bodies would crumble. But after exactly 15 seconds later, the golems would start reforming, making the opponents an endless cycle. Still, the pirates were not a group easily defeated. Chapter 346. Anchor wielded his Anchor axe hammer with massive strength. He leaped forward with his weapon, hammering down the golems as if they were nothing. His overpowering strength broke down the golem's defenses and shattered its core as it crumbled. Anchor was way faster than Cricket, and of course, he was far stronger. The impact of his strikes sent shockwaves through the very ground, each hit reverberating like thunder in the cavernous dungeon. He swung his hammer with a force that only a seasoned smith could muster, aiming for the crystal cores embedded in the golem's chests. The booming sound of metal against stone echoed through the air as Anchor's relentless assault tested the limits of both his weapon and the golem's defenses. His strength also fed into part that he was taking down twice the number of mechanical beasts as Cricket. But it wasn't too surprising. He was used to fighting even after quitting the Marines, and the last defeat against Crocodile had showed him some flaws in his fighting style, along with giving him the motivation he needed to train. With Luffy and the other members of the crew helping him out, it was no wonder he became strong. A small smile dawned on his face. At least my reason for joining them was worth it, he thought to himself. After getting beaten by Crocodile and seeing how overpowering the members of the crew had gotten since Sakura Island, he came to realize that if he wanted to be strong, then he needed to join this crew. The Marines were once an organization that he believed in. But after what had happened, and his removal from his rank, he lost that trust. And with what the Straw Hat Pirates had done in the short time they came to be, it really opened him to the prospect of joining the group. What they did back in the G3 base was a thing that set them apart from the rest of the pirate crews. As a former Marine, he had seen many different types of pirates. While most wanted to harm others, some even went out of their way to help people. Even in the new world where he's from, there were tales about pirates helping people more than the Marines. And so when offered a position to join his crew the second time, Anchor didn't reject the proposal immediately. On one hand, one of his goals was fighting for what was right. On the other hand, he wanted to eventually create blades that would make a name for themselves. So with that in mind, he set some rules that if the Straw Hats followed, then he would join them. Rules such as not killing unjustly or abusing their powers. Usually demanding this level might make most pirate captains reject a new member. But Luffy accepted it immediately. For him, if he did any of that, the last thing he would need to worry about would be him. With his grandfather being Garp, and his father being the revolutionary leader, Dragon, things of that nature would be a given death sentence. At that time, he hesitated a bit. But still accepted the request to join the crew. It was back in Alabasta. After that he came to find out that Luffy and the crew was actually working quite closely with the revolutionary army, and that he was scheming against the world government. For some, it would be a red flag, but for Anchor, the respect for Luffy rose even more. It was no wonder why a young man like Kobe, who also had a good moral compass, was following Luffy. Even Zoro, Johnny and Yozaku, who were originally bounty hunters, joined Luffy because of this. So even though it only had been 2 weeks since he joined the crew, he was more than happy to be part of the group. Tempest Bane. Anchor yelled, chopping down a large giant golem, and pushing it back towards the others. He jumped away immediately to avoid getting stomped by another golem. But while he was successful, another golem almost grabbed him midair with a swing. But to his surprise, an explosion went off, destroying the golem's core. He looked over his shoulder and saw Usopp giving him a thumbs up. The sniper was struggling to move, but still had some fight left in him. Even Anchor was feeling out of breath. The creatures were endless, and without Sanji, fighting them was getting tough. He looked at where the cook was. Due to the trees and how far Sanji was flung back, he couldn't see him. It had already been a few minutes, but the cook has yet to show himself. He might be knocked out. He might be tough, but at end of the day he's human. Anchor thought, with a weakness like this, he might be in trouble. I need to get him out of that tree. He looked over his shoulder towards Cricket. He was getting overwhelmed. He then looked over to Chopper and Bippo. Oi, ship doctor, you have to hold these guys off. I will get Sanji. Chopper, for his part, was still trying to help Robin and Law but saw no solution to this matter. Him and Bippo even tried to reopen the tunnels, but they were made out of tougher materials. And unless someone like Sanji came back, going through them would be impossible. Usopp could help blow it up of course, but they would get harmed as well. So there had to be another way to do it. He looked at the golems, and knew he had to go all out. He looked over to his fellow mink. Bippo, you have to take care of them. I have to fight. Bippo was confused at what Chopper meant. Of course, as minks, all of them were inborn fighters, but the way he said it was a bit too dramatic. Why is everyone being dramatic today? Wait, should I apologize for being non-dramatic? Chopper on the other hand took out a rumble ball, and bit into it. Chapter 347. Suddenly the air started to crackle with electricity, as Chopper grew in size and mass, towering over Bippo and even the golems that came to harm his crewmates. Bippo had his jaw dropped, not believing how a mink could transform into his Sulong form without seeing the moon. With a mighty roar, Chopper charged forward, towards the door, and punched it with all of his might. But other than making a smaller dent, it did nothing. The giant form of Chopper grunted before turning around and dashing towards the incoming golems. Grabbing a punch from the upcoming golem, he twisted his hands, and threw it over his shoulder with ease towards several others, breaking all of them with the strength of his throw alone. What the? From when can the Tanuki do that? Cricket said with his jaw almost reaching the floor. Chopper snorted before jumping and launching a dropkick to a golem. I'm a reindeer mink. The kick connected and sent the golem towards a dozen of its group, clearing the path for Aramaki. I'm sorry. Circuit quickly said, seeing the glare from Chopper. A bit of sweat ran down his neck. No wonder all of the Straw Hats are monsters. But not gonna lie, that's so cool. Of course, Cricket coughed, not wanting to show anything when a certain smith was near. Seeing the cleared path, Anchor gave a quick thumbs up before running towards where Sanji was last seen. Anchor ran forward, using instant transmission for the first time in battle, but even then, before he could get far, the golem stopped him midway. Along with a swarm of wasps that covered the metaphorical sky, stopping him from using moonwalk. Duck. He heard, and complied. Just a second later the group of golems were blown away by multiple shots. Of course, credit went to Usopp. Unlike others, Usopp could at least stand up and fight. Unlike Robin and Law, he was a bit used to the weakness of sea stone. Being able to move in this state, Sanji should be able to do that as well, as Sanji received his fruit just a few hours after Usopp. So why the cook was still yet to come, worried the sniper. As Anchor was the most capable one, he let him pass to get towards Sanji. But on the way, Usopp also readied another shining star, in case the tree turned out to be an enemy. Usopp was very close to awakening his observation haki, and there were even some cases he had shown signs of using it. And that's why his intuition told him that the tree was much more than what it seemed. So, he was ready to blow it up, if necessary. One thing funny about his power was that after affecting an object with his size fruit, unless he turned it back to its original size, the object would remain the same size, even if he was knocked out or without his powers. Sparky's power also worked similarly, but had a timer on. Unless the object of effect was alive, and had a strong will, it would remain with the effect. But even without his full use of his powers, Usopp was somehow able to cancel out the effect mentally. So, most of his shrunken ammunition were still valid for the fight. It was similar to how Luffy could still minimally stretch his rubber body even underwater. Though, if he was here, everyone was sure that this kind of weakness wouldn't bother him. As Anchor started getting near the tree, Usopp readied himself. But right then, like a meteor with red flames, Sanji came down, destroying multiple golems. His feet laced with flames as he panted, clearly showing signs of weakness. But something stood out on him. Sanji stood up from the crater of his own making. On his shoulder was a small tree-like creature that looked sad. Even Sanji looked like he had a sad expression on his face. Right then the giant tree moved, as if it came to life with a roar that shook the whole room. But Usopp for some reason didn't feel threatened by it. I am Groot. The tree creatures roared, and the vines and ivy around all of them came to life, grabbing hold of the golems, wasps. The vines even blocked off some of the spores on the ceiling. But Usopp and the others had little time to be amazed as suddenly Sanji came by and destroyed a particularly blocked tunnel that was far to the side. It seems, somehow, the cook knew which way to go. He came back immediately, picking up Robin, and Law. Chopper grabbed Usopp. Vippo, Anchor, Cricket. Everyone, this way. As all of them followed Sanji, the small tree creature on Sanji's back looked back towards the giant tree creature, shedding a silent tear. I am Groot. He softly said, as he gave her one last smile. Before all of them exited through the tunnel. The tunnel closed, with ivy and roots. As the giant creature smiled, a hint of sadness in its ancient eyes. She then looked at her foes and roared, I am Groot. Engulfing the whole room in its roots and vines. Fending off against every enemy with its mighty powers, doing everything so that her child could reach a better future. Chapter 348. As the old Groot closed off the tunnel, with the last embers of its powers it held down the mechanical beasts. She didn't know how long it had been since she last fought against them. But it had been long, that's for sure. She looked at the closed-off tunnels as she looked around, the vacant halls of the prison she called home for years. If Sanji was successful, then it would be destroyed. And knowing that brought her peace. When she was first brought here, she wasn't alone. There were others. Groot that were far older, wiser, and more powerful than her. All of them were captured for one reason only. To fuel the research of a madman who had lost himself in revenge. She still remembered why she was brought here. The madman tried to build something that blended nature with tech, to create a being powerful enough to fight off against its enemies. And also extend his life. The latter of his goals was unsuccessful, as he was killed by his own artificial creation. But the said artificial creation was also far more crueler than the madman that created him. And this was the reason why they were experimented on. One by one, every one of her kin fell. Either not surviving the cruel experiments or turning mad and ending their own lives, not being able to keep up with the pain and agony. Even the love of her life succumbed to the cruel experiments. She would have taken her life as well, but she couldn't. Not when she had a child to take care of. A young Groot sapling. Her child was so little back then. Even now, he was taking longer to reach maturity. For a Groot, their lifespan was long, easily twice or thrice that of a giant. Even she herself was nearing the end of her lifespan. If she didn't have her son, maybe she would have perished like her other kin. But she didn't. With all of her will, she was somehow able to survive against all odds. And around maybe 400 years ago, something happened that made the experiments on them stop. But by then she was the only survivor. She and her growing son. Usually, a Groot took a lot of time to be born. Even then her son took way longer than it should have. And after that, he was taking way longer to grow as well. But it was a given, for a Groot to grow and reach maturity, they needed earth, and moonlight. Without moonlight, it was very hard for the little one to grow. They might be trees, but they didn't rely on the sunlight. They relied on the moonlight instead. A given thing, since they were originally from there. Sure, they had light sources, but they were unnatural. Just something to mimic the moonlight, not the actual thing. The only reason why her son survived was because of the taboo task she did. Nurturing herself and her newborn with nothing but the remains of her fallen kin and the other beasts that laid within the dungeon. But she had to do everything for her child to survive, and so she did. Her only wish was for her child to see the open sky, to find freedom. But as time passed on, she had given up on that hope. Her last few years were spent with constant worry about leaving behind a child that hadn't seen anything of the outside world. Her lifespan was reaching its end, and she knew she would need to part with the world soon. So she had almost lost hope, until today. A group of humans. How was this possible? She had thought, did they come here from the outside? From the surface? But it didn't make sense. Wasn't the dungeon supposed to be dead? It had been years since that day, when the dungeon lost its power. Other than the light source and some self-generating engine, every part of the dungeon had shut down. She had tried everything, going around all rooms, trying to break free. But she was unsuccessful. The dungeon was big, a labyrinth that was purely made to stand the passage of time. An artificial creation that wanted to build the perfect mechanical warriors to serve its cause. Others might have not known this, but she did. She had spoken to the artificial creation after all. She had pleaded to him, to at least give her son the freedom. But the artificial creation didn't have the power to do so. As the artificial creation itself didn't know how to get out. This dungeon, this prison was built underneath the city of Shandora. A complex build that outstretched quite deep into the island. It was built in a way that simulated a complex array of environments. It was made in a way that the prisoners could survive in here. The colony of brutes weren't the only creatures that were trapped here and experimented on. No. There were others here as well. Other creatures with odd powers, but most of them were unintelligent. Even if some were, they didn't survive long enough. Like her kin, all of them perished, leaving behind only her. This wasn't the only room either. This was merely the biggest one. There were other rooms, but like every one of them, they were empty and lifeless. So she was surprised when outsiders came here. This dungeon. It was supposed to be dead and closed. No one could get in or get out. That's what the artificial life form had said to her. Then. Was she lied to? Or was it that somehow the dungeon was fixed? Somehow, for some reason, the dungeon was locked out from the outside world. Along with it, the source of its power was cut off, almost disabling the dungeon. The only reason why it was able to survive was because of the self-generated power sources it had. That's why she was surprised that new people actually managed to come here. The dungeon was a prison as well as a testing ground. Built to gift powers to those who passed the trials. The artificial creation wouldn't let her pass, as she was a prisoner. But her child, if he was able to pass the trials, the artificial creation might set him free. It didn't matter for her. Her life was already ending. But it did give her hope. Hope for her child. The only memory she had of the outside world was difficult for her to remember. It had been so long. If only her child was able to see it himself. But even with that hope, she knew her child didn't have the power to pass the trials. But maybe. Just maybe. These strangers would be able to help him. However, she was reluctant. Why would she trust people she had just met? But when she heard the newcomers speaking about going back to the outside world, she just couldn't stop herself. She had to do something. It was a risk. But it might be worth it. The open sky with the blazing sun, the radiating moon and the star-filled night sky. How many years had it passed? She might have lost her time, but her child hadn't. The young Groot mostly spent his time sleeping. Having nothing else to do. Over the years, the child had went to almost every room in the dungeon except the one that it couldn't open. The room of that artificial creation. The dungeon was a pretty big place, but even then, it was nothing compared to the outside world. At least she wanted her child to be free. Chapter 349. As the old Groot was thinking that, the dungeon started to wake up. It seemed her guess was right. Somehow, for some reason, the dungeon was revived. Not that could be killed anyway, as it was an artificial life form after all. So, somehow, the outsiders were able to restart the dungeon. As the dungeon revived, more and more artificial life forms started to come out of the nests. Stone walkers, steel bugs, dungeon guards that were artificial like the dungeon itself. They came en masse in numbers. She was hesitant to act. As the main targets were the people that came here, the outsiders. Most of the time, the dungeon guards didn't usually harm their prisoners, unless they acted against it. So she was reluctant to act. Even though she wanted nothing more to pummel the artificial beings, she had to hold herself back for her child. But then she saw something that made her worldview change. The outsiders were not only fighting the dungeon guards off, they were also winning against it. One blonde man in particular was dealing the most damage. Wielding fire on his legs, he moved and danced around his enemy in a way that made it look easy. The power, the speed, it was unmatched, unlike any she had ever seen. And that wasn't all. There was something off about him. The power. He was one of the fruit users, wasn't he? That changed things. She had seen some prisoners, the diverse powers the fruit granted. A fruit user might have the power to get out of the dungeon. But then again, it could be a lie. A false hope that she was clinging on to. But as time passed on, she was getting impressed by the wild abilities the group possessed. At least 4 of them had fruit abilities. And even those that didn't had enough strength to stand up against the dungeon. This might be the only way. Even then, she was reluctant. She knew she would depart from the world of the living soon, but her child. Could she trust the strangers? She had to know. And right as she was thinking that, the blonde-haired fire user was sent her way. The man's small form getting entangled in her branches, and she tried to cushion his fall. It seemed for some reason that the man had become weak, unable to completely utilize his powers. But it didn't matter. This was an opportunity. Her branches wrapped around the man's head, trying to do something that she was a bit hesitant to do. For the intelligence the Groot population had, their vocabulary was limited. So this was an easy way to communicate. Luckily whatever was making the man weak, made it easy for her to link up. And after some time, she started asking him a series of questions. The man was reluctant to answer, but when she showed her what had happened to her, and what might happen to them, he became much more open. The process of communicating like this was a process of trust. So she had to trust him, showing him what she knew about the dungeon. And how it couldn't be beaten alone. And in return, the outsider trusted her. She couldn't just read into his memories, that's not how her powers worked. She could just ask questions and know the answers. And after some time, she had all the answers she needed. Sanji was a nobleman. A man who had friends, and comrades who he was willing to give his life for. A man with good morals and strength to fight for what was right. So she trusted him with her child with the promise that she would take care of the dungeon guards, and the little one would show him the correct way to navigate through the labyrinth. Sanji was reluctant at first, not wanting to leave a woman behind. But it made her even more determined to help the man. She woke up her child from his slumber, and shared what was about to happen. The small Groot cried, not wanting to see her part. But some things were not meant to be. Even the blonde young man was conflicted, but he did take the young Groot in. At least she could trust him. Before long, the dungeon guards, the stone walkers, broke free from her vines. The steel bugs came out destroying through her roots, but by then, she made sure to lock the tunnel. With nothing else to do, she fought against the lifeless creatures that had imprisoned her kind. This was the least she could do for the years she had been locked up here. As Sanji and the group ran through the tunnel, they didn't face any more distractions. With the little Groot showing him the correct way to navigate, they didn't need to worry about going into the wrong direction. Sanji ran, on his hands was Robin. If this was any other moment, he would have taken the time to enjoy it. But now he didn't have anything of that sort in mind. Robin was barely able to move, mainly because of the sea stone weakness, or whatever it was, that mimicked sea stone weakness. The only reason why he could move about was because of his practice with sea stone cuffs. The same was for Usopp. Law couldn't move either. Who knew having a training junkie for a captain would turn out this well? I am Groot. The small creature on his shoulder said softly, pointing at another turn as they followed his lead. His tone was laced with sadness, and Sanji's heart squeezed at that. Hey, don't worry little guy. We won't leave her behind. He said. The young Groot turned his head at him with hopeful eyes, and nodded. Call it a lie, but he had to say something. This hit home in ways that Sanji didn't want to remember. It was like in his place was old man Zeph and the young Groot was the little him, running away from his father and siblings, leaving his mother's cold body behind. This feeling of helplessness. He couldn't bear it. Was this how Chef Zeph felt when he ran away with him? This wasn't supposed to happen. If only he was stronger. If. Sanji bit his lips as he quickened his pace. Even with his sea stone weakness draining his powers, his will burned with flames fueling his speed. Behind him, Chopper had opted to take everyone on his back and ran along with the fastest speed his Yulong form could muster. The tunnels wound through the dungeon like ancient veins, their rough-hewn stone walls adorned with flickering torches that cast eerie shadows. Electric circuit-like patterns ran alongside, emanating a reddish glow and a humming energy that pulsed through the stone. The runner's urgent footsteps created a rhythmic cadence, echoing through the labyrinthian passages that seemed to challenge the laws of time and space. Before long, the group of pirate came in front of a large door. A towering stone door adorned with mesmerizing carvings. The door was large, at least half the size of a giant, and looked old, dusty. Vines and cobwebs surrounded the door, making them realize that unlike the rest of the place, this room hadn't been opened for a long, long time. Sanji stepped forward and touched something invisible in the air. With his touch a red barrier appeared before him. Before receding, giving the group access to the final room. So, this is it, huh? Sanji said, while leaning against a wall. He was a bit out of breath, still, he had to go on. "You know you can put me down, right?" Robin said, who was still being held by Sanji. "I am Groot." The young Groot on his shoulder nodded. Sanji clicked his tongue, as he looked over his shoulder, looking at the rest of the pirates. "Be ready. We might need to go all out for this one." The group behind him nodded. While Bippo, Law, and Cricket were new to the group, the others had never seen Sanji this serious, adding urgency to the situation. Other than Chopper, who was a bit winded, the others were mostly in good health. Sanji put Robin down, before coming up with a quick plan. Robin and Law would stand behind, while the others would fight. Even Bippo volunteered to fight, asking Chopper for something specific that Sanji didn't pay that much attention to. Usopp would be the sniper and would mainly be guarded by Cricket and Anchor, while the others would be on the front lines. Of course, Sanji would be taking charge of the situation. But even then they had to be careful, who knows what kind of danger lay behind the door. So with this in mind, Sanji came forward and kicked the giant door open. With one kick the large door was smashed open, revealing the final challenge behind the door. Chapter 350 With Luffy. Luffy came back to Shandora, along with Sabo and Sparky. Their reasoning being simple, to bring Usopp and the rest of the group up to where the arc maximum was. Well, mainly Usopp. He wanted to find Usopp to make the ship smaller. While the ship wasn't made for the Blue Sea, the wood was strong, and the ingenuity of it was quite amazing. Even Sabo was able to pilot the ship with his new powers after a bit of tinkering. He wanted to make the ship small, so that it would be easy to carry, and maybe analyze it in Water 7. A flying ship was no joke. Enel, for how much of an arrogant bastard he was also brilliant. He made this ship, just from studying old ships from the Blue Sea that would occasionally come here. And if anyone could replicate or improve the technology, then it would be Frankie or Iceberg. Luffy had also decided to give the ship, and the gold that made up the interior, to Sabo. A flying ship was a really good way to travel, and he was sure, back in the Revolutionary Army, that someone would be able to make a smaller version of it. Still, Luffy wasn't going to give all the gold of the arc maximum to Sabo. Of course not. If you combine all the gold that Enel collected out of Shandora and divide it up into 3 equal portions, then arc maximum took 2 portions of it to make. Not only were the engine and internals made out of gold, there were a bunch of unnecessary decorations made out of gold as well. So other than the important gold parts that made up the ship, Luffy decided to take away the other portions of the gold. Meaning he was only going to give the Revolutionary Army 1 portion of the gold. Which was honestly quite a lot. But he didn't mind sharing. Honestly, he would have preferred to give Sabo and the Revolutionary Army more. Mainly because he wanted their help to take down Doflamingo. Sure, he could take him down alone, but as a warlord, he couldn't fight him. But Sabo could. So the credit would go to the Revolutionary Army and his entire underground operation would be up for taking. Now why would Luffy want to take in the underground operation controlled by Doflamingo? Well, the bastard mainly had a monopoly on the black market. Even back in East Blue, illegal weapons, fruits or even info could only be bought through official means from Joker. So, this would connect him to all the blues, making it easier for his CDs to take over. But that wasn't all. Joker also knew a lot about the secrets of the world nobles, so a bit of encouragement after catching him alive should be enough to get that as well. Luffy remembered in canon how even the world nobles were hesitant to work against him. Even sending in assassins into Impel Down to silence him after his capture. So this should be easy. Also, in this way, he might actually be able to know something about Saint Kamael and maybe beyond. Doflamingo did know about him. Anyway, there was another reason why he wasn't giving Sabo more gold. Why? Because the lightning logia was officially broken. Somehow, Sabo had found a way to mix his observation haki with his lightning logia powers. Now that wasn't too surprising, since Enel did that, and literally became an oversized spy microphone. No. What was surprising was the fact that Sabo was able to pick up distinct metals by channeling his powers underground. Basically making Sabo a metal detector, or gold detector to be exact. As he currently is, he was most proficient in working with gold. Meaning, if Sabo went from island to island, which the Revolutionary Army had control over, Luffy was sure he would be able to find at least a few undiscovered gold or silver mines. Talk about being hacks. As Luffy came down to Shandora, he and Sabo stopped midair. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a dancing snake. Sabo mused. Sparky, who was on his shoulder, nodded. The giant snake, Nola, the one who had lived for more than 400 years, danced gleefully at the bell's sound. But while others were musing at the situation, Luffy was frowning. Hey, Sabo, Sparky. Is it me, or are you guys unable to pick up Sanji and other Zoras? Sabo and Sparky snapped their necks at Luffy and quickly activated their observation haki. Sabo going as far as to encompass the whole island. But like Luffy, he came up with nothing. This might be a problem, Sabo said. Luffy's frown deepened as he looked at his brother. Can you go up and bring the rest of the crew down? I think this might be a problem. Sabo nodded, turned into lightning zipping through the air with the fastest speed he could manage. Sparky also moved in towards the giant snake without Luffy's order, hitting up a conversation with the giant snake about the possible location of his crewmates. The giant snake was surprised, but when Sparky explained it was his crewmates that set up the bell, the giant snake started to help the little monkey, calling up other animals to look for any clues about where they might have gone. Luffy also came down near the giant golden bell that was automatically ringing, though the sound was much less than what he expected. It surely wouldn't reach the blue sea. And speaking of the golden bell, this wasn't supposed to be here as well. It seemed his crewmates had taken down the golden bell from where it was, and planted it into its rightful place. But if that's the case, where were they? He was getting a blank from his observation haki and something told me that this bell might be the reason for it. Maybe stopping the bell from ringing would do something? As Luffy walked forward, wanting to touch the bell, he was stopped by a blue barrier that zapped him, making him jump back. This was definitely not supposed to happen. He cocked back his fist, channeling advanced armament haki into his fist, but stopped when he heard his nameless Naginata call up. Don't do that. Luffy's blade called out, stopping him midway. You wouldn't be able to do anything. But even if you can, this place might explode if you use too much force. What? Don't you sense it? The whole island is like a bomb. Use your observation haki. Luffy blinked, and used his observation haki. Mainly using it in his eyes, like how he did with Blackbeard, and looked around. And his nameless Naginata was right. He jumped into the air, using moonwalk to get a bird's eye view. And with the help of his observation haki he saw it. It seemed a good portion around Shandora was channeling some kind of energy. And it almost looked like a series of underground structures was beneath the earth. Structures that reminded him of an underground labyrinth. How did I miss that? Was it always like this? Several other questions popped up in his mind. But he found no answer. It's not. If this kind of energy was visible I would have sensed it before. His nameless Naginata gave him a small answer. Call it a hunch, but whatever happened to your crewmates, that might be the reason. There was a pause before it continued. I have seen this once before. They might be inside a dungeon. A what? Chapter 351. The group stopped looking at the scene in front of them. In front of them was a room that was similar to the previous one that they had just left. But bigger, maybe being twice the size as the previous rooms. The room was clean. Way too clean. While the other room reminded them of the passage of time, this room seemed to be preserved in it. The walls, ceilings, pillars, and everything in the room were clean. The circuits on the wall could be clearly seen and hummed brightly in a way that was kind of rhythmic. At the end of the room, one could see several cells, bars made to trap creatures, but if one looked inside, they wouldn't be able to see anything because of the darkness. There was also another hidden room at the end, but like the tunnels, it was locked. Inside the last room, stood tall giant headless statues, 10 of them in total. A size that matched Dory and Brogy. They looked a bit similar to the golems from the previous rooms, but on a much larger scale. If someone had to describe some of them, it would look as if they were giant armors. All 10 statues created a passage line on both sides, and at the end of it stood a golden figure, who was around 10 feet tall. The figure wore an armor that made him look like a knight, a golden knight. He had a cape that clasped around his neck and flowed on his back. Even without a sword, the knight stood proud with a sense of arrogance in him. Of course, like the others, this one was also mechanical. And yet it radiated power and airiness unlike them, even if it was much smaller than the others. As the group entered the hall, a wall dropped down behind them, closing off their escape. Along with taking away the weakness of the devil fruit users. What the? Usopp said, surprised as he was back to full strength. It seems the weakness is gone. Robin said, with a frown, wondering why they did that. She was pretty sure it wasn't out of goodwill. We don't have to hold back now. We can go all out. Law didn't say anything, but Bippo could see that the doctor was pissed for being useless previously. Sanji also didn't say anything, focusing on the enemy at hand and also checking his returning powers. "Hail, valiant warriors!" proclaimed the Golden Knight, its voice resounding with grandeur throughout the chamber. "I must commend thee for venturing thus far. Yet, this is the utmost extent thou shalt reach. Ordinarily, I would orchestrate challenges and bestow rewards upon thee, but that shall not suffice. TCH. I don't care. Just free everyone," Sanji said, cutting to the point, a bit pissed off. "Us, the small guy right here," jabbing his thumb towards the smaller Groot. "And the large Miss Groot back in the other room. Free all of us, We don't really care about your stupid game. The Golden Knight narrowed its eyes. And why shall I do that? Cause we are the reason the dungeon was reactivated in the first place. Sanji stated, a small smile on his face. Ms. Groot showed me a lot of stuff, and it seems you guys were trapped here. So you can thank us by freeing us. The Golden Knight laughed, finding amusement as it looked at Sanji. Oh, thou meanest that tree-stricken fool? Who takes heed of her, he remarked, oblivious to the growing ire in Sanji. She hath been naught but a vexation, incessantly lamenting over progeny and such. Nonetheless, that is of little concern to me. What thou hast accomplished is indeed laudable. Yet. Then. Why, sir? Usopp asked, politely, trying to be diplomatic. Now that he got his powers back, he was less afraid, but still, he would try to not fight it through. We don't need to. Speak not over my words, witless peasant. Growled the Golden Knight, causing the sniper to involuntarily flinch. He then cleared his throat with a haughty air. As I was elucidating, thine endeavor to rejuvenate this dungeon was indeed praiseworthy, and I find myself beholden for thy actions. Yet, apprehend that I was forged to sculpt the most powerful warriors. And that requires a trove of research materials. The dungeon's cessation spanned nearly 4 centuries, leading to the demise of many if not all experimental materials. The Golden Knight said, of course speaking about the prisoners. However, fret not, for thy own assemblage is at hand. If you were from the progeny of Shandora, it would have been different, but as you are not, I need not concern myself, for thou art destined to become the ideal subjects for the culmination of my ultimate creation, the Golden Knight declared with an air of chilling certainty. Its eyes gleamed with a manic light, thus. Before he could finish his sentence he was kicked by Sanji, who appeared before him, all of a sudden. Being so fast that, he left an afterimage in his awake. The Golden Knight didn't even see what happened as his body sent through 2 pillars before he got planted right into the opposite end of the wall, large spider cracks forming, and its head planted like a nail on the wall. You talk too much. Sanji growled as he lowered his flaming leg, not even bothering with anything else. The bastard reminded him too much of his biological father. The arrogant voice, and the madness to fulfill his goal at any cost, he couldn't just stand it. With everything going on, his rage was at a breaking point. The 10 giant armors locked onto their target. But. Room. At the same time when Sanji attacked, Law did his own, engulfing the whole area in his spherical bubble as he moved his sword. Sanji wasn't the only one that was pissed. Amputate. Suddenly all of the 10 giant armors fell on the ground in massive chunks, along with some of the pillars getting sliced. Groot, Usopp, and Chopper had their jaws on the floor, as they looked between Law and the giant sliced-up armor statues. Wondering how he was able to do it. This was the first time they offensively saw Law using his amputate ability. Chapter 352. Law held back a smirk, as he focused, closing his eyes. The room's fear still around the room, as he did. Inside his room he could get certain ideas about the location and position of all of the things in it. Almost similar to an observation hockey user, and with that he was able to get the position of what he was looking for. He swinged his sword again from his position, and further away from the group, a wall was cut off in chunks, revealing a hidden room. Law smirked and was about to teleport, switch all of them with the rebels, all of them near the tunnel, when... Enough. The sound of fingers snapping cut through. Cutting Law off as he was brushed into a flaming explosion, almost getting knocked out and his room sphere disappearing. Everyone around Law was wide-eyed, not knowing what just happened. Law. Bippu said quickly, helping his friend. What the? Usopp blinked, looking between Law and the Golden Knight, who stood up. I didn't even see anything hit him. How did he even hit him? All of them put their guard up, and Sanji even moved in for an attack. But another sound of snapping of fingers came, and Sanji's body also exploded into flames. This one much bigger, destroying the floor and the surroundings. What the? It happened again, Usopp said, getting confused. He wasn't able to see the attack at all. What's going on? Don't know. But Sanji might need some help. Robin said, crossing her arms and opening her fingers, but I'm not a fighter. I will do something else. The others didn't say anything, and the first one to move was Chopper, who was still in his Sulong form. He couldn't keep up the form for much long, so he moved in to attack the Golden Warrior. Anchor and Cricket also moved following behind. Bippu left Law's side and was about to follow them, but Usopp stopped him. Some of us need to stick together. The sniper said, you can shoot, right? The mink nodded. Usopp then looked at the other one. How about you? I am Groot. The little one nodded. And, so Usopp provided them with guns to help the others from the long distance. The Golden Knight looked pissed as he came out of his crater, with the front portion of his helmet broken. Inside was no human, just a mechanical cyborg that looked dangerously pissed. Ungrateful swine. You shall see my wrath. Activate the gravity wall. As if hearing his command, the dungeon's light flickered from blue to green. Sanji jumped forward trying to move, but was dropped to the floor with a loud thud. It wasn't only him. All of the pirates present there also fell to the floor as if they were weighing at least 3 times their weight. The fuck is happening now? Cricket growled as he was plastered to the floor, same with Anchor and the others. It was very hard to move, it was almost as if they had been put under a rock. A very very heavy rock. Rah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The Golden Knight laughed, as it stood up, with a lot of effort. It seemed he was also getting affected by what was happening to the others. Filthy peasants. How dare thy wretched form inflict injury upon me? I must exact retribution for thy audacious transgression. But while others were down, one of them stood up, it was Sanji. Gritting his teeth, the cook stood up, glaring flames at the Golden Knight. As he activated his speed overdrive, would you ever shut up? What? How thy even? The Golden Knight couldn't even finish his sentence as Sanji appeared before him yet again, driving his leg down onto its head, planting him right into the ground. You are damn annoying. Sanji said word by word as he stomped the fallen knight with all of his strength, flaming legs that was burning almost blue, crushing down the armor of the Golden Knight. Gah! Let me go. But Sanji wasn't having it. Even with all of his strength, his kicks were doing little damage to the Golden Knight. That's why he didn't even let him stand and stomped him, again and again, so that he could be put down permanently. With each stomp, the speed was going up, and Sanji knew if he could keep it up for a few more seconds then it would be over, but enough. The Golden Knight snapped from its body, and multiple slots opened, pushing Sanji away with a wave of pure sound. The cook was surprised and the attack hit him head-on, almost breaking his eardrums, and making him crash into a pillar. Shit. Sanji thought. Almost a good portion of his body's exoskeleton was cracked due to that attack. It was much more powerful than those finger-snapping attacks. The Golden Knight was mad, as it jumped out of its crater onto Sanji, snapping his fingers multiple times as Sanji was engulfed in explosions. Before he roared forward, creating a sonic boom that would decimate Sanji. But rather than how the Golden Knight expected, Sanji dodged the attack in the nick of time, using moonwalk and instant transmission to appear in front of the knight, and kick the knight in its head, making him stagger. The cook didn't care about the pain, using his powers to boost his recovery and flames as he attacked the Golden Knight. But even then the Golden Knight was tougher than it looked, taking Sanji's kicks with minimal damage. Still, it was adding up. Their fight went on for a while, with both almost being in a stalemate. Sanji jumped back, dodging one of the Golden Knight's sonic roars. Unlike his finger-snapping attacks, these could be avoided. Sanji still wasn't able to figure out how his attacks worked. What he did know was that it was related to sound. I have to end it fast. Sanji thought as he pushed through the pain and injuries, attacking with all he had. While this was happening, the other Straw Hats were still on the floor, barely able to move. Not everyone was used to this level of pressure. What is going on? Usopp asked with gritted teeth as he could barely pick himself up. I am Groot. The little Groot said, along with him he was also pressed down on the floor. How would I know? Law grumbled as he tried to do the same, but surprisingly he wasn't able to, unlike Usopp. What Law didn't know was that, unlike the others, Usopp's body was a lot stronger than it looked. It was mainly due to 2 reasons, because with the extensive training that he had to go through from day 1. And also because of his devil fruit powers. The long-nosed sniper was unconsciously shrinking down the gravity effect on his body. It's coming from above. Robin said, struggling on the floor. Look up, there are some devices up there. All of them followed, and surely enough, on the ceiling, were large devices that looked similar to disco balls, except they weren't. Rather than shining with various colors, it produced a sound that was pushing down on all of them, as if increasing the gravity. Room. Law said, the sphere extended out of his hand, but unlike before it couldn't be stretched so far before the sphere collapsed on itself due to the increased gravity. Shit. My powers aren't working properly. Law's Operation Fruit model, modification human abilities was connected to his physical health. Almost all of them used up a lot of stamina, compared to the other devil fruit users. And because of the increased gravity, as his body wasn't able to fully withstand it, so couldn't his powers. If the room was like the previous one, maybe he could, but this room was much bigger. The doctor wondered how they would get out of this mess, when the ground started to shake. He looked to his side and saw something that made him wide-eyed. Giant Usopp. The sniper roared as he grew in size, matching that of a giant. Along with his size, he also had gained the strength of one. Still, the strain from the gravity pushed him down, and yet he pushed through, with willpower. And yet he was only halfway there, but Usopp knew that, with strain, he cocked back his hand and threw a small object that grew in size as it went. Giant throw. shining star. What? But how? The Golden Knight exclaimed in shock, but he couldn't attack, as Sanji came in for a kick. Oi, shithead. Don't get distracted. The Dynastone-inspired explosive exploded on the ceiling, generating enough power to destroy most of the devices, but the explosion was big enough to throw even Usopp back, who fell backward, and started shrinking down. He would have crash-landed, but Chopper came in the nick of time to catch him in his Sulong form. Both of them rolled to the floor, but were safe. With that, the effects of the gravity ended, and for the second time, everything was back to somewhat normal. And because of that, Sanji could go all out, so he finished it as quickly as possible. Enough of you fools. The Golden Knight roared, snapping his hands as multiple explosions occurred around Sanji's body, engulfing him. But the cook pushed through, coming out of the smoke like a wheel of flames, blue flames. With all the speed generated from his speed overdrive, Sanji was able to power his flames to blue, for a jam package special. The attack landed right on the Golden Knight's head, as it was cleanly cut through, destroying the Golden Knight for eternity. Chapter 353. Sanji leaned on his knees, breathing heavily as he finished the fight. That actually took more effort than it should have. The destroyed body of the Golden Knight lay on the floor, in two halves. The moment the Golden Knight was destroyed, the circuit lights on the dungeon walls and floors started to dim down, and blink. Right after that, the whole place started to shake. What's happening now? Usopp asked. Well, I'm not gonna find out. Law said, quickly activating his ability, Room. The horizontal sphere, this time covered the whole room in an instant, and Law found something. He quickly moved his sword, slicing the air, and cutting down a wall further in the dungeon. With that, shambles. Everyone, Sanji, Anchor, Robin, Cricket, Usopp, Chopper, the little Groot and Law himself were teleported near the broken chunks of the wall. In there was a room filled with high-tech never seen before. The hidden room was an ancient chamber that seemed to defy the very era they knew. The room bore the weight of countless years, its walls adorned with a hodgepodge of aging electronics and machinery. Wires and cables snaked through the space like intricate veins, connecting to consoles and devices that pulsed with a faint power. It was a tableau of technology from a bygone age, and yet, it exuded an air of timeless sophistication. Digital screens adorned the walls, their once brilliant displays now dimmed by the passage of time. Mysterious symbols and text written in the ancient language flashed on the screens. Several strands of codes being written and rewritten, as the whole room started to shake. Amidst the electronic chaos, there was an eerie sense of stillness, as if time itself had stood still within this hidden sanctum. You. How did thee find this place? A voice came out of the screen, the same voice of the now destroyed Golden Knight. It seemed it had a backup of sorts. It matters not. I shall bury this whole place, if need to be. For I shall not yield to defeat. Why don't you stay down? Sanji grumbled, intending to move and destroy the whole place, but someone did before him. Law had enough of the bullshit. With his powers still activated, he moved his sword, slicing down everything in front before anything could go wrong, cutting down the wires that connected itself to the wall. What? Stop it. You are. The voice couldn't even finish his sentence as the whole dungeon turned off. Other than a few screens, most of the light sources in the dungeon, including the small circuits, shut off. And at the same time, the shaking of the dungeon stopped. That actually worked? Law said, getting everyone to look at him. I mean, I wasn't fully betting on it. Cricket sighed, his shoulder dropping, feeling tired. Is it finally over now? He said, looking at the floating chunks of tech that flew in air. No. It seems not. Robin said, walking forward, near one of the screens, that was still active, and floating. Even with everything cut off, there was still scribbles of words running on the screen. But no one could read it, as that was being written in ancient text. Well, except her. It seems our Golden Knight here has the tenacity of a cockroach. She said, looking over her shoulder. Wait. It's in the screen? Usopp asked. How's that even possible? Vippo finished. Well, for one, the Golden Knight was what you would call an android, Robin said, getting a head tilt from several of his crewmates. He's a robot. Wait, Robin, yeah, are you telling me that? That thing is a machine? Law asked, like the pacifist is? Yes, she sighed, as a few members of the crew had stars in their eyes. And a very crude one at that. She said, glancing at the screen. An amused smile appeared on her lips as she read what was being typed. She would have never imagined that she would read out curses and swear words in the ancient language. However, suddenly all of it stopped, and the screen became blank. Almost as if someone cut off the line. I am Groot? She blinked and looked at this side. The little tree creature had taken something out of the floating rubble, a square box, that hummed with blue light and power. The Groot then looked at her. I am Groot. Nice catch, Groot, she said, Can you give me that box, Groot? It might be something dangerous. The tree creature looked at Sanji, and when he nodded he gave the box to Robin. Robin took the box in hand, and inspected it. The box was small compared to the other large things in the room, still, it was bigger than Robin's hand, and it weighed a good several pounds as well. Even though it looked like it was made out of glass, it was in fact some translucent metal that was cold to the touch. There were some small inscriptions on it. It was a bit hard to read due to it being old, but she could make out what it said. It seems this is some kind of power core. A very good one, she said, before looking at Law. Can you find things similar to this box? There might be other power cores in here. Law nodded, and with his powers, several other power core boxes came out, but unlike the first one, which glowed blue, they were yellow and half the size of the original one. While he did that, suddenly the dungeon started to shake again. What's it this time? Anchor asked, putting up his guard as he looked above. The noise was coming from above. Sanji also looked and frowned, before he blinked in surprise. Suddenly the upper part of the ceiling was drilled down and a person came down, landing within a small crater. It was Luffy. And he looked a bit worried. Only after seeing Robin, Sanji, Usopp, and everyone else safe did he look relieved. But then he did a double take looking at the small tree creature. Groot? He mumbled, uncharacteristically. I am Groot. The tree creature nodded. Luffy opened and closed his mouth. He grinned. Well, I'm Luffy. Join my crew. Of course, there was a collective groan from his crewmates. Chapter 354. Well, I'm Luffy. Join my crew. There was a collective groan from his crewmates. However, almost all of them had expected that. Luffy? Did you find the others? A call came out from the hole that was in the ceiling. It was Nami's voice. Only one way to find out. Kuina's voice came, and a second later Luffy looked up, and sidestepped as Kuina dropped down gracefully. Sabo also came in a moment later after turning into lightning. Seeing all of them come from the outside, Robin looked at the others. It seems we're all free. The others cheered, though Sanji had a thoughtful look on his face. He walked near one of the pillars and kicked it, and like he expected, it easily got demolished, unlike other times when he had to use hockey or flames to damage it. The others saw this and had a questioning look on their face. You guys get out on your own, I have something to do, he said, and with that, he started running. He stopped briefly near the closed-off tunnel where they came from before destroying it with one kick, before continuing. Now that the dungeon was turned off, its walls and structure were easy to break through. That's the reason why Luffy could easily break in from the outside, but this also meant one could get out from the inside. And whatever was blocking Sanji's observation hockey from going outside the dungeon was also not there, meaning all the restrictions were turned off. Seeing Sanji going in there, the others looked at each other, before one of them followed. It was the little Groot. Luffy was also curious, so a few others followed where Sanji was going, while the rest of them went outside of the dungeon. Of course the little Groot wasn't fast enough, so Luffy carried the little one over his shoulder and followed behind Sanji. Sanji went through the tunnel, breaking off anything and everything that blocked his way. Now that the dungeon was down, he could fully sense the outside of the dungeon with his observation hockey. It also let him see the large Groot, and how weak she was getting. Sanji kicked through the final wall, coming back to where the whole thing started. The first room that they got teleported to. Though Sanji was a bit surprised with what he saw, the whole room was now filled with vines and ivy, that captured and detained the mechanical golems and wasps. Now they were unmoving, it seems what they had also shut off with the dungeon. But Sanji didn't pay that much attention to them, as he looked at the older Groot. She looked weak. With a heavy heart Sanji knew what was happening, she was dying. Seeing Sanji the older Groot looked surprised. I am Groot? Sanji smiled. We are free now, he said as he walked forward. I will get you out. I am Groot? Almost not believing those words. Yes, I will get you out, Sanji said, looking upwards at the ceiling of the dungeon. Can you clear out the ceiling for me? I will dig a hole large enough so that you can escape. The older Groot looked surprised, but she nodded, clearing out some of the vines from the ceiling. Sanji didn't waste any time and used Moonwalk to reach the ceiling a moment later, his feet laced with flames, Diable Jamb, Forte Flam. Like a drill, Sanji's feet dug through the roof of the dungeon, going through it with the power of his hockey and flames. He pushed through as dirt and debris fell, creating a large hole that started drilling upwards. The older Groot looked on, as the hole Sanji gave his all in creating became a giant hole for her to exit her lifelong prison. She didn't have much time on her hand, and she had almost given up all hope for herself, but it seemed there was still a chance for her to see the open sky. As Sanji finished drilling, sunlight peeked from the hole, falling on her body for the first time in centuries. She couldn't wait anymore. As Sanji called out to her to use the passageway, she was already moving. She crawled, using her vines and ivy to latch onto the soil of the upper yard. It would have been hard for her to pass through due to her massive size, but she could reduce her size because of her unique physique. Soon enough she was outside, and she finally was able to see what she had missed. The larger Groot, who had been in the oppressive depths of the dungeon for countless centuries, had lost touch with the world above. Her existence had been a solitary, subterranean one, after her people perished. But now, as she clawed her way out of the earth, her gnarled roots pushing through the soil and her form growing in size, she was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. The world above was bathed in the soft, golden hues of a setting sun, casting long, dappled shadows across the land. They were at the border of Shandora, the once city of gold, and from there, the sky looked beautiful. The smell of fresh air, the sounds of birds and animals, all of it was breathtaking for her. In a way, it felt surreal. Her size, which had been reducing due to her losing health, started to feel invigorated, due to the nutrition-rich soil the upper grounds had. She gazed upwards, her eyes filled with wonder. The sky stretched out before her, a canvas painted with the fading colors of twilight. The sun, a fiery orb, cast its warm glow across the horizon, while the silvery moon, like a delicate jewel, began to emerge from its daytime slumber. It was a sight that stirred emotions long buried within Groot, a reminder of the world's enduring beauty. Was the sky always this big? She wondered. She was so used to seeing the ceiling of her prison that she didn't remember. She couldn't remember. Though Groot knew her time was limited, she couldn't help but savor these precious moments. The sky, with its shifting colors and celestial bodies, filled her core with a sense of serenity and awe. She felt a cherished connection with nature, a connection that had been denied to her for far too long. As the sun and moon shared the sky, she reveled in a symphony of colors and light that danced across the heavens, a final testament to the enduring majesty of the world she had missed so dearly. She didn't know how long she had been staring at the sky, but the other pirates had exited out of the dungeon with her child. The smaller Groot was also awed by the scene of the sky. Unlike her, the small one had never experienced the majestic beauty of the sky. She smiled, as she looked down, at Sanji and the others. "I am Groot," she said, thanking the man who made it all possible, and also his comrades for helping her. Her time was limited. She stretched out her branch-made arm towards the boy with the straw hat. On the boy's shoulder was the small Groot. The small one jumped up her arms. And the large Groot held her child for the last time. She knew her time was coming, and she was ready to accept it. "I am Groot." The small one cried, not wanting her to leave him. But her time had passed. "I am Groot," she said, telling her son to live a life that is free. "I am Groot." To create bonds with newfound friends and stay true to his beliefs and live a life that's worth living. "I am Groot." And lastly, to forgive her to leave him alone. "I am Groot." The small one cried, "I am Groot." But she gave no response. In her last moments she smiled at the smaller one, as her form started to shift. She knew her time had come, and because of it, she carefully placed her child down near Sanji. "I am Groot," she said weakly. And the blonde-haired man nodded, holding the crying Groot. With that she stood tall, her features growing shrivel, as new green leaves started sprouting, her face retracting in her bark as she grew in size. Her branches stretched out towards the sky, covering a good portion of it with leaves and vines. And with that she accepted her end. Almost turning into an ordinary tree. Only this one stood the tallest in upper yard. Chapter 355. The crew looked on as they watched the old Groot say her last words, and leave the land of the living. Most of them were unaware of what had happened. With everything going on, Sanji didn't have the time to explain the situation to them. Still, the crying of the younger group had and the passing of a mother made many of the Straw Hats mournful. While they might have not known what had happened, many of them were aware of the pain of losing a parent. Even Sanji shed some tears at the loss. For some time they stayed, and eventually, the little Groot cried himself to sleep. As it was already night, no one had any mood to do any more exploring, so the crew called it a night. Of course, Luffy made sure to stash the gold and Dark Maxim with Usopp's powers. He also wanted to explore the underground dungeon now that it was shut off, but going there alone wouldn't be fun or productive, so he left it before tonight. The young Groot woke up in a place that he couldn't remember. He panicked, looking from side to side. Only after seeing Sanji a bit far away did he relax a bit. Though, the young Groot was curious as to what Sanji was doing. He was on a bed of sort, out in the open, with several camps and tents set up. Around them were tall trees, indicating they were still in the forest. In front of the bed was also a small table of sort. It was still night, and in front of them was a large campfire of sorts, with Sanji in front of a large table filled with vegetables, meat, dough, spices, and other food ingredients. And he was chopping away at the vegetables with grace. The crackling flames of the campfire cast dancing shadows around Sanji as he continued to work his culinary magic. The soft glow illuminated his face, highlighting his intense concentration and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. His hands moved with fluid precision, slicing through the vegetables like a seasoned samurai wielding a katana. The scent of the sizzling vegetables filled the air, mingling with the savory aroma of simmering broth that bubbled away in a pot suspended over the fire. Sanji's culinary skills were unmatched, even in the most rustic of settings. Each chop, each stir, was a testament to his dedication to the art of cooking. The night was filled with a serene calmness, broken only by the gentle crackle of the fire and the occasional sound of a log shifting. For the young Groot this was surreal, he hadn't seen anything like this before. The different smell and aromas of cooking was almost overwhelming. And for some reason, Groot felt a deep sense of hunger in him. "Oh, you woke up?" A little girl popped up from suddenly nowhere, scaring the young Groot. "I am Groot?" he exclaimed. "Oh. Then I'm Aisa," she said. "Are you hungry?" "Well, I am as well." But King Sanji said to wait. "So I'm waiting." She nodded cutely, bobbing her head back and forth. "I am Groot?" He looked at Aisa to Sanji. No wonder the human was so powerful. So he was a king here. A kind king. Hearing both of them talk, Sanji moved his head to look at them and gave them a smile. "Oh, you woke up," he said, smiling. "Let me give you something to eat." "Hey, I want food too," Aisa complained, before coughing. "I mean, my king, I also want some food." Sanji chuckled as he took 2 bowls with a gentle but confident touch. He delicately plucked the already boiled noodles from the pot, ensuring they retained their perfect al dente texture. The noodles glistened in the firelight, each strand coated with a thin layer of steam. Groot and Aisa had stars in their eyes as Sanji showed off his skills. They had never seen someone cook with this much elegance. "What you are witnessing is a work of art," Luffy said, suddenly appearing right beside Groot, surprising both of the kids. "This here is Sanji, the king of chefs and the fastest man alive." Robin chuckled. He might not be there yet, but who knows? He might really take both of the titles soon. The kids blinked again seeing her. And it wasn't only her either. The rest of the crew had also sat down in various places around the campfire, all of them appreciating Sanji's skills. And Sanji wasn't working with only 2 bowls either. No, there were at least 2 dozen bowls on the table as he worked on them. He handled the steamy noodles as if they were fragile treasures, gently lifting and separating them with a pair of wooden chopsticks. The noodles seemed to obey his every command, flowing gracefully in his grasp like a dancer's ribbon. They hung in midair for a moment, suspended in the warm night breeze, before being lowered into the waiting bowls. As he lowered the noodles into the bowls, they cascaded down in a perfect coil, creating an intricate, mesmerizing pattern. The simplicity of the act was transformed into artistry in Sanji's hands. The sight was awe-inspiring, a testament to his culinary mastery. With a final flourish, he set the bowls down on the table, their contents adorned with colorful, sautéed vegetables and aromatic broth. And to finish it all off, he topped them with beef jerky and half-boiled eggs. Sanji had turned a humble bowl of noodles into a work of culinary art, and the visual feast was as delightful as the taste promised to be. The kids gulped, already having water in their mouth, but they weren't the only ones. Luffy was gulping down saliva as well, gaining deadpans from them. "What? I'm a kid at heart," Luffy complained. The kids didn't say anything and just returned back to watching Sanji's work. Just as the cook finished placing all the bowls with food, he took out fresh chopsticks and placed them above the bowls of food, and placed them on all 5 trays. Right after that, a large octopus-looking man with 6 arms came along, taking the trays of food and going towards all of the crew, distributing it. Groot blinked, only not noticing so many people, and many of them looked different from one another. Aisa even had wings on her back. The young Groot wondered with excitement and anticipation at the wondrous world of outside. Though there was a tinge of sadness that his mother won't be able to experience this. Right then 2 bowls of food were placed by Sanji right in front of him and Aisa. "Enjoy the food," he said with a smile that made Groot almost forget about the tragedy as both Groot and Aisa dug into the food, enjoying their meal. In no time, their bowls were empty and they were eagerly asking for seconds. Even though Groot had a limited vocabulary of 3 words, one could easily read what he wanted. And the little guy wanted food, to taste everything and to experience new things. For Groot, this was an experience he would never forget and something that would make him decide the path in his life. Chapter 356. The next day, most of the Straw Hats returned back to the dungeon. As the dungeon was clearly shut off from the inside, they had to use the holes to crawl or jump down there. Sanji had told Luffy about everything he came to know from the older Groot about the dungeon. How this dungeon was used as a research lab of sorts, with multiple unexplored rooms. The dungeon stretched long, bigger than the city of Shandora. From underground, it almost covered 1/3 of Upper Yard. So there was a good chance of finding some interesting things down there. and with the defenses down, most of the crew members scattered in groups to find anything and everything interesting. Robin was in the main room, with Law, Luffy, and Kuina. With Law's powers and some tinkering, they were able to deactivate the dungeon. So she was trying to do something to activate a part of the dungeon. Law rearranged all of the pieces back together, but it did nothing as they still had the power boxes in their hand. The blue one was the main power core box, larger than the rest, yellow-colored core boxes. So except the blue one, Robin placed the yellow power boxes back into their places. She did it carefully one by one. Kuina was there as in case of any explosion, she would able to freeze them. While Luffy was there for her sister if she needed a quick way out. Law was there, because his powers were needed. But it seems all of their worries were for naught. They were able to successfully activate the dungeon, without its defenses. Meaning the walls could still be broken in from the outside. But that was neither good nor bad. The dungeon defenses also included the mechanical booms and other stuff. So they were also shut down. Which was a good thing. No one wanted a fight, well almost no one. Kuina and Luffy were quite sad that no fight broke out, but a look from Robin made them say otherwise. Kuina returned to reading her books, while Luffy started helping Robin with what she needed. In a way, it was time to relax a bit. Now that most of the worry was gone, Kuina could go back to reading. Robin had helped her a lot in the 2 weeks she joined the crew. Vivi and Sabo knew about the old language and did help in translating all the books from Tsurara Oikawa about Verf. But they didn't have time to translate the other books. But Robin did. Unlike them, she was a fast reader, a very fast one. With her multiple hands, she was able to translate almost all of the books that they had gained from the frozen tomb in Little Garden. She had a passion for it, and her translations were very easy to read through. But that's not the main concern. While reading through the books, Robin had figured something out from reading one of the books, Renora, the captain of the Black Moon Pirates. The book was a mix of short stories and poetry. But Robin hinted that it had something very interesting if you are able to figure it out. So having free time, Kuina picked it up. And she was glad that she did. The book, which would easily be mistaken as some fool's whimsical desires, was actually something akin to a hidden treasure for a blade user. Renora was a swordsman, she had known that. In his book, he had written about in detail, on how to use his type of swordsmanship. Of course, it wasn't easy, as Ren seemed to enjoy puzzles, so Kuina needed to practice how his technique worked and figure things out. And it seems that the style of swordsmanship used by Ren might be well suited for her. Ren's swordsmanship was based around his physically weak body, which made him hard for his opponents to fight one-on-one. So at an early age he developed a sword style revolving around a weak physique. Of course, later in life, his condition was cured after getting treatment in the Grand Line. But by then he refused to change his sword style and built upon it, adding layers to it to make it better. A sword style that made him one of the most feared blade users in the world. And Kuina really appreciated that style of swordsmanship. It almost opened a whole new door for her. As a female, she was of course physically weak. With training of course she was able to do stuff that even ordinary men weren't able to do. But even then, most of her technique revolved around her ability to move at fast speeds and being nimble, not strength. Even in her early years, the style of swordsmanship taught by her father was based around strength, so she had to adjust. Zoro had to as well, but that was because he was using 3 swords, not because of the strength aspect. She was training her way of the sword before Zoro or Luffy, and yet they were better blade users than her. It was hard to admit, but physical limitations might be a reason. Now, one way of bridging that gap would be by eating a devil fruit, preferably an ancient zone or a mythical zone. But she refused to do that. At least for now. And her sword needed to be reforged with a devil fruit to repair its damage, so she wasn't going to eat one herself if it was a choice. That's why the sword style used by Rin was something she could work with. And if she was able to grasp it, she might be able to do something amazing with it. Chapter 357. With the dungeon activated, Robin was also able to access the large computer in the room. Though, funnily enough, she didn't know much about how to operate it. But Luffy could. He had a suspicion that Sanji might be able to do it as well. He was from a technologically advanced place, after all, being part of Germa 66 and all. But the chef couldn't come down to the dungeon as the young Groot refused to leave his side or let him enter the dungeon, so it was left to him. Luffy was no tech nerd. But he could navigate far better than Robin, especially when the SID computer ran what looked like a modified version of Windows XP, even if he was almost 20 years out of practice. Well, it wasn't Windows XP, but something very similar. And luckily he grew up with that shit in his first life. Sure, the language was a bit hard, but with Robin helping him, it didn't take long to access files and other things with regard to the dungeon. You know, I'm a bit jealous that you are better at this than me, Robin said, honestly. And you aren't going to tell me about how you can do it either. Shishishi. It's nothing important, believe me. Luffy just laughed. It was a good thing Robin wasn't pushing for answers. This kind of technology wasn't something anyone from the East Blue could pass by. Even Law, who had a freaking submarine for a ship, didn't know heads or tails on how to operate it. So of course the crew was a bit curious as to how Luffy was able to operate it. But they didn't question any further. With access to the computer, Luffy was able to get some notes about the dungeon and its research. It also had a bunch of information, and it would take a lot of time to go through them, and they couldn't access everything in the dungeon, without the blue power box either. But placing it in would also activate the Golden Knight, so they didn't do it. You know, this place has a bunch of cool rooms with security features that can act as training. Luffy said looking at Robin, it's a shame that we can't access those without entering the blue power box. She nodded as she started reading through the blocks of text written in ancient language, writing down things on her notebook from time to time. What she was trying to figure out was the purpose of the dungeon. Sure, the Golden Knight had already said so, but she wanted to know why. And it wasn't every day that you find such a rich source of information. Luffy on the other hand wondered if Frankie would be able to use this tech. Well, he should be, he was a cyborg after all. And he did upgrade himself in one of Vegapunk's old islands, so this kind of tech should be up his alley. If not, he should be able to figure it out. It seems that the ancient kingdom isn't much better than the current one, Robin said with a hint of sadness and dread in her voice. What do you mean, Robin? Law asked. Even Luffy and Kuina looked at her. She sighed. It seems that whoever built this dungeon wanted to end the world government. Meaning this dungeon here might be way before the world government took seat. Everyone was a bit surprised at the information, even Luffy. And this place was created mainly to make a better biological weapon to fight against the world government. But the researchers here abandoned it when they were found out. So they gave a homicidal eye full control over experiments and ran with their tails between their legs. Luffy finished, getting a surprised look from Robin. What? That's how usually stories go. Well, you aren't wrong, Law replied with a deadpan, before she looked at Robin. Anyway, did all the years of research have any results? It might seem crude. But most of the crew is out there exploring, don't want anyone finding a Frankenstein in the basement. Robin hummed, well there are some results, but all of them were killed by time. It seemed they really were trapped for 400 years down here. I'm surprised on how the old brute was able to live that long. That long of an isolation would make anyone insane. She said with sadness. The others nodded, this place really was a tragedy. Though, it also had its own boons. Still, mournful tragedy aside. This place still has a lot of good technology and Sanji said something about this place giving out rewards to their challengers and whatnot. Any information on that? Luffy asked. Even though the researchers here built the place for horrifying experiments, they also anticipated this place falling in danger. So they gave the duty of guarding the place to the local natives that lived here. And promised them with an opportunity to gain power every 10 years or so. So every 10 years or so, for a short time the dungeon would give access to 10 or more outsiders to come in and face the trials. And if they passed, they would be gifted with a better gun or other weapons. Mainly, they were bidding for the Shandorans to do their bidding without asking too many questions. Luffy winced, yeah, we should keep that information to ourselves? The Shandorans won't like it knowing that their ancestors were fooled into doing guard duty. Robin nodded as suddenly the transponder snail on Luffy's pocket started to ring. Perep here. It was the black transponder snail, and it was shrunken down to pocket size by Usopp. Moshi Moshi. Luffy here. Luffy, we found the treasury. Nami's voice called out. We found gold, rubies, and diamonds. Lots of them. All shiny. Woo. She said, and she might have tossed her transponder snail in the air before Luffy heard a sound of her jumping and falling on coins. Luffy felt kind of bad for the transponder snail, but Usopp seemed to have caught it. Hey, be careful with them. They get scared easily. Anyway, we also found a devil fruit here. Usopp added with a grin, and it's a good one. That brought a smile to Luffy's face, almost making him squeal, I'm coming. He said, as ended the call, and ran out of the room with the eagerness of a child. Woo. Robin, Kuina, and Law looked on as Luffy left in a dust cloud. And this man is going to save the world? The world is doomed. Kuina flatly added, gaining chuckles from both Robin and Law, as they shook their head, getting back to work. Their captain might be impulsive, but when push comes to shove, he always steps in. No one doubted that. Chapter 358 Nami and Usopp weren't the only ones either. While they found a devil fruit and a treasury of the dungeon, Anchor had found himself an old smithy that was left unused and yet in perfect condition. A smithy that was far better than the portable one that he used, and carried it shrunken down in the going merry. And not only that, the smithy also had a bunch of weapons and other tools in them. Most of them were either unfinished or heavily damaged, but for Anchor all of them were way too valuable. While he found a smithy, Johnny, Yosaku, and Bartolomeo found a graveyard of sorts, filled with bones and skins of beasts and gruesome stuff. They even found a lab filled with preserved body parts and other things. All in all, they were left horrified by the experience. Still, after looking over all of them, the first thought of most members were to burn them. But Law, Bippo, and even Chopper thought otherwise, as they might get some medical information from them. And even Anchor agreed, as one of the carcasses of the dead animals was an ancient iron rhino. And that could be used for making weapons. Weapons similar to Luffy's Horn's Edge, which was made from normal iron rhino. Luffy had no plans on upgrading his old Naginata, but in the future Anchor might be able to do it. So that was good to know. Other than that, they were also able to get a lot of research-related info from the control room of the dungeon. Though, they could get way more if they put the main power box back in, but that might bring other problems, so they had to work with what they had. The next day, within the dungeon's dimly lit confines, the resonant echoes of the smithy filled the air, enveloping the space with an atmosphere of industry and craft. The rhythmic clanging of a hammer striking metal reverberated through the chamber, a testament to the tireless dedication of the skilled blacksmith at work. Each blow was precise and purposeful, as he worked. Amidst the chorus of metal on metal, the crackling of the roaring fire lent warmth and illumination to the otherwise austere surroundings. Its flickering flames danced with fiery energy, casting dynamic shadows upon the walls adorned with the tools of the trade. The air bore the unmistakable scent of burning coals and heated metal, a potent blend that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of craftsmanship. All around, the resonant symphony of the smithy, the hammer's melody, the crackle of the fire, and the man's fervent grunts converged into a scene of dedication and artistry. It was none other than Popeye the Anchor, who was hammering away at his work, getting used to the new smithy. Running the old smithy back was tough, it took the previous whole day to do it. Yet it was worth it. The place was large, and Anchor could do many more things here rather than in his humble portable smithy. The place was so large that he could even build armor for giants here. And with raw metals, some of them being very valuable, were also another reason to work here. His humble smithy won't be able to process those finer materials. As he finished hammering, he set his hammer aside. So you want to make a weapon, huh? Anchor smirking, looking up from his work, eyeing Sabo. Well, it was mostly Luffy's idea. Sabo said, politely, though, I would very much appreciate if you could make me a weapon. Luffy, who was at the side, grinned. Yup, it was my idea. One made of conductive metals, no less. This might be a challenge. His grin widened. I like challenges. He then looked at Luffy, getting a bit serious. Captain, I think I might be ready. And I might need that for making his weapon. Luffy blinked, a bit surprised. Are you sure? How's your life return training going? Do you think you can control the side effects? Anchor nodded. Yes. I should be able to. I had Tech-Kai down when I was in the Marines, so picking up life return wasn't that tough. Though getting at its advanced usage was. I'm still not there yet. But if I'm going to make a weapon from scratch, I'm willing to take the risk. Sabo blinked, looking between Anchor and Luffy, not getting what they were talking about. So he asked, what are you guys talking about? Devil fruit. Luffy replied, with seriousness, the munch fruit to be exact. I have no issue giving you that fruit. But remember the particular weakness it gives. Anchor nodded, I know. But sometimes you have to take risky decisions. And if I'm going to make a weapon that will have my name on it, a weapon created by me, then I'm going to try with all I have to make it as perfect as possible. Luffy nodded, and before Sabo could ask more about it, the young rubber man took out a fruit from his back pocket. Surprising both Sabo and Anchor. He grinned, I knew you might do something. But get used to the fruit. How it works, before using it for your craft. Anchor snorted with some amusement and respect, you don't have to tell me that. It will give myself a few days to get used to the basic things the fruit can do. I only need its basic power anyway, so yeah. I will take my time. He then took the fruit from Luffy's hand and looked at Sabo. I'm going to make you a weapon that's going to be legendary. With that he bit into the fruit, his face immediately morphed into disgust, but he gulped it down. And right as he did, his jawline got more pronounced, not like Wapol, who had a metal jaw, but he looked much more similar to the cartoon Popeye with his overextended jaw. He opened his mouth, and... Wait, are your teeth made of metal? Luffy blinked, but it was gone. He looked at Sabo. Yeah, I also saw that. Can you, turn it on and off? Sabo asked. Anchor grinned with full teeth as they changed from white to metallic, then back to white. Yup, I have some kind of on-off function with my powers. Though. I do feel hungry. But not as much as I expected. He said, closing his eyes and concentrating. He opened them and sighed, it seems I can't turn off my hunger. Not with life return or anything. He said, though he was thinking something. Sabo looked at Luffy for an explanation. It's the Munch Munch fruit. It's said to give its user eternal hunger. Luffy said grimly. Anchor tried to negate that weakness by learning to control his hunger hormones, but it seems that doesn't work. Right as he finished it, Anchor took out one of the broken swords that was in his collection and started munching on it. Both Luffy and Sabo winced as Anchor started to take the whole sword in his mouth, before spitting out a fixed sword. He then looked over the Luffy and Sabo, while he appreciated his work. Wasn't that hard to do? And I also might have figured something out. Anchor didn't explain further and took an iron ingot and started chewing on it, but rather than spitting something out, he continued his chewing. It went on for a whole minute before Luffy broke the silence. You are going to tell us what you are doing? Huh? Oh, I forgot. You see, I'm not hungry. When I munch on things, I don't need to eat to feel satisfied. Anchor said as he munched between words. I think good quality chewing gum will do the trick for my hunger part. Luffy opened and closed his mouth. You, my friend, are a genius. He admitted. He figured out a key counter to the weakness in just a few minutes. Granted, Wapol didn't have the brightest of mind, but still. Shishishi. I expect nothing less from my smith. Now, let's start making weapons. Sure. Thing. Captain. Okay, first let's get Sanji to make you some chewing gum first. Luffy winced at the screeching noise as Anchor nodded, closing his mouth and chewing. Chapter 359. 4 days later, while Anchor was training his munch powers, Luffy was training most of his crew in observation haki. As he previously had mentioned, up here, using observation haki or any kind of haki was relatively easy. It almost took half the effort to use haki here, and Luffy had a suspicion that that's the main reason why the Sky People had a few mantra users here. And with that in mind, Luffy put everyone to the grind. He even forced Cricket and the Monkey Brothers, Mazira, Shaujo, to join in on the exercises. And with so many people trying to learn observation haki, Luffy had put together a training ground of sorts. Well, he didn't need to do it. But Luffy wanted to. I mean, who wouldn't want to create a room full of booby traps similar to the dangerous training equipment straight out of Kung Fu Panda? And with so much empty space in the dungeon rooms, this was just meant to be. After clearing out one of the rooms, it just needed some specialized equipment. And with Anchor still getting used to his new powers, Luffy made the smith build training equipment from the destroyed trees, rocks, and other stuff in Upper Yard. And while Luffy was doing that, Anchor even went a step further and cleared out the whole section of the destroyed forest into organized logs of wood. Anchor also deduced that with time, when he was better at using his powers, he could compress any kind of materials to make them much more dense. That really helped with Luffy's plan of selling them in the future. With that cleared out, Sanji took the time to plant new trees of various kinds and sped up the growing process with his powers. With Usopp, Groot, and Aisa helping along with that. Though unlike Anchor, Sanji needed to use a lot of power to speed up things, so it would take time. But he was sure that in a month, with how things were going, the Upper Yard would be filled with trees like before. And this time, they would be much more organized. Because of Enel, Angel Island was heavily damaged and the Shandoran homes were practically destroyed. So, Sanji made the choice mainly because of Luffy and Robin's suggestion to migrate both people into Upper Yard, with their own separate sections. As Upper Yard was a soil-rich environment, this would also clear out the food shortage problem that Enel created when he destroyed the food stocks of both groups a couple of days ago. Sanji was practically the king here, and with wood provided by Anchor and labor provided by some of the Straw Hats, building new homes for both groups were going just as planned. Having found a literal dungeon in Upper Yard, Luffy wanted to make it their own base. Even if the dungeon was shut down, there was a good chance that in the future, it would be operable. So having people monitor and look after Upper Yard was a good thing altogether. Especially since a lot of dangerous animals were still present. They were subdued mainly by Sparky, Jin and Kobe, but he was sure some of the wild animals are bound to get ambitious after they left. And in a way, it would act as a good training tool for the people living here. So the warriors of Shandora and Angel Island could keep them in check, and when in the future more people came, they could also migrate easily here. Even though Sanji was the king here, bringing in new people from outside wasn't something he would oppose. Mainly as the same people would either be the crew's extended family or friends. But that was for the future. For now, there was no need to take such drastic measures. Anyway, aside from the civilized development, the training room for the crew was done. It was more of an obstacle course, that went like a runner's track, that connected the beginning with the end. The room was also very big, easily big enough to fit 8 soccer, or football, fields side by side, so a lot of equipment were needed to fill in the training room. The main area of the obstacle course was locked with dangerous traps and weapons set in for the challengers, but inside the room were also some standard training equipment that were made heavy and durable for the crew. Anyway, the obstacle course was set with 3 levels. The first level was easy. Well, at least for him and the fighters of the crew. Only half of the traps would be active, and most of them are non-lethal. So one would need to run through the obstacle course and reach the end point without getting hit. For those who are learning observation hockey, they needed to finish the course with a blindfold on. It was tough, but it was needed. Observation hockey could be learned even for non-combat, and in the grand scheme of things, weaker members needed it more than the stronger ones that could take a few hits. Luffy also made sure to make it like a game setting, and even made a scoring record of sorts to get the competitive blood running. There was also rewards and everything for it. So a lot of people were interested in it. Even some of the members outside the Straw Hats, such as Cricket and his group and a few of the Shandorn warriors, who were basically fellow adrenaline junkies. They might not be crewmates, but they helped with the building process, and who knows, in the future some of them might join in. Anyway, Luffy would have liked to include the gravity tech found here, but Anchor wasn't that well versed in machine making. The main problem was the power source, as a normal battery can't power it. Lightning, from either Sanji or Sabo, can power it, but it needed fine control or the gravity ball would break. Anchor was good at machines, but not on the level where he could make or modify them to fit into the danger room. But if anyone in the crew, mainly Luffy, needed gravity training, he could eat a few of them and become a little gravity man and place Luffy under it while he trained. It wasn't the perfect solution, but it was far better than anything. As even normal weight training, bench, squat, and deadlifts became hard to do. So the grind continued. The second level was a bit harder, with 70% of the traps and weapons being activated, some of them being a bit on the dangerous side. And everyone taking the second level would not only be blindfolded, they would also have their ears plugged by trusty noise-cancelling headphones. Luffy had found a pair of them in the dungeon's main control room, and with Anchor's help, he was able to produce a few copies of them. With no sight or hearing, the game became much more complex. Still, some of them were doing quite well, mainly those that couldn't fully use observation hockey well. This level was mainly for observation hockey user to get better at their reaction time and hone their instincts. The third level had all the obstacles activated, with added railguns and other sharp and lethal traps. Unless one had observation hockey at a good level, they weren't allowed to use it. Jin had tried, and good thing he was in his ancient zone form. The man was literally thrown around from one trap to another like a rag doll. Even with his added weight and size, the traps did him dirty. But that was kind of a given, since Usopp took the leading charge of controlling the guns and traps manually. And Usopp, he was an evil little bastard when given control of such things. Usopp, for this reason, only liked the training room a lot. Even more than Luffy, but mainly because he would mix up the patterns of the traps every few hours to throw off the challengers who were getting used to patterns and started relying on memory to get a higher score. Anyway, even though the third level was tough, with some of the members, the traps weren't too hard for them. Such as Luffy, Sabo, Sparky, Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji. Almost all of them were able to blitz the obstacle course. So Luffy added a need for everyone, taking the third level, to wear weighted armor that was not only bulky in size but was at least 3 tons. So, with the added weight, came the need for balance, so speed was heavily reduced. Even for him. But, Luffy loved that level. And he would have loved it even more if his brother didn't get the highest score. Chapter 360. You know, having a Logia is a cheat. Luffy complained as he got himself out of the weighted armor. Armor that was made from the mechanical stone golems after removing their core and stashing a few of them together with Anchor's ability. Sabo just rubbed the back of his head as he smiled, taking it as a compliment. Sabo, when taking the course, didn't fully go elemental and blitz it. No, that would be unfair, so he only used electricity on his legs in combination, like how Ace and Sanji did, to boost his speed. Even with sea stone bullets, Sabo was able to morph his body out of the way of the bullets. Contrary to popular belief, one didn't need advanced observation to do it for normal shots. Only when the bullets or attacks are fired by another observation hockey user, whose attack speed is just as fast or faster than you, only then do you need to rely on the advanced version of observation. Speed was another thing that Sabo was better at than Luffy. His brother was already figuring out some of the moves that Ace used with and were using it with his lightning. So yeah, Luffy would need to step up his game if he wanted to compete with him. Sanji, are you ready? Usopp called out, a manic grin on his face, bringing all of their attention to the speedster. Sanji snorted, do your worst. Muahahaha. Oh, I shall, my little friend. Usopp added dramatically. He was on one of the pillars of the dungeon. Each pillar had a variety of weapons set up pointed at the track, and it was set up in a way where Usopp could control them easily. Sanji grinned, getting low and activating his speed overdrive as the count started. He was also, like others, wearing bulky armor. This was also the reason why he wasn't able to keep his hands in his pockets, covered by armor and all. The cook breathed in a lungful of air, as his feet caught flames and sparks of electricity started crackling around it. 1. Go. Sanji dashed with all his might. The ground under him bounced like rubber, absorbing the force, kicking off dust and debris as he moved. The extra weight from the armor was heavy enough to strain his exoskeleton, so even with going all out, he needed to make an effort. He moved with grace, becoming a blur that went beyond the speed of sound. The traps activated with Usopp's command. He dodged the bullets thrown his way, the traps that flung from the floor, or the maces and double-edged axes that came at him with frightening speed. He dodged them all, some with a wide breath, some just barely. He even had to use moonwalk multiple times along with instant transmission to avoid getting tripped or tangled. But they weren't the main issue. From time to time, yellow laser blasts would come his way from random directions, throwing him off. Sanji barely dodged them, hissing when one of them almost hit him in the chest. It was a wonder how Anchor and Usopp were able to figure it out from the pacifist attack they had gathered. Unlike the gravity ball, they didn't have the energy issue, so they could be used as training. Some of the traps, which were made by Usopp, were quirky, throwing hot chili powder or itching powder. If one got hit by them, it won't reduce the points, but they were a hassle to deal with and avoid. And when Sanji was done, he almost crashed into some of the traps, due to the sudden break, but Luffy managed to grab him with his stretched arm before he could. Easy there. Luffy grinned as he pulled him towards him. Sanji gave him a nod of appreciation as he looked towards Usopp. 3.103 seconds. He said. Whoa, you are almost beating me in speed. Luffy blinked at Sanji. And Luffy was going all out with his snake man as well. It seems that after gaining his fruit, Sanji is getting better. He might even surpass him in speed if this keeps up. In the scoreboard the scores were shown. This was only today's score. They had tested it for a few days, and each day they improved by a small margin, which also motivated them to do better. Sanji nodded at the result. He improved a bit from yesterday and was happy with it. And he was also happy that his shoes and pants didn't get destroyed. He had to thank Usopp and Anchor for that one. TCH. You might have won this time, but remember this is far from over. Usopp said with passion and drama, before taking a clipboard and writing something on it. Anyway, Sparky, you are next. Usopp called out, continuing the tests. Sparky came, and this time, he was wearing. Wait, is that a black domino mask and a yellow cape? Fear me, villain. For I shall stop you from succeeding in your evil schemes. He said, pointing his index fingers, with 3 of his hands, at Usopp. There was a silence before Usopp cleared his throat. Fear? How bold. You will taste defeat, unlike before. I have prepared for your doom. And the games continued. Chapter 361. Luffy moved the red electricity crackling around his body, a wide smile on his face as he swung his Naginata. The power from his weapon surged out as he swung widely. His swing was met halfway by Sabo's golden staff that crackled with blue electricity, creating a shockwave of scattering lightning bolts that jolted the grounds around them, creating destruction in the surroundings. Both weapons laced with normal armament hockey and electricity from their powers. They were trying to improve the control aspect of their abilities, and going all out wouldn't give them any results. Mainly being that Sabo's golden staff was just a makeshift one that Sabo started to use for training. The one Anchor is going to make would take some time. Both of them moved with blinding speed, weapon against weapon, lightning against lightning. Each clash created shockwaves that resounded in the empty dungeon room, as even the lights above flickered due to the electric discharge. The hair on their heads were flowing wildly due to the electric discharge as well. It was a majestic sight to behold, as blurs of red and blue lightning blinked in and out of the scene. Each time they met, it shook the whole dungeon. Oi, don't forget about me. Sanji called out, diving leg first, his leg laced with red-hot flames that suddenly turned blue from all the electricity-boosting power. Landing a blow in between Luffy and Sabo, making both fighters jump back, before he moved towards Sabo. As Sabo was better than both of them, both of the Straw Hats had teamed up to beat the Logia user. This was also the reason why Luffy wasn't going gear forth. With a thud, his blue flaming leg met Sabo's golden staff, both being laced with armament hockey that gave off a blue and black electric discharge midair. You are getting better at this. Sabo commented before his smile morphed into a shit-eating grin, but you left your side wide open. Dragon Claw. Gah. Sanji grunted as he took the hit. He hissed in pain, as Sabo's attack was shockwave-based. It negated his durability and exoskeleton and directly injured his insides. But Sanji wasn't one to lose, so rather than falling, he spun back, around from the recoil of the hit and kicked upwards at Sabo with his leg momentarily flickering into blue flames right before the hit. Sabo was wide-eyed and quickly had to cover his side with his arm, but still he was thrown back. Good one. Almost got me, but... He was cut midway, when, Gamu Gamu no. With that Luffy suddenly came in with a kick that Sabo blocked, but quickly regretted it as Luffy gave out a fury of punches, each one laced with red electricity that caused shock waves. And yet Sabo defended the attack with his frightening reaction time. Of course, Luffy needed to have his nameless Neginata on his back while using his energy abilities, or else he wouldn't be able to use them, as technically the fruit was consumed by his Neginata. Not him. While this was happening, Sanji was leaning on his knee, panting, catching his breath. He also fell out of his speed overdrive as he couldn't keep it up all the time. And they had been going at it for almost 3 hours now, so yeah, he was having stamina issues. Sue him. God, that sounds awful in this context. But 3 hours should be enough, right? I mean, it's not like I can go beyond that. He thought, wondering about a certain someone. Oi, who the heck are you thinking about? Luffy called out, while fighting Sabo, no slacking off. Sanji almost went in panic attack and hatefully glared at his captain for a few seconds before shaking his head. Luffy really has the worst timings. Now wasn't the time to think about that stuff. Sabo and Luffy were battling out in the air and he needed to join. But first, he needed to recover. In the fight with the Golden Knight, Sanji finally figured out the trick to using blue flames. His own flames couldn't burn that hot, but there was a way to make them go blue. And that was with speed overdrive. His speed overdrive was a technique that, the longer he used the technique, the faster he got. So as he was building up speed, he could channel that speed into his flames, making them burn hotter momentarily. But doing so took a lot out of him, so he needed to use it sparingly. That's why he used it in short bursts, boosting his attack power momentarily. And that made a huge difference. As even Luffy needed to use his full-on armament haki along with Tech Kai to not get damaged for his kicks. His captain was clearly impressed by his new set of power and even suggested him to learn an advanced version of armament after getting his blue fire down, as that would boost his attack power to an unimaginable level. So that's why Sanji was pushing his body to use speed overdrive and making his body adapt so that he can use it full time. That's also the reason why he was munching an energy bar while watching Luffy and Sabo fight. As he needed the extra calories and nutrition to fix his body with life return. Also, even though his blue flames gave him a boost to his power and strength, he needed to be cautious or he might break his own leg. Moving at that kind of speed at that strength, he needed to be careful. Unlike his brothers, his exoskeleton was much weaker, even though it was getting stronger. That's why he found a way to use Tech Kai on his exoskeleton to boost his durability in that area. It worked for now, but he either needed to get good at controlling his blue flames or fix his exoskeleton issue. As the second part was undoable on his end, Sanji opted to get better at the control aspect. And what better way to do so than with the Lightning Man himself? Blue flames were basically plasma after all, and he did have some minor electricity control due to his speed powers. Seeing Luffy get pushed back, Sanji moved in, his feet laced with red flames before they turned blue. Don't forget about me. Ifra Jamb, Boyuf burst. Chapter 362. With Sanji fighting in for his end, Luffy took some time to catch his breath. He was mainly using the powers of the energy fruit. A Parimsha devil fruit that was quite useful with what plans he had in future. But for now, he needed to get better at it. That is the reason why all three of them were trying to better their electric powers. It's still unbelievable that you ate a fruit. Even I don't know how that works. I was just hungry, his Neginata responded. How that was possible was anyone's guess. But Luffy wasn't going to question a gift like that. So with that, along with his own fruit, he was also trying to gain access to a set of powers. He had some tips from Zoro, and gained quite a bit of insight due to his Nozarashi having similar abilities. But Luffy's were much more complicated. In theory, he could copy any type of energy, but the more complicated it was, the harder it got. Pure raw energy was easy. He was doing attacks with pure raw energy even before getting the fruit, with using Rokugan and other attacks similar to it, like his Leogun. But unlike before, he might be able to spam the attack. Flames were also easy, mostly due to his experience with fire-based attacks. He hadn't tried it with Kuina's ice or Verf. So he had no idea on that end. Lightning on the other hand was tough but manageable, same for blue flames. But for now he was mainly trying to learn how to better use his electric powers. Mainly for observation haki. Even Sabo wasn't able to do what Enel did, listening to the voices by becoming a giant microphone, but he was getting there. And once Sabo figured it out, Luffy wouldn't mind shamelessly learning it from his brother, That's why he was trying to better the electric aspect of his powers. He also needed it as it was a great way to snoop in on critical information. Mainly in the coming months, as he would be called to Maniford. And with all the Marines there, he couldn't be too careful. That was his main goal for the training from now on, as he was pretty sure, unless something drastic thing happened, he wouldn't be fighting anyone stronger until he crossed to the second half of the Grand Line. But who knows? Anyway, Sabo was also trying to get overall better with his fruit, as having the lightning logia had a lot of potential. A power that would surely boost the power of the Revolutionary Army as a whole. That's why he was trying to get better at it. Sanji mainly joined in on the training to improve and get better control of his Ifrit. Even though he awakened his powers way early, they weren't on the level of post-Wano Sanji. His attack power was nothing to scoff at, even though he needed to fulfill certain conditions to use his blue flames, they were as damaging as an advanced armament hockey punch. And that was saying something. Still, having blue flames was something admirable. Even Luffy wondered about using blue flames like that. Blue Hawk? The name needed work. Speaking of that, Luffy had already accepted that the One Piece world had some wacky logic. Like for some reason magma being hotter than normal flames despite the fact that it was the opposite in his original world. So he always kept an open mind to things. And it was a wild guess, which most likely is true, is that Ace's blue flames might be as hot as Sabo's lightning. Cause Ace's flames were almost plasma-like. And now so was Sanji's. How Akanu's magma fell into that comparison was another question. Was his magma hotter than regular flames? Canonically, yes. But against lightning or blue flames? Who knows? And that's only factoring in without armament hockey. Along with armament hockey having defensive usage, one can empower their own attacks with it as well. Like a simple rock with the same speed and strength will do 5 to 10 times more damage if you put armament hockey in it. Luffy remembered how in Amazon Lily, even normal arrows were breaking boulders with ease. It was due to the armament hockey's enhancement aspect. So even if Akanu's magma was similarly hot as Sabo and Ace's elements, without hockey. With hockey, it might get even hotter, depending on how strong Akanu's hockey is, due to the armament hockey's enhancement aspect. And that's not even factoring in Conqueror's hockey and how that might boost its effect even further. Garp had advanced Conqueror's hockey under his belt. The old man had shown him how terrifyingly effective it was by beating the shit out of him. Now, even though Luffy had a lot of knowledge of the original One Piece, the series wasn't finished when he came here, it was still an egghead. And with how shonen anime is usually written, the next villain being stronger and stronger, one can guess that admirals might just have advanced Conqueror's hockey. Well, at least Akainu would. Sengoku had it, so as the next fleet admiral, he should also have it. Aokiji also might have it as he battled Akainu for 10 days straight. But he might be wrong. Mainly with his joining Blackbeard pirates. Kizaru? Who knows? Same for Fujitora. Even the revolutionaries have limited information on the admirals. As when they go all out, there is little evidence of what they do. Either the information is controlled or no one has survived to tell the tale of how powerful they were. The admirals are basically the boogeymen of the Marines. Still, if Luffy wanted he could ask Dragon or even Whitebeard about them. As they should have some info on them, but... No, Luffy shook his head. It was quite tempting to not know of the upcoming dangers due to the thrill aspect of things. But he had a crew and he had responsibilities for them. His crew was also originally bigger than the Cannon's Straw Hats too, so he can never be too careful. With that in mind, Luffy focused back on the training. Let's get it rolling, partner. Luffy grinned. While his Naginata gave him a scoff, but a mental nod as he provided him with power. Red lightning crackled around from his nameless Naginata before he used Moonwalk to dive headfirst towards Sabo and Sanji. Chapter 363 In the dimly lit chamber of the dungeon, a battle raged between two blade users. Is that the best you can do? Zoro grinned, his three swords ablaze with searing green flames, as he faced off against Kuina, wielding Wado Akamaji with an icy grace that mirrored the chill in her gaze. No, it's not, you broken compass, Kuina retorted as she countered Zoro's strike. The air was heavy as both swordsmen clashed. Their movements were a blur of green and blue. Zoro's fiery blade slashed through the air with a ferocity that matched the flames dancing along their edges, while Kuina's swordplay exhibited an elegant precision that belied the raw power of her ice-infused strikes. Each clash of their blades sent shockwaves through the chamber, scorching and freezing the dungeon walls, leaving behind charred and frost-covered scars that bore testament to the intensity of their battle. Amidst the whirlwind of steel and elemental power, Zoro and Kuina exchanged words, bickering with one another as they went on. They had been going on for quite a while now. Even though for anyone who didn't know any better, they would think this as an all-out battle, but it was far from it. They were just warming up. Zoro pushed Kuina back, as she dug her heels into the ground, leaving marks on the frozen floor. The three-bladed swordsman could have followed through but didn't. Kuina, Zoro said, a bit thoughtful, you usually ask either Luffy or Sanji to train with you. So I'm finding it difficult to believe that you called me to train instead. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Oh, please, you know why. Kuina said with a small smile as she rested her sword on her shoulder. From when they were little, they would usually train in places where the other couldn't see it, mainly because even since their childhood, they saw each other as rivals. That's the reason why unless it was a match, they usually didn't spar together. Cut the bullshit, Zoro snorted, you obviously want to use your new techniques on me. Same ones that you have been practicing secretly, so just get on with it. I'm also curious about them. Kuina grinned. It was true, no swordsman or swordswoman changed their swordsmanship this far down their career. Unless it was something amazing. And that piqued Zoro's curiosity. The way she held her sword, the way she moved, it was all different from how it was used to be. She wasn't lying when she said her new swordplay was amazing. Hearing that, Kuina's lips quirked up. Oh, impatient are you? She said, holding down her sword, shifting into a sword stance. Zoro's grin almost turned feral. I won't hold back. Show me how much stronger you've become. His eyes burned with determination, refusing to underestimate his friend-turned-foe. Even Akito no Zarashi burned hotter as the green flame started to spread around from his blades to the surrounding area. I'm still not fully used to the new technique. They need much refinement. But I can show you something interesting. Kuina said, suddenly her form distorted. And by instinct and observation haki, Zoro quickly held up Sandai Kaitetsu to block Kuina, who was by his side. And even though Zoro was able to block the sword, he was thrown off balance as Kuina's form distorted again. This time Zoro was much sharper, relying on his observation haki to quickly deflect Kuina's attack. Sparks of fire and frost flew by as she moved and disappeared again. Zoro wasn't the one that liked being on the defensive, so he moved in to attack when Kuina appeared next. Both of them clashed, but even when using all of his strength, Zoro found his strikes being lackluster, almost as if Kuina was redirecting the force of his attacks. The three-bladed swordsman's eyes widened. That was impressive. Kuina wasn't only redirecting the force of Zoro's attack, she was channeling it back into her own attacks. She was using his strength against him. This is fun. Zoro admitted, even Nozarashi hummed as he moved wildly, hope you don't mind me going all out. Again both blade users locked blades as they looked at one another. Kuina's response was as cold as the ice that infused her strikes. Don't think you can defeat me so easily, Roronoa, she retorted, her breath forming frosty puffs in the air. Also, let's keep it short. Anchor's going to make something amazing today, it would be unfair if I knock you out, so I might or might not have to hold back. Zoro's brow twitched, why you little. As their blades clashed again, the dungeon walls bore the brunt of their titanic struggle. The flames and ice left their mark, scorching and freezing the stone walls with each passing moment. The heat and cold of their battle permeated the room, creating a surreal juxtaposition of fire and ice, a testament to the power and determination of these two friends-turned-rivals. Of course, Kuina was joking on her part about holding back. Zoro was stronger than her, but she found it rather amusing to push his buttons. With nothing holding them back, Zoro was even freely using his conqueror's haki to tip off Kuina. While Kuina's new swordsmanship was hypnotic in nature that played with people's senses and used their strength against them. For a conqueror's haki user like Zoro, he could also mess with people's senses by using his haki in short bursts to restrict their movements. He mainly got the idea from Shiryu of the Rain, the swordsman who was able to manifest his bloodlust. While Zoro couldn't do anything similar yet, but the power of conquerors was no joke with what Luffy had explained with its advanced usage. So why hold yourself back? Zoro had to admit Kuina's new style of swordplay fit her better. She was always adaptable and nimble in her movements, and her new style suited that. Even Zoro was having a hard time using brute force against her. Dance of the Uchiha, Kuina said, her frost mark appearing as a second layer of ice protected her skin, and releasing a wave of mist that quickly surrounded the whole dungeon. If it was previously that her powers would have only covered a small area, now, even the dungeon rooms that was meant for giants was easily filled with her mist. And as this was an enclosed area, the mist had nowhere to go, as it started to cover the whole room. Zoro didn't sit still either, as he started burning up the mist with his flames. So in a way, it was kind of like a race between who would last the longest. With the mist covering Zoro's entire view, he had to rely solely on observation haki as Kuina attacked from all sides. Ice sword style, Crystal Sakura Hurricane. Three sword style, Rengoku Tatsumaki. Waves of frozen sakura leaves that matched the wave of a tsunami at a massive scale clashed with the green flamed twister. Each attack laced with armament haki and power, throwing a showdown that looked majestic and dangerous to anyone unfortunate enough to watch. Both fighters had grins on their face as the battle rang on, each giving their all. Chapter 364. The resonant echoes of the smithy filled the air, enveloping the space with an atmosphere of industry and craft. The rhythmic clanging of a hammer striking metal reverberated through the chamber, a testament to the tireless dedication of the skilled blacksmith at work. The fire of the forge was strong, with sweat pouring down the face of Anchor as he focused on his work. Each blow was precise and purposeful, as he worked. The chorus of metal on metal, and the crackling of the roaring fire lent warmth and illumination to the otherwise austere surroundings. Its flickering flames danced with fiery energy, casting dynamic shadows upon the walls adorned with the tools of the trade. The air bore the unmistakable scent of burning coals and heated metal, a potent blend that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of craftsmanship. A bit more, Anchor thought as he hammered away at his work. Working on the base of the weapon. The long dark pole was made by darkhorn iron and bloodstained platinum. Alloys that were unusually hard to melt and work with, but were best known for their durability and conductivity. Not to mention how rare they were. The only reason why Anchor was able to collect them was because of this ancient dungeon. When Anchor first discovered the forge, he found a plethora of broken and unfinished products in the dungeon. Whoever had used the dungeon was a crappy smith, or had more than enough materials on hand to not reuse the materials from the unfinished products. So Anchor had melted and collected every bit of rare material from those unfinished products into working alloys. Which was kind of made easy due to having his powers to separate metals from each other. As Anchor hammered away at the metal, he felt really grateful for the forge on hand. Whoever the previous owner of the smithy was, had state-of-the-art equipment. Like for example, the darkhorn iron and bloodstained platinum were known for being able to withstand high temperatures, so melting them into a new shape was a day's work in itself. But due to the forge and its high-temperature flame, working with them was made easy. The rings of the hammer echoed the halls as Anchor worked. Even though this was a smithy, like the other rooms in the dungeon, it was giant-sized. However, the forge was normal-sized, so Anchor could easily work here. But even with that, a good chunk of the room was vacant. So Usopp had a few of his creative things set up to work on his weapons and traps for the dungeon room. The weapon Anchor was going to be making was for Sabo. So the revolutionary was also present for the process along with a few of his crewmates. From the start till the finish, Sabo helped in every way possible for the making of the weapon. And in a way, this was for the beast. It would make it easy for Sabo to awaken his weapon in future. Almost everything in the One Piece world had a voice of sorts. But most stayed silent. Weapons that had a will of their own were those that had awakened from their silence. But depending on who the user was, it usually took years for a new weapon to awaken. Weapons like Zoro's no Zarashi or even Luffy's unnamed Naginata were awakened due to having previous users. But a new weapon usually took a long time for that. As his crew members watched, Anchor worked on the core of the pole-based weapon. Almost half of the work was already finished. Sabo wanted a spear that could morph into a metal staff if needed. Well, that was the initial request. But after thinking about it, with how versatile his lightning powers were, Sabo wanted a weapon that would be able to do a multitude of things and yet be simple. Sabo mainly used his metal pipe due to its ease of availability and because he used it to trick his opponents, to throw them off guard to make a chance for his dragon fist to deal the finishing blow. But with his recently gained powers, things changed. He would need to change his fighting style as well, to better use the Logia powers. That's why he gave full creative liberties to Anchor. Hearing that Anchor went above and beyond with the initial design. It took a whole day of throwing ideas back and forth with Usopp and Sabo before deciding on the design. Then came the building of the complex parts that would be internal. Usually, Anchor would have to build the base and an external part then build the small complex parts. But with his new fruit powers, in the 5 or 6 days, he had enough time to make and perfect the complex part of the build. Especially the complex part of making a certain function for the weapon. Usopp really had a creative mind, Anchor would give him that. So the only thing remaining was making the base of the pole-based weapon, along with the external parts for durability and aesthetics. Hours went by as Anchor started reaching the end of the build, putting all of the parts together one by one. And hammering it down to fit each other. With that, he was almost done. To seal the whole weapon, and take out any air gaps of the complex build, he looked at the forge. He would usually throw it in there to heat up and seal it, but he had a better idea. He grabbed the almost finished build that had smudge and grease on it and stabbed it in front of him, into the ground. Even though the pole-based weapon was blunt, with Anchor's strength, it was easy to make it stand up straight. He took a step back and looked at Sabo, who was giving him a questioning look. "Fire your strongest lightning bolt and heat it up," Anchor said as he used his towel to wipe away the sweat from his face and grease from his fingers. "Eh? Are you sure?" Chapter 365 Stormforge. Of course I am. Just don't hit me in the process, Anchor said, taking a few more steps back as he wore a thick shade of black glasses to protect him from the upcoming steps. Getting a few chuckles from his crewmates, he then looked towards Kuina. I might need your ice for the next step, so be ready. Kuina, who was waiting on the floor and polishing her blade, looked at Anchor and nodded, standing up as she readied her power when she was done. Sabo attacked, firing his strongest lightning, and even adding his haki into it. Holding nothing back, Anchor urged him to continue, and so he did. The heat from the constant state of plasma was so strong that the ground beneath it started to melt. Anchor observed the weapon through his shades carefully. As the other layers started burning away, revealing the complex design he had implemented on the weapon. And when it was done, he gave the signal, "Ice it up." The young woman raised up her hands quickly. From the ground a thick layer of frost came out like a pillar as Sabo stopped his powers. And because of the ice, the weapon was encased in a thick block of ice, giving it a mesmerizing sight. Anchor came forward and lightly tapped the ice with his anchor hammer, shattering it into pieces as the metal staff fully came into view. It was a long metal staff, almost 6 feet in height, with matte black metal with golden highlights that seemed to glow from within, almost like the circuits of the dungeon walls. And unlike the nameless Naginata, it wasn't all that fancy. It almost seemed to blend in and not catch attention. But that was the point. No one needed a glowing stick for a weapon, especially not the revolutionary. And done. Anchor said, a proud smile on his face. He looked over to Sabo, who was coming forward. All yours. Test it out. Sabo mindlessly nodded, but he was fully focused on the metal staff instead. He could feel a connection with it. He couldn't point at what it was, but something was there. Sabo held the metal staff in hand, taking it out from the ground as he appreciated the details and fine work. It was heavy, maybe at least 100 kilo or so. How Anchor managed to make it that heavy was a question on his part, but Sabo also appreciated its delicate balance and how sturdy it was. Even without armament haki, Sabo was sure it could take a lot of punishment before breaking. Sabo looked at Anchor. Does she have a name? She? Luffy asked, a bit amused. What? Sabo asked. She's beautiful. I might be in love. He finished with a chuckle. Sanji, who was with the group, snorted, while Kuina and Zoro gave out a smirk. Luffy flat out laughed. All of them in some shape and form could understand that. Anchor grinned with pride, but shook his head. I haven't named it. I haven't named her yet. I might be the smith, but it's your weapon. You should be the one to name it. Sabo looked at the black metal staff, thoughtfully for a few seconds. He had a name in mind. Stormforge. Sabo said, looking up. It just feels the right thing to name her. Forged with the power to break a storm. Stormforge. As if accepting the name, the yellow circuits glowed a bit brighter, but no one saw that. After that was done, Sabo started doing a few swings with the metal staff before finally activating its first function. Picturing what he had in mind. On one of the ends of the metal staff was small holes, and from them, black tar-like liquid came out, taking the shape of a spearhead on the first end. It even had the golden highlights on it. Sabo whistled as he touched the cold blade, impressed by its sharpness. Sabo initially wanted a staff similar to Enel's golden staff, however, even though gold was conductive as a weapon, it lacked durability. So he asked Anchor for the best metal that could withstand his electricity and be durable at the same time. And the results spoke for themselves. It's made from darkhorn iron and bloodstained platinum, so as long as you keep it powered with your electricity, it won't dull. Anchor said, also, it's not the only bladed option. I was even able to add that. Hearing that, Sabo grinned and quickly ran his powers through Stormforge. Only those with electric control were able to use its internal functions. And because of his mental command, it morphed into a new shape. And Sabo looked almost elated. Really? That? Luffy gave him a deadpan look. What? Scythes are cool. Sabo defended. It's much cooler than the toothpick you use. You dare, brother? Luffy said, taking out his nameless Naginata and challenging him. You need to be humbled. He said with a toothy grin. Humbled my ass. Sabo snorted a playful grin of his own. Stormforge and I will teach you why I'm your big brother. Both were itching for a fight, mainly because both of them wanted to test out Sabo's new weapon. But Anchor stopped them. Oi, don't start shit in my forge. He said, and besides, you can test Stormforge out later. Anyway, you can generate your spearhead and the scythe head along with a hidden feature. Try it. Sabo frowned and focused on his weapon. Because of his Logia powers, he was able to connect with metals. So he was a bit surprised when he found what was inside. He quickly activated it. And the scythe end of his weapon gave out a gray outline. Wanting to make sure if it was legit or not, Sabo carefully touched the gray end. And winched when the wave of weakness hit him. That's definitely sea stone. Sabo mumbled. Yup. And of good quality. Your enemies will be in for a surprise," the smith said, with a grin. "Also, as Stormforge is made with good conductive metals, you should be able to magnetize it." Hearing that, Sabo wanted to test it. "Oi? Don't test that function here, you will pull everything inside the room toward you." Sabo winced. "Yeah, sorry." Anchor huffed. "Anyway, with the magnetize function you should also be able to call back your weapon." "You can thank Usopp for that," the sniper figured out the magnetization part. Sabo nodded, clearly impressed. He made a note to thank the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates later. But before that he needed to humble someone. He looked at Luffy and gave a grin. Luffy grinned back and an unspoken conversation happened before both started walking away from the forge. Seeing them go, Sanji, Kuina, Sparky, Zoro, Johnny, Yozaku, and Bartolomeo, who were here, also started moving, following them. Anchor shook his head, but he was also a bit eager to see his weapon at work. But he needed to fix up the things in the smithy first. Chapter 366. Sabo had enough people who were eager to fight him. But then again, this was a pirate crew, and a crew that liked to fight and challenge each other more than anything. So when Stormforge was built, it immediately drew in the tryhards. And the revolutionaries faced them all, fighting them, and testing out his new weapon. The young revolutionary was already used to using a pull-based weapon. So he just needed to adjust with Stormforge. Stormforge had 3 forms: pull from, spear form, and lastly the scythe form. Without Stormforge's spearhead or scythe head, it was a basic metal staff. He was getting used to it first, before trying out the other functions. Basically testing out the weapon's functions and using it in creative ways. At first, Sabo only fought against Luffy, but one by one, the rest of the stronger members of the crew threw themselves at the challenge, making it an all-out brawl by the time Anchor came back. Only Johnny and Yozaku were watching the fight. Bartolomeo was knocked out with a large bulge on his head when he decided to join in. While the stronger members of the crew, Zoro, Sanji, Kuina, and Sparky had joined the battle, and was having quite a bit of fun. Anchor, who had just come out of his smithy, watched with some awe, admiring his own work. He also sighed in relief that he stopped the battle from happening in his workplace. All of them weren't holding back, and that would have surely wrecked his setup. A small smile dawned on the smith's face as he saw his newest creation being used. A sense of pride filled his chest as he watched the weapon going up against the harsh challenges his crewmates threw at him. It seems joining the crew was worth it, he thought, his mind going over to when Luffy invited him to the crew in Alabasta. He gave a few conditions and also wanted something in return to join the crew. Usually, most pirate captains would reject his conditions. His conditions were simple. That was Anchor wanted to have his freedom in making his stuff. No one in the crew can force him to build stuff for free. Also, if he ever did sell his creations, he would only have the right to the money generated from it. And lastly, he refused to do anything that went against his moral compass. His conditions were very favoring towards him, and Luffy had accepted it, without a hitch. Then came what Anchor wanted in return for joining the crew. He wanted a fruit, a specific fruit. Anchor had taken it as a gamble, but he was half sure that the Munch Munch fruit model, Munch Human, was at the Straw Hat's position. As a smith, there were few fruits that gave him a bit of an advantage in the craft. And in his opinion, the Munch Munch fruit model, Munch Human, was the best that a smith could ever ask for. Arguably there were better fruits for a smith, like the Smith fruit or the Clank Clank fruit. But the Munch Munch fruit model, Munch Human, had a special significance that was related to his family. Mainly related to the first Popeye. Anchor was a smith at heart, but a smith couldn't be weak. A smith needed to be strong so he can make stronger weapons. There was a reason why many good smiths came from the giants of Elbaf. And Munch Munch fruit model, Munch Human, had a secret usage that not many knew about. That's why he was looking for the fruit. It was actually one of his reasons for joining the Marines, that and he was indebted to Old Man Garp for saving his life. Funny how that went. After Anchor joined the Marines, he looked for the fruit, but he later came to know that the fruit already had a user. A corrupt king, who was underutilizing the fruit's abilities and using it to cause problems. But when he read the newspapers and saw that Wapol was executed by his own kingdom, he found some hope. He did a bit of digging and found that mainly the Straw Hat were involved in it. So there was a good chance that the Munch Munch fruit model, Munch Human, was on circulation. And Anchor had a hunch that they might have had the fruit. Of course, there's also the possibility of the fruit already being eaten. But fortunately, that wasn't the case. Luffy agreed to give him the fruit, but in return, he would need to at least make every one of the Straw Hats, current or new, a weapon. And also be the repair guy for their weapon in case they needed it. The last condition was also Luffy stressing the fact that he won't tolerate any betrayal. As a former Marine, Anchor needed to earn everyone's trust. But the Popeye wasn't worried. Anchor was a man of his word. He would never betray Luffy unless he did something that went against his moral ethics. And after spending almost a month of the crew, Anchor started realizing why the crew followed Luffy. He was a man that one could trust. So Anchor didn't regret his decision. Still, the crew had a few secrets that they were hiding from him. But he wasn't too much bothered by it. As long as he could make great weapons and have great fighters use them, he didn't care much. As he was thinking about it, a person came up to him. Anchor. Yozaku said, bringing Anchor's attention to him. I have a request. He of course had his axe and shield in his hand. Me too. Johnny added, also having his own spear. I have one too. Jin said with a grumble, a bit shy on his end. His weighted tonfa resting on the side of his hips. Anchor just grinned. Well, I'm all ears. Chapter 367. After getting their weapons checked from Anchor, and upgraded, they started training. It took a few hours but it was worth it. Seeing Sabo go all out with the strongest members of their crew had left quite a bit of an impression on them. Kobe wasn't in the dungeon like them, he was outside, helping the people of Angel Island and Shandora build their new homes. Even though most of the work was done, the young man still wanted to help out in any way possible. So Johnny and Yozaku were left with training with Jin. And that was quite the brutal experience, still, it did give results. The sound of clashing steel and heavy footfalls echoed as Jin, with his weighted tonfa in hand, faced off against Johnny and Yozaku, each armed with their respective weapons. Both Johnny and Yozaku moved at the same time using instant transmission, attacking with their weapons. But they were stopped easily by Jin, who sidestepped Johnny's spear while deflecting Yozaku's axe. Both former bounty hunters attacked relentlessly, and yet Jin was easily above them in terms of skill. His techniques like instant transmission and Tekkai were much more skilled and his strikes had much more weight to them. All three of them moved with savagery. Their actions were anything but an elegant dance, each move unpredictable and desperate, and yet there was a rhythm in it. Sidestepping the spear and ducking the axe blow, Jin threw one of his tonfas at Johnny's leg, making the young man stumble. Using that as a chance, Jin kicked him in the chin, almost knocking him out. Seeing his partner and rival get hit, Yozaku moved in, trying to attack him from behind. But Jin's senses were sharp. Before Yozaku could get near to attack him in the back, a tail with a mace end smashed into Yozaku's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Yozaku would have been knocked out if he didn't use Iron Body in time, so he ended up coughing on the floor, while Johnny groaned, massaging his chin. Both of them looked at Jin, who had a smirk on his face. Of course, Jin was in his half-zone form now. Almost standing 10 feet tall, becoming almost double in height. He stood tall, a shark-like grin on his face. His body was covered in scales with large to small spikes covering most of the back side of his body. A tail grew out of his spine that ended with a mace, that was equally covered with spikes. Don't quit on me now, guys. Jin said with a smile, I'm just itching for a hunt. Both of the bounty hunters felt almost a primal fear from looking at Jin. It wasn't conqueror's hockey, no, it was pure bloodlust. Still, it was nerve-wracking. Johnny supported himself with his spear and got up, lightly panting. You got to be shitting me, Jin. He called out, I thought you weren't supposed to be using your powers. Jin didn't say anything and just grinned. Yozaku on the other hand spoke, I see this as a win. It seems both of us were getting too hard to handle without his powers. Jin's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. Both of them had improved, and so Jin had to use his zone powers for it. Even without going into his zone forms, Jin had gotten significantly stronger, even while human, after eating the ancient zone fruit. Dragon fruit, model Ankylosaurus. But when he activated his powers, he was almost unmanageable. His durability got a significant boost that even hockey users in his crew needed to put much effort in damaging him. He was an ancient zone after all, and they were notorious for their durability. Along with it came his vast increase in strength, though his speed did suffer because of it. Still, with the spikes on his back that he could control, he was a menace even with subpar speed. So, ya guys gonna move or not? Jin asked. 'Cause I will. With that he vanished from the sight, a large crater forming where Jin previously was as he moved by use of instant transmission, tackling Yozaku who had his shield up. Yozaku was thrown back crashing into a pillar, spider cracks forming behind him. Subpar in speed according to the Straw Hat standards, which were quite high. Jin moved again, this time going after Johnny, who moved away in time. Johnny, unlike Yozaku, started running away from Jin's attack and only attacked when an opportunity presented itself. With Jin's added weight, his speed was reduced. But with the added power, he found a way to get over that weakness. And that was through using instant transmission with all his strength to give him short bursts of supersonic speed. Yozaku also came down a bit later, helping Johnny out with everything he had. And yet it wasn't nearly enough. Jin wasn't taking any damage at all, his scales making him tougher than steel. While in his half-zone form, Jin also picked up his weighted tonfas and started fighting Johnny and Yozaku. Never going all out, trying to push his crewmates to their limits. His captain had trusted him to train Johnny and Yozaku, so he would try his best. Mainly as in both of them wanted to become zone users in the future. Fighting against one might give them some ideas on what they wanted. Their movements were blur, and Jin's skill was evident as he deftly parried Johnny's thrusts and tanking Yozaku's powerful swings. He countered with fierce and brutal strikes, each one precise and powerful, proving why he was in charge of training them. Even though Johnny and Yozaku were weak, they were giving him quite a bit of a workout. It would have been more fun if Kobe was here, but that kid was up there being hero. Still, it didn't matter. Kobe might be strong, but almost his equal in his opinion. Some even believed that the pink-haired pirate was stronger. But they were obviously wrong. Shield uppercut. Jin was cut mid-thought when Yozaku managed to land a strike with his shield on his chin while Johnny threw his spear right near the exact spot where Yozaku had damaged. But Jin moved quickly and caught the spar in between his teeth, a feral growl coming out of his mouth. He spat out the spear while he rubbed his chin. That almost hurt. Jin didn't say much, but it was clear that he was pissed. Both Johnny and Yozaku gulped but steeled their resolve as Jin came in for an attack. His tonfa and tail strikes were relentless, forcing Johnny and Yozaku to constantly adapt and defend. As the spar continued, it became evident that Jin held the upper hand, his superior skill and strength allowing him to dictate the flow of the battle. Still Johnny and Yozaku fought with everything they got, until they were knocked out. While it was true that Jin's durability was top-notch, there were still some weak points, such as his face, neck and stomach area where he could get hit. So Johnny and Yozaku, who had recently learned to cut steel, used it to their advantage to push back against the zone user. Their battle continued in the dungeon, as they fought with everything they got. Almost every member of the Straw Hat crew was training. All of them had a goal in mind. And that was the upcoming war. So they didn't want to stay weak. And how could they when even their own captain was giving his all to making himself stronger? Luffy was someone who led by example. By seeing his hard work, others were naturally inclined to do it. Even though most of the crew had their own dreams and goals, they still had one common goal in mind. And that was making their crew strong. So strong that no one would even dare go against them. And for that, they trained. They will fulfill that dream, one day. Chapter 368. A few more days pass. Luffy is having the time of his life, and it wasn't an exaggeration. With Anchor done updating most of the crew's weapons, he was mostly spending his time working with his devil fruit powers. As he was a new devil fruit user, he needed to train to better use his abilities. And so Luffy was kind of taking advantage of it by essentially making Anchor the gravity man to train himself. By eating the disco-shaped large balls that gave out increased gravity, Anchor was able to use its ability even without a power source. So with that, he kind of became a discount Fujitora. Usopp also had used his powers on him to make him larger, so in one corner of the room, one could see a giant Popeye holding out his arm with strain visible on his face. In place of his hands were two giant silver disco ball-like things that affected the whole room with gravity. He was getting better at using his powers, as he could hold on to the properties of anything within 1 hour. He of course had to spit them out before then, or else they would get digested. It was also making him stronger in some ways, as the backlash from the gravity was also falling on him. Anchor could also affect the area under him to an increased gravity of 2 to 3 times as his crewmates went about training in calisthenics and weightlifting. Of course, the pieces of equipment were also made by Anchor to be able to withstand the high amount of gravity, along with making them quite dense and weighty so as to account for the crew's supernatural strength. "You don't know me, son," Luffy yelled through gritted teeth, as he pushed the barbell from his chest. "You don't know me, son," he repeated as he pushed through. Luffy was of course in his Lion Man form. No point holding back while training. Luffy was even using Haki to increase his strength, and yet he was still struggling to move the weights, showing how tough it was. Even though armament Haki mainly increased attack power by coating and hardening your muscles through the color of armament, it also increased your strength output, though not by much. And yet Luffy was using all of it to help himself in any way possible with training. The large barbell bent under its own weight, with having 2 plates showing 100 gm on each side. With the increased gravity, it was much more than that. 1 gm equals to the weight of Going Merry, which is coated in metal plates to increase durability. Meaning 1 Going Merry. A particular unit of measurement was founded by the great Captain Usopp. Of course, as it was mainly made by compressed rocks with Usopp's powers, he was the one to name it. While Luffy was bench pressing, his crew was doing their own kind of exercise in the increased gravity. Zoro and Sanji were pulling Jin, who was in his full zone form that was almost 20 feet in height. Jin was trying to hold his place with forelimbs digging into the floor, He was even using his tail to hold himself in place. And yet against Zoro and Sanji's strength, he was getting dragged along. Both men were also not using the devil fruit abilities and opted for pure strength because of it. Hachin was doing something similar but with a seeking Momo, as the six-armed fisherman was trying to pull his friend. And weirdly enough, even though Momo was larger than Jin, he weighed almost half as much as him. But in some way it made sense. If Momo was too heavy he wouldn't be able to swim. While Ankylosaurus were predators of the land where having more weight made their defense formidable, especially in ancient times. While that was happening on the side, Kuina and Sparky were having a mock battle of sorts. Mainly Kuina was straining as she tried to dodge all the bullets shot by Sparky, and it was quite hard mainly due to the increased gravity. She was even forced to use her new sword techniques to do it. Sparky was mainly doing the shooting, though the small monkey couldn't do too much. He was notably taller than before, almost 4 feet tall when standing on his legs. Usually, he loved to train as well, mainly with Luffy being an influence. But his body was going through major changes for some reason, as he was growing in height every day by half a centimeter. Luffy was kind of worried but Chopper explained that Sparky was just going through adolescence for his species. Which given how old Sparky was, made some kind of sense. Sparky was around 15 and so he hit the monkey version of puberty, even though normal monkeys were supposed to hit puberty a lot earlier. Sparky's body was weird, and the crew left it at that. Because of that reason, Sparky couldn't push his body too hard, as it would take a few weeks for his changes to end. So he was mainly doing light training for once. On the other side, Kobe was going against both Johnny and Yozaku. With Kobe even having weights on his arms and legs. Under the pressure of gravity and weight Kobe couldn't use instant transmission to dodge, while his opponents could. So Kobe was left with other things in his arsenal to tank the hits and fight back. Bartolomeo was also training, and even though his body was weak compared to the others, as he mainly had focused on his devil fruit powers after joining the crew, he was still in better shape than the newest members, Penguin and Shachi. Even Cricket, and the Monkey Brothers were traveling with them. Law, Vippo, and Chopper weren't training as they were in the dungeon medical room. The same room that they had discovered the second day, and were researching the medical knowledge there. Robin was also with them, as she was the only one who could read the ancient language there. Nami was mostly relaxing and opted to use her maple logia fruit creatively rather than doing strength training like the rest of the crew. Usopp wasn't around for THW training as well, as he was calling back to Syrup Village and sharing his grand adventures with Kaya, Mary, and the Kid Trio. Sabo was also calling to report to Dragon about what happened, how much gold Luffy had donated to their cause, and about his new powers. It was obvious to say that even the most wanted man alive was flabbergasted, shocked, and possibly bamboozled. All in all of the crew were training their asses off with everything they got. They had to last an hour of training, and whoever failed would usually get made fun of. And no one wanted that. As time passed some gave up while others pushed through. Some even changing exercises to make it more interesting and challenging. By the end of the hour, all of the Straw Hats were exhausted from the day's training. And so Anchor returned to normal size along with ending the effects of the gravity room. Chapter 369. After the training session was over, almost all of the Straw Hats were exhausted. Physically and mentally. So almost all of them were taking the time to recover. Usually, it would be 1 hour of high-intensity training and then 1 hour of high-intensity rest, while the crew tried to recover faster with life return. But as it was lunchtime, they would get a 3-hour rest time. Of course, the training wasn't mandatory, but when your captain works the hardest in the bunch, you tend to follow the example. Of course, Sanji didn't have the luxury of rest. He needed to cook, so he dragged Hachin to the kitchen to help him prepare food for everyone. All the while chewing an energy bar to replenish some quick stamina with life return. Zoro on the other hand found the ground pretty comfortable for a nap, and some of the Straw Hats followed that example and slept on the floor. Luffy on the other hand, didn't sleep but rather went to the staff quarters in the dungeon. What? Sure, this place was called a dungeon, but there were researchers living here, before abandoning the place. So they had to live somewhere. Unlike the smithy or the medical area, it was found much later after Robin went over most of the accessible information from the control room. However, the researchers only left empty rooms, with basic stuff in there. So for the rooms to be usable, they needed a very good amount of cleaning and modification. Still, there was enough room for everyone in the crew and extras to have for themselves. Life is great. Luffy walked with a skip to his steps. The young man happily whistled around, carrying his nameless Naginata on his back as he moved towards his living quarters. I have time and space for gravity training and nighttime action, all I need is the One Piece to settle down. Luffy mused. Yup, it was pretty hard to keep it in your pants after the amazing nights at Alabasta. But he had to do it. Nami was a bit loud, But it wasn't her fault. The Going Merry was pretty small, and even in Jaya, there weren't any good rooms for some night action. So yeah, both Luffy and Nami were getting a bit frustrated from the lack of action. But who could blame them? They were young and newlywed, so the lack of action, even though it had been 4 to 5 days, was getting to them. So with the added quarters of the dungeon, and almost all of the room being soundproofed, both Nami and Luffy were getting more than enough action a night. While it was a boon for the romantic couple of the crew, the other Straw Hats were also enjoying having rooms of their own. And Luffy had also made it clear that Skypiea was going to be their base, well, mainly upper yard. So most of the crew members had gotten their own rooms. They started setting them up for now and the possible future. It might seem odd, but most of the Straw Hats were now getting used to living inside the dungeon, with its good facilities. Even Sanji was cooking food inside the dungeon, as the lazy bums, his crewmates, were too lazy to come out of the dungeon to eat. As Luffy was musing at what might be for lunch, he opened the door to his quarters. "Honey, I'm home." Standing there was his wife, and she was hot. Literally. She was in flames. "Nami." Luffy panicked and quickly grabbed her, shaking her before she could say anything, and blew a lungful of air trying to set the flame off. But rather than that happening, Nami's head ripped off her shoulder and got planted on the wall behind, turning into a mush of orange maple liquid. Luffy's eyes looked on in horror. "Nami." And he was punched in the nose by Nami, who grew her head back with a ticked-off expression. "What were you trying to do? Blow me off?" "I was just experimenting with my powers." Oh," Luffy said, as he rubbed his nose. Shishishi. "I kind of forgot that you were a Logia. But hey, I was scared seeing you up in flames and all that." He wiped away the metaphorical sweat at the false alarm. "Anyway, you looked quite hot back there." Nami audibly groaned. "How did I even fall for you?" she said as he crossed her arms and looked away. Her cheeks matched the color of her hair. Even though she was a bit pissed about Luffy's overreaction, she was also happy that he was concerned about her. "And you say that with a blush." Luffy's sweat dropped at his wife's antics, while he closed the door behind him. No need to get cock-blocked midway. He walked in and cleared his throat, before pulling her closer, until her chest was pressed against his own. He leaned on her as he grabbed a handful of her rear end. "I really meant it," Luffy said, lightly kissing her neck. Nami hissed and almost moaned as she pushed back, her face also heated up. "Hey, no funny business until night, mister," she said. "You are way too messy with me for me to even walk straight after, and it's only lunch hour." Luffy opened and closed his mouth, before falling down and drawing circles on the ground. Life can be so cruel sometimes. Nami's brow twitched, before she sighed. If she didn't do anything, this guy would mope until night. "Okay, fine. Maybe a quick hand job." "Life has been good so far," said Luffy, doing a complete 180, as he wrapped his hand around Nami, hungrily looking into her eyes. He leaned in for an uninvited kiss, making the girl yelp. But Nami was a bit used to Luffy's sneak attacks by now, so she fought back with passion with her tongue. It went on for a minute, before Luffy pulled back, and his hunger still yet to be satiated. Seeing that look, Nami purred in his ears, as she grabbed Luffy's bulging member. "I think I might need to give this kitty more than a quick handy." Luffy felt a shiver run down his spine as his excitement went through the roof. His one hand was already playing with Nami's rear end, pushing her against a wall, as both of them made love to each other. By the time lunch was made, Luffy was notably happy, with Nami looking a bit happier as well. Even though Luffy wanted to push for something more, he held himself back, settling with a bit of teasing and a making-out session. After lunch was done, Luffy was back to work, training with the crew, and at the same time hoping for what was about to happen at night. Chapter 370. Luffy sat in the meeting room with Sparky, Jin, Kobe, and Zoro on his side, going over things. In front of them, Johnny and Yozaku stood with smiles on their face, though there was a tinge of nervousness in them. But it dwarfed in comparison to the excitement they felt. One would assume if you were a pirate, it made things easy. But that was a mistake, if you want to be an organized pirate group. Even though, most of the Straw Hats either trained or lazed around. The stronger members of the crew, including the captain, spent a good portion of their time reading through newspapers, or contacting CD Services, the bounty hunting organization, for updates and any possible news. It was good to stay updated with things. Especially with no newspaper coming to the Sky Islands. Anyway, the reason why Luffy and the others gathered here was because of Johnny and Yozaku. "So, you think you are ready, eh?" Luffy said with a grin. Releasing a controlled burst of haki, just for the dramatics. Both Johnny and Yozaku gulped, meeting their captain's eyes, and nodded with determination. Luffy's grin widened a bit, and the others in the room were also smiling. Luffy walked to the side and took out a chest, before presenting all the fruits available to his crewmates. There were 4 fruits, The yellow-looking cactus was the sand fruit, the white-looking apple was the teleportation fruit, the hexagon-looking watermelon was the griffin fruit, and lastly, the brown-looking mango was the newest fruit found in the dungeon by Usopp. Of course, all of them had unique swirly patterns on them. Both Johnny and Yosaku looked at the fruits, even though they had decided on what fruit to take, seeing all of them at once made them want to rethink their decisions. All of them were great fruits. "Captain, what does the new fruit do?" Yosaku asked after a bit of thinking. He would have made a choice before, and he would stick with it. But still, he was curious about the new fruit. Luffy picked up the new fruit, the brown mango. Honestly, without the swirly pattern, it wouldn't have looked much different from a rotten mango. "It's the sound fruit," Luffy said. Usopp found it in the dungeon's vault. A fruit that the dungeon was experimenting on. In fact, according to Robin, a few pieces of the technology here was actually made by experimenting with this fruit. So, very useful to a musician. Yosaku said. Luffy smiled. "You could say that. But depending on who the user is, it could possibly be the best tool for espionage," Luffy said, remembering about a certain someone who had the silent fruit. "You can not only hide using this fruit, if you quiet yourself down, similar to the invisible tech, depending on your mastery. You might also be able to pick up sounds kilometers away with the fruit, like how Enel used it with his lightning powers to keep tabs on the island of Skypiea. Of course, granted that Enel was kind of a prodigy in that regard. And even then, he could only listen to one particular area at a time. Can't Aisa do something similar? The girl has pretty good observation hockey, wait. So does Kobe, but his situation was a bit more hectic in that regard. He currently had yet to get observation hockey for now. That's amazing," Johnny said, rubbing the back of his neck, "but I will stick to what I have decided. If it's not claimed, then I would like the griffin fruit." Luffy smiled. "A mythical zone, hope the fruit's not wasted on you," he said, before tossing the fruit to Johnny without saying much. Luffy wasn't lying when he said that. Could there be better zone users than Johnny? Probably. But the bounty hunter turned pirate was quite loyal to him. A trait they had gained from following Zoro around all the time. So he didn't care if they ate it. Heck, he was even willing to give them the sand or sound fruit if they wanted. One was a powerful Logia, while the other was an equally powerful Paransha. If Luffy was being honest here, he already had a user in mind for the teleportation fruit. It would have been badass if Usopp was able to eat the fruit, but he was already badass enough with his size fruit. So he had chosen someone else. Johnny held the fruit and gulped nervously. He looked at his captain, before looking at Zoro. Both of them nodded and so he quickly swallowed down the whole thing. Johnny almost choked on the watermelon before getting it down. After that he stuck his tongue out in disgust. "Ugh! What's this thing made out of?" Johnny said, as the others laughed and passed him a water bottle to wash down the taste. After that was done, Johnny stood up. He looked at himself as he clenched his fist. It was as if there was a power inside of him that wasn't there before. And by instinct, he pulled on it. Yosaku took a few steps to the side as Johnny started to grow in size, gaining in height, as brownish golden fur covered his body, with 2 wings growing on his back. Sharp claws for fingers and an eagle-like head with the mane of a lion around his neck. Johnny roared out a screech as he directly went into his half-zone form. He felt powerful. Almost unimaginably powerful. And he felt confident, happiness, and a plethora of other emotions. He clenched his fist, feeling the power in them, and he looked at his side in awe at the new limbs. That was a bit weird to control. "How is it?" Yosaku asked, curious and happy at the same time. Though there was a tinge of jealousy, it was overshadowed by the pride he felt in his friend. He had earned it. "How does it feel?" Weirdly enough, it feels like I'm wearing a thick jacket, or a suit of armor," Johnny said, blinking at the voice change. His voice was a bit deeper now, along with a screech to it. "But at the same time I can control it, even better than my normal body parts. Weird. But I feel awesome and powerful." Jin nodded. "Yeah, I felt something similar as well. It feels like you are wearing some armor of sort, but different. That's the zone side of things, I guess," he said, as he walked forward, a bit of a predatory grin on his lips. "But I'm curious." Shaken. Even though Johnny saw the attack coming, he was a bit too late to react as Jin appeared right in front of him, planting a finger pistol right in his diaphragm. "Hey, what was that for?" Johnny asked, then he blinked as he looked down. There was no wound in his stomach. In fact, Jin was rubbing his fingertip. "You are durable, that's for sure. Might be even more than my ankle Azarus," Jin mumbled. Right then Zoro spoke. "Duck." Chapter 371. And Jin, by instinct, did, but Johnny was dumbfounded enough that he missed the command. Taking a crossed air slash at his chest, that sent him back a few meters, his clawed feet digging trenches in the ground. Still, there was no injury. Johnny blinked and looked at Kobe, who was retracting 2 arm blades from his hands. He can even withstand my air slash. Kobe mumbled, that's just downright cheating. And that's me saying it. While his own fruit gave him regenerative abilities, getting hurt wasn't something people liked. Shishishi. What else do you expect from a mythical zone? Luffy said, griffins have the durable body of a lion. They might not be dragons, but they are considered to have strong hides. Even Kuina had trouble cutting through Lafitte when he went half-zone. And while Johnny might not be there yet in terms of durability, as I'm pretty sure Lafitte had trained his fruit to be more durable, but he's still vastly stronger compared to others. True, he also has wings, so flight shouldn't be an issue. Kobe said, but then again with Moonwalk, it isn't an issue for anyone. Still, you might want to work on your flight ability. With his unbreakable skin, he will be a menace in the sky. I wouldn't say unbreakable skin, Sparky said, who had just gotten near Johnny. Even though Sparky had gotten taller, he was still half the height of half-zone Johnny. I beat Lafitte, and I found out a few of his weaknesses. Oh, you mean your Seastone chainsaw? That thing is an abomination. Kobe said, almost shivering at that thing. Sparky darkly chuckled, before quickly changing back to a kid-friendly monkey. Not quite. He said, stretching all 3 of his right hands forward like fists. Can you stretch out your right hand? It might hurt a bit. Johnny, now a bit confident, nodded and stretched out his bird-like palm that had talons for nails towards Sparky's 3 fists. And just as he did, Sparky attacked, not moving an inch from his spot. Rukongai. Johnny hissed. He took back his hand. He felt the attack in his bones and muscles. And it hurt like a bitch. Even though there wasn't any notable wound on his hand, he could still feel the pain from inside. So, shockwave-based attacks still hits hard, huh? It's a given with how they neglect one's durability and directly attack the insides of the target. Zoro said, I still haven't gotten internal destruction down yet, so this might help. Johnny felt a shiver run down his spine. Hey, it might even train your internal durability. Welcome to the punching bag club. Jin said with a flat expression, where we are the punching bags. Hey, you don't have to be so crude about it, Kobe said. Jin gave him a flat look. You used the spikes on my back to sharpen your own claws. Kobe shamelessly smiled. Like I said, you don't have to be so crude about it. Luffy just laughed. Don't worry, Johnny, you will get used to it. And besides, Bardo's shields are far better for learning and honing internal destruction. Ugh. Thanks, I guess. He said, before looking down at his hand. The pain was already lessening. The recovery rate is also amazing. Man, I lucked out, didn't I? The others just laughed, happy for their crewmate. Wait, we still have Yozaku to get his fruit? Luffy said, looking at him. I'm gonna be honest with you. I already have someone in mind for that fruit, but if you want it. No, Captain. Yozaku said, clearing his throat. I actually have a fruit in mind that I want. But. It's a bit of a hard to get. But. Now, I'm curious. Luffy said, is it a zone? Yozaku blinked, yes. A mythical zone. Ha. Thought so. I always thought you would work great with that kind of fruit. Luffy said, but a mythical zone is kind of rare, you know. It's not something we can even find in auctions. But hey, speak your mind. It might take a few years, but we might get that in the future. Sometimes being patient in the long run pays off. Luffy was thinking about Teach, not the best example, but the man had a zealous dedication for that one fruit. Even now, Yozaku was a bit hesitant. It's a pretty powerful fruit. Come on, spill it. Zoro grunted. Fruits can only get you so far. There are people that are far stronger than you and me, even without devil fruits. Of course, he was thinking about Mihawk and Shanks. Luffy just nodded. He had spoke to Zoro before about giving him the griffin fruit, as Kuina rejected it. But Zoro had rejected the fruit for more or less the same reason. And it was true, Haki mattered the most in the long run. His grandpa, Bogard, Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, and Mihawk were prime examples of top-tier people without any fruit, just raw strength. So yeah, he could understand it. But at the same time, Luffy also thought differently. If he was given a chance to eat another fruit, he would. Not even questioning the how of things. While some people might see devil fruits as crutches, that was a complete misunderstanding of things. Some people are born strong, like Oden, Kaido, and Big Mom. Not to mention the whole extinct race of Lunarians. But are they considered to have crutches? No, people will pay it off as having natural-born talent. Heck, even fishmen are 10 times stronger on land than humans. And they gain double that strength in the sea. It didn't matter if you were born with strength or earned it through hard work. At the end of the day, What mattered was how strong you were. It might be hard to understand for some. But back before coming to this world, he was a powerlifter. A very good one at that. But he was no national level winner in any lifts. Even with almost 10 years of training, people much younger than him were able to beat him in strength just because of genetics. Same for height and looks. Some people are born tall with good looks, while others are average or even short with subpar looks. Back in that world, those kinds of things couldn't be changed, but here they could, so why wouldn't he? Was he ever lacking in hard work? Nah. He made sure to be the hardest working motherfucker in the room. And yet some things are just completely out of your control. So no, he didn't view devil fruits as being shortcuts. That was just the wrong way of seeing things, in his opinion. Still, he respected Zoro and Kuina, who stuck to their beliefs. Anyway, what's your choice? Luffy asked. It's the Yozaku said, and the people in the room had surprising looks on their faces. Yozaku, like Usopp, had a great admiration for the giants. Mainly because of their strength, so he chose a fruit that would give him just that with a bit of extra. Luffy just grinned before laughing. A very bold dream. And I love it. He said, setting his feet on a nearby chair. I won't promise anything, but... Hey, just get strong. I will see if I can do anything or not. Chapter 372. 2 days later, most of the crew were back in the training room, but this time Anchor was there with them. He was on the side, training with Kobe to get used to his new powers and use it for combat. Both Kobe and Anchor were men of justice, or that's how most of the Straw Hats saw them. All upright and ready to throw themselves to help people. Of course, most of the Straw Hats were about helping people, but even then both Kobe and Anchor took it up a notch. Everyone had their own quirks in the group, so nobody really bothered them with that. Each member of the crew had a goal of their own, and it was the crew's duty to help each other fulfill this goal. In the dungeon room, most of the people were overseeing Johnny's training with his new powers. It's been a few days, so Johnny was getting quite good at using his new arsenal of skills. Still, there were many areas to improve. Especially since his fruit was his own type, those were meant for the physical category, normally. The more someone trained with their zone power, the stronger they got. So, Johnny was, of course, getting pushed to his limits, so most of the crew was there helping with that. Luffy on the other hand was training Yozaku instead. They were also outside of the dungeon, in the cleared out section of the forest. It was nighttime, so visibility was low. And yet for both of the Straw Hat Pirates, it was enough. Luffy could have trained by himself, but he did give himself time in the morning. So rather than just ending the day, when Zoku requested to train with him, Luffy had agreed. Luffy also kind of felt bad for the guy. Especially since he won't be getting his fruit anytime soon. So the least he could do was to help his eager crewmate. Even though Johnny and Yozaku were similar. Yozaku was much more ambitious and stubborn, while Johnny was much more mild and a bit hard-headed. Both of them shared one thing in common, and that was having good ambition. Sure, they didn't have some grand ambition like being the strongest or anything like that. But they also wanted to be recognized, to get notoriety, to be strong enough to stand for their beliefs, and to help their captain fulfill his dream. And also, both Johnny and Yozaku were good people. Back in Alabasta and the Marine Base incident, they helped many people directly. Sure, helping people might not be their end goal, but both of the former bounty hunters were genuinely good people. And unlike the few newer members of the crew, Luffy could trust both of them. So when he had time, he tried to help them any way possible. That's why Luffy wasn't even reluctant to give them a fruit. Luffy had to be honest, even though Anchor joined the crew, he was a bit of a wild card. Sure, the man was all good and ups, but he wasn't fully loyal to Luffy and his cause. Every moment he made at least one of the Straw Hats keep an eye on him. He didn't want any marine spies on his ships. Luckily that wasn't the case. Building Stormforge for Sabo was a good way to show his true goal. Anchor had said before his main goal was to become the best weaponsmith and also something else. But Luffy couldn't just take his word for it. So making a weapon for Sabo was also a test, you could say. If he did have any ulterior motives, such as helping the world government behind his back, then he wouldn't have built such a great weapon for Sabo. From now on, he could trust Anchor a bit. But for Johnny and Yozaku, that wasn't the case. They were loyal and they trusted Luffy. So as their captain, whenever there was a chance he tried to help them back. Loyalty wasn't something that was built in one day. And even then loyalty could change if someone was in a bad circumstance. It might not be the best example, but Squad of the Whitebeard Pirates was a good example. He didn't want any of that happening to any of his crewmates. And that's a big reason to keep them in check. And that was by getting involved somewhat in their personal matters. Especially since both Johnny and Yozaku would be his main officers. But that was way later when the crew was big enough to accommodate it. For now, they were still a small crew. Most of the time, Luffy tended to train Johnny as they used similar weapons. A naginata and a spear have a lot of things in common. So he could give a lot of insights on how to use his weapon. But that didn't mean he didn't train Yozaku. No, he did. Yozaku used a shield, a round shield. So Luffy tried teaching him how to ricochet his shield back and forth like a certain hero. And sure enough, Yozaku was able to learn it. He did that a while back when they were still in Alabasta, and now he had gotten better at it. Luffy stood there as Yozaku charged at him with a war cry, an axe, and a shield in his hands. Luffy wasn't using any of his gears, so Yozaku was slightly taller and bulkier than him. The former bounty hunter came in with multiple fast swings with his axe, each strike creating wind blades that were strong enough to cut through ordinary buildings. And Luffy was easily dodging them. "You have gotten better," Luffy said as he ducked from one of the strikes. "Jin has been training you guys well. But it would be tough for you to learn that if you only have this much strength." "I haven't gone full out yet," Yozaku said as he pushed all of his strength into his legs, using an instant transmission that cracked the ground beneath him. The former bounty hunter came in like a bull with his shield in the front. Shielding bull? Really, shielding bull? That's just uncreative. Luffy gave him a deadpan as he stretched out his right hand intending to stop him. But the moment Luffy managed to grab it, his hand slipped and Yozaku almost managed to hit him with his axe. Almost in the last moment, Luffy bent backwards, Neo style, dodging the axe by a hair's breadth. "TCH, almost had you. Your shield really is annoying," Luffy said. "It's a slippery one, I will give you that." Of course, this wasn't the same shield that Yozaku was using before. It was given as a gift by Anchor. Anchor, as a smith, liked to build weapons. Swords, shields, and all of that. But he rarely used most of the things he built. Mainly giving them away for either a price or for free. His shield was one of the weapons Anchor built using the smooth fruit. Anchor, after gaining his munch fruit, gave this shield to Yozaku as using a devil fruit and a devil fruit weapon at the same time would run his stamina dry pretty quick. And of course, the smith was working on a new project, so he wanted to give away his shield to a capable user. "Yup, Sabashi. She's a great shield," Yozaku said with a grin as he kept his shield at the front. His captain had a habit of taking people off guard, so he was cautious even while fighting. Luffy gave him a nod of admiration. The smooth fruit was great in many ways. It wasn't some high-class devil fruit, but the ability to make your body slippery from most attacks was something that was pretty useful. But you shouldn't rely on her too much, though. A devil fruit weapon takes up a lot of stamina. Luffy said with a shrug. He was speaking from experience. His nameless naginata was running him dry whenever he used its energy abilities too much. A small grin formed on Luffy's face. "Let's get a bit serious, shall we?" "Yeah, I know. That's why I keep her for emergencies." With that, Yozaku stepped forward, spun and threw his shield at Luffy. The shield bounced off the ground as it came like a destructo disc towards Luffy's head. Luffy for once didn't back down and brought his fist down with haki, smashing the shield into the ground. Stopping it. Usually with that kind of power, a normal shield would have shattered, but Sabashi slipped most of the damage outwards and only got stopped. Yozaku used that chance to use instant transmission and blur right in front of Luffy with his axe pulled backward. Ground splitter. Clang, the axe was stopped right between Luffy's teeth, before the rubber man punched Yozaku in the gut and sending him flying without his axe. Chapter 373. Luffy threw off the axe to the side as he cocked both of his fists back. "Get ready. Gamu Gamu no Tekkai Gatling." Yozaku still midair crossed his arm. "Tekkai." Luffy's punches came in like cannon shots, each faster than the previous one, but Yozaku gritted through the attacks with his own iron body. Still, the bounty hunter was sent back hurling to the ground, skipping a few times before he stopped. But before he could catch a breath, Luffy had moved on to his next attack. "This is a poking shootout." Luffy grinned, taking both of his arms to the side. Air finger bullet barrage. From his fingers, multiple small air bullets smashed into Yozaku's location. The bounty hunter in question quickly used instant transmission and moonwalk to get out from his position, but wherever he went, Luffy would point his endless barrage of air bullets at him, making him very hard to get near. Yozaku dodged for a while, before biting the bullet and going straight for Luffy. Even with Luffy holding back, Yozaku had almost no chance of winning. Yet he refused to give up. Tempest kick. Yozaku yelled. A giant arc of air wind came out from his leg as Luffy's bullets were briefly overpowered, giving Yozaku the chance he needed. Of course, the Tempest kick got decimated by Luffy's powerful air bullets. The former bounty hunter came to the ground and took the shield just in time as Luffy came in with a kick to the side that he wasn't able to dodge. Yozaku's body bent around Luffy's leg as he got planted into the ground, skipping with the grace of a rag doll, before he was able to stop himself. "Shit. What gives, Captain?" I thought you were holding back. I am. Yozaku was wide-eyed as he quickly spun with his shield to block Luffy's attack. But rather than it being a punch or a kick, he had both of his fists forward. For others, it might have confused them, but for Yozaku it kind of terrified him. Rokugan. Gah. Yozaku was thrown back several meters, even with his feet digging trenches into the ground. His body was shaking with blood coming out of his mouth. Shit. He coughed up blood as he fell to the floor on his knees, keeping his eyes on the captain. Around him the ground was distorted, blown away, with deep trenches going around him, only the ground behind him was somewhat still in shape. Even though Subashi, Yozaku's shield took the attack, due to Rokugan being a shockwave-based attack. Only half of the attack was slipped out, the rest Yozaku had to take with his body. Yozaku's body felt like it was on fire, from his muscles to his bones, they were all crying out in pain. And yet the former bounty hunter refused to lose as he stood up yet again. This time with much more difficulty. The former bounty hunter unconsciously used life return to mend most of the internal damage as he walked forward. But he only got a few steps before he fell unconscious and started falling. Luffy caught him before he could drop to the floor with a wide grin on his face. You did far better than expected, Luffy said honestly. Sure, he was weak. But with that kind of determination? He won't be for long. Hope this is enough to show you what you need to do. For now, let's get you to Chopper. Yozaku had mainly asked Luffy to learn the 7th technique. The Rokugan. It was a technique that could only be learned after learning all of the Marine 6 styles techniques. Or that was the rumors. But honestly, if one had Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol down, then they were on their way to learning it. And with Yozaku being a good user of life return, he should be good enough to learn it. Luffy had tried to teach him manually after explaining the concept and such. But it didn't help, so he took more of a practical approach to things. Luffy picked up Yozaku's body over his shoulder, and made his way towards the dungeon and to its medical area. But he had to stop right at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon didn't have any official entrance, but most of the crew needed it. So a good entrance that connected the outside with the dungeon was made. It wasn't anything grand, just a hole that had been dug with climbing equipment attached to it so anyone could get in and out. And Luffy stopped at the dungeon entrance for a reason. Because just a moment later, Aisa and Groot came out and they seemed to be a bit winded. Well, is someone in a hurry? Luffy said with some amusement. The girl panted, Big bro Captain Luffy. Big sister Nami wanted me to give you this. She said someone named Morgan's. Wait. Where's the? She said, trying to fish out something from her pocket. But it seemed she had lost it as the girl started to panic. I am Groot, Groot said, giving the black transponder snail to Aisa, making the girl sigh in relief, before giving the tree creature a glare before pouting. Luffy chuckled at their antics. So, Morgan's was calling me? Wonder what it could be? He said, rubbing his chin, before looking at Groot. Groot, buddy, can you take Yozaku to Chopper? He needs a bit of medical care. Groot nodded with a salute and extended his arms as Luffy gave Yozaku to him. Honestly, the little guy was quite strong, so he should be enough for the job. Aisa, help Groot if needed, okay? Luffy smiled as the girl gave him a salute like Groot as they went into the dungeon. Groot had been pretty reluctant to go back in the dungeon at first, but after a few days, the young sapling had bolstered enough confidence to go back in. And honestly, the little guy had grown on him. Especially, since the small guy was giving all of his effort to learn cooking from Sanji. Hey, a Chef Groot. His crew gets weirder and weirder each day. Chapter 374. As Groot and Aisa left, Luffy was left alone with the transponder snail. The young man looked around. Even with observation hockey, no one was there. Still, to make sure, Luffy jumped into the air using moonwalk to get to his destination. About a minute later he was sitting on one of the high branches of the Giant Jack. Giant Jack was the giant beanstalk that was in the center of Upper Yard. Going through the center of the city of Shandora, it towered over all of Skypiea. Shishishi. This has the perfect view. Luffy grinned, sitting in one of the branches of the giant tree. From up here he could see the whole island and even more. Even the tree of the old Groot could be seen from here, and all of it looked small. I should bring Nami along here sometimes, she would love the view. He enjoyed the view for a few seconds, before he started setting the black transponder snail up for an encrypted call. After getting that done, he waited. Moshi Moshi, big news, Morgan's here. Morgan said, grinning from the other side with the video function activated. Yo, how's it been? Oh ho, certainly fine. Morgan said with a raspy voice. The Birdman seemed to be in a good mood. Just today, I was able to get some confirming news on the next Warlord meeting. Luffy blinked before raising an eyebrow. Oh, really? But I didn't get any call from Sengoku? You should get it by tonight, Morgan said. I just wanted to inform you first. The meeting was called on short notice. It is an urgent meeting after all. Luffy hummed. Urgent as in? Wait, did something happen? Morgan's frowned from the other side. Hey, you don't know? It's because of what happened with Mihawk. Luffy blinked. What happened? I thought you already knew? Morgan said, a small grin on his face, but then again, not everyone is as informed as me. Of course, the Birdman blinked a peacock at his own statement. Luffy deadpanned, yeah, sure. But seriously, what happened with Mihawk? Well, nothing happened yet. But from my birds, Mihawk was last seen confronting Shanks for the yearly duel. Morgan said. Really? Is the battle over? Who won? Luffy asked with an eager smile on his face. The battle did end. But as to who is the winner, well, it most probably is a tie. Even if someone did win, with both of them having so many battles against each other, I don't think just having one win will count for any of them. Morgan said. So I will just stick them as a tie. Though I might have to write for Mihawk winning the duel, to keep up public appearances. Luffy just nodded. Something similar happened when Ace had battled against Jinbe before going after Whitebeard. They had battled for 10 whole days and Ace had won the fight, before getting his butt kicked by Whitebeard. Even with the training from Rayleigh, he wasn't strong enough to win against the strongest man. Of course, Morgans had spun it off as Jinbe winning as even though the warlords might be pirates, they were world government affiliated, so they had to keep the feats of the warlords in a good light. In some way, Luffy was taking advantage of that to build up his own reputation. As for Mihawk and Shanks, both were on pretty good terms. And Shanks didn't mind as long as his opponents didn't cross certain boundaries. So yeah. There was no clear-cut title holder for the world's strongest swordsman. They went pretty wild on one of the islands in the New World. My birds that were on that island couldn't stand that fight and had to leave the island. Good thing that the island was a deserted one. I don't think it's in any shape to sustain any life anymore. Morgan said with a bit of a grim expression. Heck, the power from both swordsmen were enough to shake a couple of nearby islands as well. Monsters, I tell you. Shishishi. Well, personal strength is everything in this world. Luffy said, but anyway. You wouldn't be telling me this if you didn't have any information on them. Morgans leaned in for a smile. Smart one, aren't ya? He said leaning back with a smug grin. I might not know who had won. But I kind of anticipated something like this happening. And even though it's kind of hard to get close-up shots of their battle, my men were able to collect some footage from a high enough vantage point before they were pushed back. So you willing to buy it? For others, it might as well be nothing, but for Luffy it could be an important motivating asset. Just seeing 2 4 Emperors-level fighters duke it out should be enough to light up some fire under Zoro and Kuina. Even Sabo and I can benefit from it, Luffy thought as on the outside he made a thoughtful gesture. How much money are we talking? And also how long is the video? You wouldn't mind showing me a preview of the product, would you? Morgan seemed to get comfortable in his seat as he took out a small mobile-like device that had a symbol of Germa Kingdom on it. It seemed Morgans really was on good terms with Judge, but Luffy didn't care. Judge might be a sick bastard, but his inventions were quite helpful, as unlike Vegapunk he was willing to sell it for public use. Morgans held the device in hand as he played a video. A video of Mihawk and Shanks clashing. The blur of speed along with the ground getting destroyed in each clash wasn't something you could mimic with special effects. It was the real deal. Luffy's only question was how Morgans managed to capture such a high-speed battle. Or who the cameraman was. Saitama? But he wasn't questioning it, as he was fully focusing on the video. With there being so many devil fruits, he could see some pirates or even civilians doing freelance or full-time work for Morgans. This is some high-quality stuff, if I do say so myself. I was only able to get it on video, cause I kept tabs on Mihawk. Morgan said, his chest puffed up a bit. I knew like every year he was itching for a good battle and the war with the beast pirates would take a few more months. So I kept tabs on him. Morgans rambled on, but Luffy was much more focused on the fight. Both of them haven't even gotten fully serious yet. But they were still terraforming the island with their clashes. The sky clouds parted, mountains got destroyed as they both went against each other. All the while they had challenging smiles on their faces. Monsters indeed. Chapter 375 How long did they fight for? Luffy asked. The battles between Red Hair and Hawkeye were said to last for days on end. So how long was it this time? 2 days and 3 nights. Morgan said, I only have the footage for the first day, because they were taking things mildly. After that, the battle got so intense that my men weren't able to stay anywhere near the island. Luffy gave him a disappointed look. Hey, don't give me that look, Morgans complained. Even the marine ships that came to stand by near the island had to retreat after the first day. And they had vice admirals on those ships. Yes, glorified cannon fodder. Luffy rolled his eyes. Morgan scoffed, Their battle might not have affected this far into the Grand Line, but the other 3-4 emperors were getting pissed at how much all the nearby islands were shaking due to their fight. The last report also said that Firestorm Ace was seen on that island as well. Maybe to carry out orders from Whitebeard, who knows? It's definitely not the first time he went after them in their yearly duel. Of course, Morgan's knew Ace and Luffy had a good relationship. But he didn't know how deep it was. So he just guessed that Ace and Luffy had hit it off back in Alabasta. Hey, I'm pretty sure that moron didn't go there on Whitebeard's orders. He might as well have gone there to throw his own hat into the fight. Luffy chuckled. No wonder Ace was strong, he had a habit of popping up near where Shanks and Mihawk fought to get his ass kicked. Also, Ace was trained by Rayleigh, the previous title holder for the world's strongest swordsman. So yeah, he also had some interest in that title. Definitely not like Zoro, or Kuina. But he did have some interest there. That might be the case. Morgan said, finally closing the video device. Let's talk about payment. Luffy nodded, mildly disappointed that the show ended. He was definitely buying it. But then again, knowing Morgans, the last thing he will want is money. What do you want? I need you to do a job for me. Take down a pirate worth at least 100 million, and before you say anything, this will of course boost your reputation as a new warlord. Of course, you wouldn't be able to do it now, with the warlord meeting and all, but after that, you have to do it. Morgan said, I need to boost my sales, and that's a very good way for both of us. What do you say? Luffy scratched his chin, sure, but I will choose the target. Also, I know you might have some ideas on it. But why is the warlord meeting happening right now? Shouldn't it be much later? Morgans frowned, I thought you already figured it out. He said, shaking his head, it's because of Mihawk, every time he and Shanks fight. Both of them usually keep themselves out of battle for a few months. Luffy blinked, what, injuries don't take that long to heal. He said, okay, maybe for the normal world people they do, but for One Piece people? Even the most severe of injuries were unless they were losing a limb healed within a week. It's kind of a tradition. They more or less party before challenging each other again. The people of the New World even dubbed it as battle season, as at the same time Kaido usually comes out of Wano to fight Whitebeard or Big Mom. But Kaido this year might not come out since he will have enough of it in the war against the Marines, but who knows really? Luffy nodded. He knew that. How else would someone fight for their title as the world's strongest if they didn't have a season for it? It was truly a thing that is done in the One Piece world. Morgans continued, the Navy has been trying to get into contact with Mihawk for quite a while. Morgan said, I will say it as a hunch, but Mihawk might not join the meeting or the war. Luffy blinked, opening and closing his mouth. That was a huge blow to the Navy's force. That's unexpected. But why did Mihawk join the warlords if he's not going to fight in the war for the Marines? Morgans gave him a look, sure the Marines might have recruited him, but it's not like they could have captured him. Taking him down would have taken a lot of resources from the Marines. He was previously called the Marine Hunter for a reason. So it was better that he joined as a warlord. Unlike the others, he holds the position of a warlord purely based on his strength. He said, unlike the admirals, the world government can't just order warlords around. Especially not Mihawk. Luffy had to agree with this one, it was kind of like a butterfly effect in some ways. In canon, Mihawk was fighting with the Marines against Whitebeard. But that might be just because he wanted to test his strength against the old man, and because he was bored because Shanks wasn't giving him satisfaction. Wait, that sounded oddly sexual for some reason. Anyway, here was Shanks still having his dominant arm and being a contender for the world's strongest swordsman. He could see Mihawk being satisfied with fighting Shanks rather than doing stuff on his own. Not to mention that Shanks and Whitebeard both had connections to Wano. So there was a good chance that both crews might want to take Wano when Kaido left for the war. And Big Mom being the wench she is might join in just because. So yeah, things might get pretty wild here. Luffy shook his head, there was still a chance that Mihawk might join the war. And even if he doesn't, it won't change much. For him at least. When Luffy first came to the One Piece world, the Straw Hats just went to Egghead. So he didn't know how strong the admirals were after the time skip. But in his estimation, they should be strong enough to hold Kaido off at the least. King and Queen would be an issue. Especially King, but they shouldn't be too tough. I'm not strong enough to hold off King, but there's still time before the war. So I should be able to get to that level. But my main target isn't King to begin with. It's Kaido. So nothing much changes in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 376. Well, things are complicated. But it's a given. Luffy said, anyway, do you have any updates on our little agents in Water 7? Morgans nodded, I didn't believe you at first that the Cypher Pol 9 agents were at Water 7. But after doing a bit of digging, you were right. They are hiding in plain sight and are so obvious that I didn't consider it. But I do wonder what they are doing there. Luffy shrugged, playing oblivious. Even I don't know that one. Anyway, did something noteworthy happen there? Nope, Morgans answered. The bartender, Blue No, is still a no-show. But other than him, the other members of Cypher Pol 9 agents are still in Water 7. Luffy nodded, feeling a bit of hate for the Dorador fruit user. He did steal from him. To keep tabs on him, Luffy pinned Morgans on him, after giving each of their descriptions. But Blue No, that bitch, was out there somewhere with his fruits. Luffy sighed. What's lost is lost. And news about the Aqua Laguna? He asked. Well, it usually happens once a year, so it should hit any time this week, Morgan said. Still, with that warlord emergency meeting taking place, you might not be able to stay there. I don't know which island you are on, but if you are anywhere near Long Ring Long Land, then it would take a while for you to reach Marineford. You might have to skip a few islands to get to Marineford. Luffy blinked. That's a bit of a rush. Morgan scoffed. This is an emergency meeting after all. Every one of the warlords were being called on short notice. If your ship isn't fast enough, the Navy will be more than willing to provide a lift. Fleet Admiral Sengoku will most likely call you to get there immediately. My recommendation is going there with your crew, no need to take unnecessary risks. Oh, someone is worried about me, Luffy even winked, making Morgan's gag, before both of them laughed. Be careful, kid, you are my #1 asset. Don't want you to end up dead. So yeah. Morgans grinned, and besides, you might not know, but a lot of the Marines admire you and your crew. So going there a few days earlier, you should be able to spend quite a bit of time there. I mean, there aren't many pirates that can stay at Marineford. Hey, just say that you want some writing material for your newspaper, Luffy said while shaking his head. That is true, as anyone other than the warlords aren't allowed to step foot in there. Just imagine how many things I can write up with this. Morgan said shamelessly. Sure. Whatever you say. Luffy said. He was going there for other reasons as well. This will make it easier for me to go and to impel down. Luffy also remembered something. Oh, by the way, do you have news on Vegapunk or Germa 66? Specifically about their new developments. I have some news, but it's nothing concrete. Morgan said after pondering for a while, but there are rumors that Dr. Vegapunk managed to make almost sentient robots dubbed as pacifistas. It's true. Luffy said, cutting him off, raising an eyebrow when Morgans had a shocked expression. What? You didn't know that? They were the ones that attacked my crew back on Jaya and helped a certain someone steal some valuables from us. That's big news, not that I can share it. Morgans asked, already having a notepad in hand. But still. What do they even look like? How strong are they? I can't give you the details, but they seem to be cyborg clones of the warlord Kuma, Luffy said, not fully telling the truth. My crew had a hard time with them, but they managed to escape after stealing from us. He clicked his tongue. It wouldn't have happened if I was there. Morgans nodded, buying into his half-truths. Luffy, of course, wouldn't tell him that his crew beat the bots. And even set them up for research. That was too sensitive of an information to tell anyone. That is truly amazing. Dr. Vegapunk is really ahead when it comes to technological improvements. The Birdman nodded. Well, other than the news about the pacifistas, there's also a drug that's been circulating around the black market. It supposedly boosts the performance of his own user. The downside is still unknown. But it's highly addictive. Luffy was surprised yet again. What? I haven't heard of that. Well, it's only been a week since the drug was released. And it's only available in the New World for now. Morgan said, but it should be spread to the first half of the Grand Line soon. Huh, who's making them? Germa 66? That is still unknown, but the seller is selling through Joker. So Doflamingo should know. Morgan said with a knowing smile, you should ask him in the emergency meeting. Luffy straight out laughed, shishishi. That was good. But seriously, you don't know who's making them? For now, no. Morgans admitted, but it's not only me that's doing research on it. Even the world government doesn't want that kind of drug out in the open. Luffy nodded, a drug that can power his own user. Chopper came to mind. But he couldn't be related. Could he? The government will likely try to stop the drug's production or buy all units for themselves. Morgan said, for now, Joker is releasing only a limited stock. So the world government is trying to buy all of them at high prices. Luffy nodded, asking a few more questions about other things before ending the call with Morgans. Luffy could exactly see what Mingo was playing at here. Even though many people knew that the underground Joker was Doflamingo, they didn't know that Caesar Clown was working for him. The smiles hadn't been developed yet. And with the Beast Pirates ranks being filled with zone users, it was a power play on his part. If the product or drug was anything like Chopper's Rumble Balls that can give you a false awakening, then it would put a huge tide shift in the war. In canon, Mingo didn't need to do any of it since the world government was going against Whitebeard. So his alliance with Kaido was safe. But now, it wasn't. Because of his connection as a former world noble, Mingo couldn't just leave the warlord system. And because of fear, he couldn't go against Kaido either. So that kind of drug was a great equalizer on his part. And not to mention if Caesar Clown developed something like this, it would pave the way for other scientists like Queen, Judge, and even Vegapunk to go in that route. But if that's the case, I will have my own people make that stuff. Luffy internally snorted. Chopper and Law have a lot of work cut out for them. Artificial devil fruits, artificial awakenings. I really did mess up canon, didn't I? Luffy thought with a smile on his face. Speaking of awakening, he should really focus on that aspect of his powers. It's not as if he wasn't trying. No, he was. But he needed to try harder if he wanted to set things right. Certainly, the call with Morgans was helpful in learning about a few key pieces of information, and like Morgan said, a few hours later Sengoku called in for the emergency warlord meeting. Things were moving fast and Luffy needed to plan things if he wanted everything to go his way. Of course, some things will be uncontrollable, but still, Luffy wanted to be careful. This might be the last night in Skypiea for quite a while. I will miss this place. Luffy thought looking at the moon as the soft clouds drifted in his vision. Chapter 377. The next day, the Straw Hat crew were in for a busy morning, their normally carefree demeanor replaced with a sense of urgency. Luffy led the charge with uncharacteristic focus, wanting to do everything right as the crew prepared. He barked orders to his crew as they scurried about the deck of the Going Merry. They were out in the open now. On the new port of Upper Yard, which was built not too long ago in the new city of Skypiea. Both Shandorans and ex-Angel Island residents crowded the port seeing the crew off as they hurried to prepare the Going Merry. Of course, they would come. Not only were the people very fond of the Straw Hat crew, the new port was built right near the new city of Skypiea. So when the people saw the crew preparing to leave, almost all of them came to say their goodbyes. For them, the Straw Hats saved them from a great calamity and gave them a new home. The old hidden city of Shandora and Angel Island was completely destroyed by Enel. And with Enel's brutality only getting worse day by day, people started losing hope. That is until the crew of dreams came along. The people of Skypiea viewed the Straw Hat crew not as pirates, but as the crew of dreams. One that gave them back their lost hope and established a new home for them. The crew even helped with building houses for them with plethora of other things. Their new home was far better than the previous one, along with a soil-rich environment. Making both parties, Shandorians and previous Angel Island residents, of Skypiea grateful. Of course, the people of Skypiea would miss their beloved king. Sanji had taken the title by Skypiean tradition and did his duties justly, even if he gave most of his complex duties to Ganfall. The fact that such a strong warrior was their king made the people of Skypiea feel secure. Especially when Sanji was adamant in helping his people with food and other daily stuff rather than abusing his powers. So they were a bit sad to see him leave. Some of them were even crying and showering the crew with gifts, meals or other things they could for their journey. Even though Luffy and Sanji assured them multiple times that they would be back, the people of Skypiea were very much sentimental about this. For them, the Straw Hat crew were their saviors, so seeing them leave was very emotional. Funnily enough, some of the well-known beauties of Skypiea even wanted to honey-trap Sanji into staying, but a few even glare from Robin was enough to keep them away from him. Of course, Sanji, seeing this, made a lot of effort to not look at other women and closed himself in the kitchen to do so. Robin chuckled at him for doing that, though she was a bit sad. Unlike the others, she would be staying behind after all. She wasn't the only one either. Bartolomeo, Chopper, Vippo, Penguin, Sachi and Momo were also staying in the Sky Island. Vippo, Penguin and Shachi could be seen with the people of Skypiea, while only Law was on the ship. After what happened with the Heart Pirates, both Penguin and Shachi had taken the hit quite greatly. And unlike Law and Vippo, they weren't that strong. Sure, they could fight, but after hearing that this mission might be a bit dangerous, they took it when given the option to stay in Skypiea. There were doctors after all, and the people of Skypiea appreciated their work greatly. Of course, they also had another reason, as both of them were massive simps for winged women, especially Konas and Rocky. So, yes, while they did stay to learn more about Marine 6 styles and possibly observation hockey from Wiper, they also had other not-so-good motivations. Though whatever their motivation might be with Bartolomeo around, the barrier user would make sure they got their daily dose of training. Chopper and Bippo actually wanted to go. But Luffy didn't want them to join on the journey just yet. While Chopper was strong, more than his canon self, with random threats popping up every now and then, it would be better to make him strong before joining in on the dangerous stuff. While Chopper was sad, He promised to use that time to master his Sulong form. And as Chopper was staying back, Vippo decided to do it as well. Both of them were minks. And like Chopper, Vippo had problems with his Sulong transformation. So both minks decided to stay back and train. Both minks had many things in common, such as love for medical stuff, and so they grew a brotherly bond because of this. Chopper also planned to use the time to get better at using the Marine 6 styles and maybe teach Vippo about it. As minks they had natural talent for martial arts, so he wanted to be better at it. Robin was staying because she was much more fixated on her research on ancient history. Well, she wouldn't have minded joining. But Luffy convinced her otherwise. Someone had to stay in the dungeon, and out of everyone, only she was responsible enough for that. Luffy could have given that task to someone like Jin and take Robin with him. But he didn't. Luffy was confident in his ability to save his sister if needed. But he would much prefer to be on the safer side. Especially with Q's running loose on the first half of the Grand Line. And that's not even mentioning Cypher Pol 9 agents. Sure, they might not be a threat, but there were always unaccounted variables. So yes, it was better to not risk it. Bartolomeo was also staying behind in case of an emergency. He might not be physically strongest, but his barrier was very powerful. So if something did happen while they were gone, then he could guard his crewmates. Of course, he was bound to train as well. Missing a day to train was a crime for the Straw Hat crew. Or that was the joke that was going around. But then again, the Sea King Momo was also training himself in his own way by fighting other larger fishes of the White Sea. He was also staying back and not returning to the Blue Sea. Luffy would have liked to get to sail with every member of his crew. But he knew for now it would be better to split up for a bit. Things might get dangerous within Water 7. So he just wanted them to be safe. Luffy didn't know if Saint Kamael had other schemes set up or not. So it's better to not bring the weaker members of the crew for now. Especially since Luffy himself would not be there for Water 7. That's the reason for Going Merry's sudden design change. From far the ship looked nothing like the Going Merry. It still had its same layout and design. But the similarities ended there. Chapter 378. That's the reason for Going Merry's sudden design change. From far the ship looked nothing like the Going Merry. It still had its same layout and design. But the similarities ended there. Gone was the white elegant design with furnished wood. Now the ship was painted black and red, and with its metallic design and the front part sporting a large dinosaur head, that covered the front portion of the ship, with a ribcage going along the keel of the ship. Giving it a look that didn't even remotely look close to the Going Merry. Well, it did kind of resemble it, but almost an edgy version of the Going Merry. If one looked closely, the ship's original sheep head and other design was still intact, but hidden to give it a look. I think the ship was happy or something, Luffy mused. I am pretty sure I saw our ship's Clabberman, wearing sunglasses with a cape, posing quite dramatically after its redesign. Well, it looked cute rather than anything if I'm being honest. Luffy chuckled, remembering how panicked she was when Luffy saw her. Yup, she's definitely a straw hat, that's for sure. Unknowingly the ship now looked a lot similar to Victoria Punk, Kid's ship. However, it was half of its size. With this, any outsiders would think of it as a random pirate ship. Well, that was their main goal to begin with. Luffy had discussed it the night prior. The Going Merry needed to go incognito. There were several reasons for this, as mainly the crew would need to split in Water 7. Primarily because, Luffy and a few of the members will need to go to Maniford. Right before Water 7 there was a sea train station, and one could catch the sea train to go to an ice lobby. From there one can easily go to Maniford. And Luffy wanted to use that way to get to Maniford. No need to bring his crew or his ship there with him. Not yet at least. So while one group would go to Maniford, the other would go to the Water 7 to recruit Frankie and patch up any damages to the Going Merry. And seeing as Luffy wasn't on the ship, if Saint Kamael has people in Water 7, which he most probably does, he will try to attack the ship like he did before in Drum Island. That's why last night Usopp, Anchor, and those of the Straw Hats that were available, went and did a lot of modification of the outlook of the ship. That's why even the Straw Hat flag wasn't flying above the Going Merry. Just a plain skull as the Jolly Roger. It kind of looked a bit bland for his taste, but oh well. This feels like Alabasta all over again, Luffy said, with a helpless smile on his face. While the crewmates he left behind in Alabasta were sad, the people of Skypiea were much more sadder. Well, you're their heroes, Sabo said with a smirk on his lips, as he rested Stormforge on his shoulder. You know, this happened to me before a few times, when we liberated a few countries with revolutionaries. Almost every time, people act this way. This, in a way, reminds me of why we fight the good fight. Why we do what we do. Luffy looked back at him and nodded. Yeah. You are right, he said with a smile. Even though it's a bit too much, I still prefer this to when we first came here. They were literally scared of their own shadows. Sabo gave a grim nod. Even when Ino was beaten, the people of Skypiea took more than a few days for them to accept the news. So for most of them, they were still traumatized by the experience. Sparky, who usually had a cheery expression, was a bit down as well. He was going to miss Skypiea, mainly for the great snake Nola and other animals he had befriended over the stay. Speaking of Nola, the great snake was also looking at the crew with sadness in his eyes. But unlike before, he wasn't the massive snake. Of course, he was big, but was comparable to the average snake, maybe a bit larger thanks to Usopp's powers. The snake liked the size change a lot, as this made him easy to travel through the Golden City and do other stuff that he lost when he gained his massive size over the years. The snake had bonded really well with Usopp and Sparky, so he would miss them. Speaking of Usopp, the sniper was crying his eyes out for his followers and Nola. Followers as in the kids that had posters of him and were also crying for him. Over the past few days, many people, mostly children, from Skypiea had talked to Usopp about his great stories and adventures. Some kids even went as far to declare on joining the Straw Hat crew one day. Especially kids from the Shandora tribe, they were a tribe of warriors after all. And for them, the Straw Hats were the greatest warriors to ever be seen. It wasn't just Usopp either, even Kuina had a down expression on her face. She was quite popular with the kids as well, due to her showing and teaching a few kids that got up the courage to get pointers from her. Zoro had joined in on teaching as well, when Kuina wasn't around to train the kids, and roughed them up into shape. So he was going to miss them as well. The Going Merry started to sail in the White Sea, with Nami's instructions, while most of the crew grieved over leaving the Sky Island. Robin, Chopper, Vippo, Bartolomeo, Penguin and Sachi stayed on the port while waving the crew off. Even Momu, the Sea King, was poking his head out of the water to wave at them. They were a bit sad that they had to stay back. But still, they wished for their crewmates' safe journey. "Be ready, everyone," Nami shouted as she navigated the ship into the White Sea. Before them was a huge fall that would take them down to the Blue Sea. There were other safer ways to get down, but where was the fun in that? "Everyone hold on to something," Luffy said with a grin as he sat on the ship's figurehead, on top of the giant skeleton that covered the sheep head of the Going Merry. The crew hurried as they held on to anything to keep themselves stable. And like that, the fall happened. Woo! Luffy cheered over the sound of his crew's panicked screams. The Merry flew off the end of the ramp, staying airborne for several seconds, enough time for the entire crew to float away from the deck. Just as they began to fall, Luffy gave the order, "Do it, Usopp. Anchor." Both the blacksmith and sniper did their part as a giant red-hot air balloon grew above the ship's sails. Ropes tied down the hot air balloon to the ship, as the ship got fully airborne. The crew tumbled to the deck, with a unified groan and complaints. While Luffy looked at the work balloon design of the Going Merry. "You guys are really awesome." "Shishishi," Luffy said to Anchor and Usopp, who both sported grins on their faces. Other than the hot air balloon above, there were also two bone-like wings on the side to navigate through the air as the ship traveled forward. Of course, the hot air balloon wouldn't last for too long. Only around 2 days, but with the added wings and the crew's preparations, it would be enough to cross at least 2/3 of the distance towards Water 7. Sanji had already started using his powers passively on the ship, making it move a lot faster in air without any resistance. A large fan made out of hardened maple was on the backside of the ship, pushing the ship forward. Nami had gotten a lot better with her powers. Unlike others, she might not be training her body, but her devil fruit was a logia. One that was unique in its qualities. That's the reason why she chose to focus on her fruit powers rather than anything else. The giant fan behind the Going Merry spun, pushing the floating ship forward as it traveled through the sky. "Amazing," Kobe said, looking down at the endless sea. "From up above, everything just looked different." "It is." Jin nodded. Chapter 379. Amazing, Kobe said, looking down at the endless sea. "From up above, everything just looked different." "It is." Jin nodded, a carefree grin on his face. Yozaku and Johnny were also appreciating the view, when Luffy came out of the captain's cabin with a bag. "Yo, Johnny, you ready?" Johnny looked at his captain and nodded. "Of course, Captain," he said, puffing up his chest. Luffy grinned, while the others looked at him. "Oi, be careful though," Yozaku said. "Your abilities are amazing, but it will be a long journey." Luffy came forward and gave Johnny 2 bags. The bigger one he quickly tied to his back, while the small one he tied to his waist. The small one has a couple of nutrition bars inside. So if you feel depleted, chow on them. They should give you energy and recover some of your stamina. Luffy said, holding out a Logbow's watch, which Johnny quickly strapped to his wrist. "This is an eternal pose to Alabasta. Just to be safe, I have added another one inside the smaller bag, along with a permanent Logbow's for Skypiea. It shouldn't take too long for you to go there and return. But take your time and also..." Luffy held his shoulder, looking him in the eye. "Be careful." Johnny nodded, a smile on his face. "Sure thing, Captain. I will get back to Skypiea before any one of you can make it back." Yahihihi. With that, Yosaku grew in size, turning from man to a griffin hybrid with his devil fruit powers. He looked at his crewmates one last time as they gave their goodbyes, before doing a fist bump with Yosaku before jumping down from the ship. He fell for a few seconds before opening up his wings, letting his instincts guide him as he flapped his wings, going towards the opposite direction to Going Merry, following the eternal pose for Alabasta. Luffy looked on as the flying zone user of the crew moved at fast speed, faster than the speed of sound, as he broke the sound barriers multiple times, clouds parting his way as he went. "TCH, show off," Yosaku said with a grin on his face. He would be lying if he said he wouldn't miss him. Johnny was practically his brother while growing up, and they barely separated from each other. So he was a bit worried about him. Yosaku had always been the stronger one, until most recently, so seeing Johnny go such a long distance was a bit worrying. But he trusted Johnny, and so did the captain. Or else Luffy wouldn't have given that task to him. Luffy and the crew watched as Yosaku left, before the captain of the ship looked at the navigator. "How long do you think he will take to reach Alabasta?" "With that speed, maybe 6 hours, but he's bound to slow down, so 8 or 9 give or take." Nami said, "It took them 2 days to get from Alabasta to Jaya, so even though Johnny was moving faster than the Going Merry, he would still need to spend a good amount of time flying." Luffy nodded. Even though he was worried, he trusted Johnny's ability. "And how much time will we take to reach Water 7? Nami hummed, "Hard to tell, but it shouldn't take more than 4 days." She said, "We are skipping an island, so..." "Yeah, it would take some time." "You call 4 days long?" Cricket asked, a bit flabbergasted. "With our ships it would almost take half a month to go from Jaya to Water 7. The monkey brothers who were on the ship nodded. "Well, our ship is just built different," Usopp said with pride, patting the Going Merry. Luffy just smiled, that it was. He said fondly. Even though he had to leave for Manaford, Luffy gave out an exact plan to what to do in Water 7. Their main priority was getting the ship in tip-top condition. Of course, they were going to build a new ship, but who said that a pirate crew only needed one ship? The original Straw Hats followed their log pose from going from Skypiea to Long Ring Long Land. But Luffy's crew already had an eternal log pose for Water 7. Cricket and the Monkey Brothers had an eternal log pose for Water 7. As Cricket's crew were mostly made for exploring the deep sea, they needed to visit Water 7 at least a few times a year to get their ships checked. Also, Mazira and Shaudo, the Monkey Brothers, were originally from Water 7. They might not be professional shipwrights, but they knew their way around the ship. It was a good thing that Cricket joined the crew. Unlike others, it wasn't that dramatic. When Luffy called in for a meeting and said that they would leave Skypiea, Cricket requested a one-on-one talk with him. There Cricket requested Luffy to join his crew. Not as a member, but more so as a crew under him. Unlike Law, he wouldn't be a member of the crew, but a captain that was under him. Similar to the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. This was good in a way, as with this Cricket would have his own freedom and his own crew. Which was okay with him. Even though Luffy preferred quality over quantity, having more men under him was also something that shouldn't be looked down upon. And Cricket's crew were mostly explorers anyways. And now that the past of Noland wasn't holding him back, Cricket had a dream to visit every island under the sun and explore the deepest parts of the ocean. Luffy would have preferred a guy like Cricket to join the crew as a core member. As Cricket might be weak, but even with the small training he had participated in Skypiea, he had shown quite a bit of potential. Especially with his swordsmanship. His use of cutlass blades was something that was truly noteworthy. But it didn't matter. Luffy had agreed to take Cricket under his banner, if he worked with the main crew for a year. That would be enough time for him to get strong and also plant some loyalty in him. Cricket viewed Luffy in a great light, mainly because like Cricket, Luffy was a dreamer. While everyone always laughed at him for believing in the old legend of Nolad, Luffy didn't. And not only that, he had proved it right by finding Skypiea. Also, the crew was filled with dreams like him, so Cricket had to join them. In just a week he had visited a sky island, found the city of gold and a dungeon. A freaking dungeon. This crew was different. And Luffy was a man of his word. A man that dreamed of becoming the Pirate King and being the strongest man. Cricket could follow a person like him. Chapter 380. The Going Merry sailed the sky as the day continued. Skypiea was far away while the crew looked on for Water 7. Luffy had discussed the plan and the dangers of it. And as there was time, Luffy and the rest of the crew fell into the routine of either doing some light training or relaxing. Things were going well. Too well. Wow. We are really flying. Aisa said, looking over the railing of the ship. Do all ships fly in the blue sea? I am Groot? Groot, who was standing by her side, shrugged with curiosity. But that wasn't important. What was important was the collective groan from the crew at seeing the duo. Why didn't anyone notice them? Luffy asked with a facepalm. We have observation hockey for God's sake. Hey, you are the one to talk, Nami said with a sigh. The journey would be dangerous, that's the reason why a few members of the crew were left back in Skypiea. So seeing two kids board the ship without getting noticed by anyone was a feat in and of itself. Sabo chuckled. I didn't even notice them either. He said, scratching the back of his head. Should I take them back to Skypiea? What? No. Aisa said, crossing her little arms. I am Groot. The tree creature doing the same. They looked like a cute duo. We won't go. Aisa said firmly, while puffing out her little chest, and besides I knew if I asked up front, you guys would have rejected me like the rest of the kids in Skypiea. So we sneaked in. Sanji, who just got out of the kitchen after hearing the commotion, had his jaw dropped at seeing the two kids. And besides, I'm the Knight of King Sanji, Aisa declared, puffing up her chest, while holding the wooden lace that Groot handed over to her. And it's a knight's duty to not leave the side of their king. I am Groot. Groot said while crossing his arms, nodding. I am Groot. Oh, and the Groot is the chef, and a king needs his chef. Aisa repeated after listening to Groot. It was no surprise that Aisa could understand Groot. She was an exceptional observation hockey user, even though she was a kid. So she could easily understand animals. While a king does need his chef, Luffy agreed, trying to fight the smile of his face, and be serious, but you are too young to be a pirate. It's not how things go. Aisa, Groot. This. You didn't do the right thing, Sanji said with a sigh before looking at Luffy. Captain, should I take them back to Skypiea? Taking them back wasn't the problem was finding the Going Merry after that. They had only one eternal longbows for Water 7 and so the kids were kind of stuck here. The crew had a good number of observation hockey users, and yet how both of them were able to get into the ship and hide long enough was truly a mystery. King Sanji, you can't do that, she said, panicking a bit, breaking her character. But the girl coughed before straightening her back. I mean, don't worry. I have thought this through, Aisa said, before walking proudly towards Luffy. She halted in front of him, before pulling out her secret move. Luffy deadpanned. Really, puppy eye? He said, before bursting into laughter. Shishishi. You guys are bold, sure you guys can stay. Usopp, Nami, it seems you guys will have to look after them in Water 7. Usopp laughed as well. And he wasn't the only one as the crew joined in at the scene. Not all things go as planned. Aisa, come here you cutie ball. Nami cooed before appearing near Aisa and picking her up, before rubbing her cheeks with the smaller girl. While Luffy might be immune to the small girl's cuteness attack, others weren't that lucky. Groot grinned and gave Aisa a thumbs up, which the girl returned. Luffy chuckled before he patted the small tree creature, while the small thing protested. There were a few chuckles and laughter for the new members of the ship, before Kuina asked a key question. So, if Aisa and Groot are joining the ship, are they cabin boys or girls? She said before a smile tugged on her lips as she looked at Law. If so, then congratulations, Law, you have got 2 new members in your rank. Oi? The doctor complained, while others laughed. Even with how serious everything gets, they were the Straw Hat crew, so there was bound to be laughter everywhere they go. Chapter 381. The Going Merry went along lazily, as it flew, or sailed, above the clouds. Its speed was faster than any normal ship as it went towards its destination. Time passed and other than sitting around and doing some light training, most of the crew had nothing else to do. Kobe and Usopp were playing tag with Aisa and Groot, while Kuina was sitting around in one corner reading a book. Sanji and Hatchin were cleaning up after lunch, and already planning for dinner. Sparky could be seen in the sky running along with Yozaku along the Going Merry. Both of them used moonwalk as the two pirates exchanged blows, training. After seeing Johnny get that strong, Yozaku also focused a lot on training so that he could catch up. He knew it would take a while before he was able to get his fruit, but there were other ways to get strong. Luffy and Sabo were also training, but more so in speed as the Rubber Man tried to play catch-up with the Lightning Man. Jin, Law, Anchor, and Cricket were on the deck playing cards, and from the looks of it, Jin and Law were winning, while Anchor and Cricket looked really miserable. On the side, Zoro was taking a nap, making use of the free time. Nami was also relaxing while finishing up her work on the map of Skypiea. She was a bit sad that they were going to skip one island. But when they have time, they would certainly take the time to visit Long Ring Long Land. From the logbook of Tsurara Oikawa, there were multiple stories of how the chain of 10 islands were, and their unique weather pattern. The island was big, and shaped like a crown, and who knows what kinds of treasures were there. Mapping the island would have been a treat. But alas, not everything goes as planned. Right then. Pre-prep-prepper. 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 The black transponder snail on the ship buzzed. Nami stood up and went to the snail, and looking at the caller, she smiled knowing who it was. She cut the call off, before calling Luffy, while she set up the black transponder snail for an encrypted call. After that, she called back the caller and waited. Moshi Vivi here. Vivi said, while a video projection of her came out as she waved at Luffy and Nami. Right as she was doing that, a white snake crawled up looking at the transponder snail, and was confused, looking back and forth. White Fury looked at the snail and then at Vivi. The princess chuckled, no, it's not food. And yes, they are Luffy and Nami. Hearing that, White Fury perked up and hissed happily at her friends. Well, you guys have been doing well. Luffy asked, anyway, did Johnny already make it to Alabasta? Vivi pouted, you don't call me for a whole day and the first thing you ask is about Johnny. She said, crossing her arms underneath her breasts, it seems you don't care for me at all. Luffy chuckled while Vivi grabbed her end of the transponder snail and moved it, showing Johnny. The pirate seemed to be stuffing his face with royal delicacies. Seeing his captain, he comically gulped down all the food, struggling a bit. Ahem. I made it, Captain. Luffy chuckled, it seems so. Did you have any trouble while going there? Nah, Cap, I got this, Johnny said, flexing his biceps, but I did get hungry though, even with all the energy bars. It seems flying consumes a lot of calories. Luffy nodded, it's probably because he wasn't fully used to his powers, which was making him burn extra energy. But he should get better. Something similar happened when Jin had his powers as well. Eat then get some sleep here, Luffy said. You can hang around Alabasta for a while before you want. You don't need to return to Skypiea immediately. Johnny nodded. I might take you up on that offer, he shamelessly said. I want to use my powers a bit, hunt some pirates and stuff. And also kill Vivi's bodyguard, or royal guard, or whatever his title is. Man, titles are weird. Anyway, his powers should be similar to mine, so he should be able to help me a bit. Especially with the flying part. Luffy nodded. With that, Johnny discussed a few more things about the bounty hunting organization CD's courting death services, before returning back to his food. Even White Fury joined in with Johnny as both of them ate. Vivi left them be and went into her own room, as she spoke to Luffy and Nami from the other side. Anyway, did you get the bag from him? Luffy asked. Vivi nodded and put the transponder snail on the table, before going away from the view for a few seconds before returning with the bag. She placed the bag on the table with a loud thud before looking at the transponder snail. This is quite heavy, what's even in there? Vivi asked. Oh, nothing much, just 100 kilograms of gold and a devil fruit. Nami answered with a smirk. Vivi's eyes comically widened before she zipped the bag open, before a shit ton of gold was dumped into her. Almost burying her in it. And on top of it was a devil fruit. Usopp's powers were amazing in some ways. With it, they were able to stack a lot of gold together and reduce their weight. But after the bag was opened, the powers got cancelled, as Usopp gave that as a condition to return to its original size. Both Luffy and Nami chuckled while Vivi got herself out of the rubble. She was going to complain when she noticed the devil fruit. It wasn't her first time seeing a devil fruit, but it was certainly amazing. Like it? Luffy asked, musing at her reaction. It's for you. You sure? Didn't Usopp want the fruit? Vivi asked. They had discussed it before the night prior about giving her that fruit. Luffy nodded. Yes, he did. But he already has a fruit. And while I am all for making a new devil fruit weapon, it's a bit complicated. Something about needing a special weapon. And well, after thinking a bit, I think this fruit should suit you the best. He said, I discussed with Usopp as well, and he wouldn't mind giving you the fruit. Funny thing is, when I brought up the subject about the fruit last night, he independently suggested you or Kuina for the fruit. And I spoke to Kuina as well, she doesn't want the fruit. So, go on and eat the fruit, Nami said kindly, but all of them knew why it was. Vivi looked at the fruit and nodded before biting into the fruit, gagging at the bad taste. Both Luffy and Nami laughed. Vivi didn't see Nami eat his fruit, so she took a large bite out of it, and regretted it due to the horrible taste. They spoke for a while, discussing the gold and the fruit. They were all for Vivi and White Fury. Even though Vivi didn't need the gold, being a princess and all, but as a member of the crew she also had her share. And also White Fury needed her portion. Even though she was going to most likely build a nest with the gold, and not use it any other way. Vivi also tested out her new powers a bit before going over other stuff that's been happening after they left Alabasta. It seems after the world government's failure at controlling Crocodile, they were going full force in Alabasta. Setting up a base in Alabasta to keep the island safe. And while any other country would have appropriated the help, the people of Alabasta didn't. They were still distrusting of them. And with Luffy's bounty hunting organization at play, they weren't needed. There were other problems, but Alabasta was doing well. The same for Drum Kingdom or Sakura Kingdom. The new King Dalton had visited Alabasta recently and set up some political contracts between both nations. There were many more improvements the countries needed, but they were on the correct route. After talking with Vivi some more, the call ended. Soon the night came, and after dinner, the Straw Hats called it a day. The Going Merry was still sailing through the sky as they went forward. Chapter 382. 2 more days passed and the Going Merry was now sailing on the blue ocean. As the crew was nearing Water 7, Luffy decided to take the ship down, rather than gathering any attention. It took a bit of an effort to land the ship, but they did it without damaging any part of the Going Merry. Even though the ship was reinforced with steel, it was better to be careful. Time passed as the crew sailed towards their destination. Oi! There's a frog doing the front crawl off the starboard bow. Jin said, attracting the attention of the rest of the crew. Really? I am Groot? Aisa and Groot yelled excitedly as they raced to the railing to see it. Don't be ridiculous, Usopp chastised. Frogs can't do that. Okay, I take it back. Guys, there's a frog doing the front crawl. The sniper yelled. Oi, that's why I said. Jin complained. Sure enough, a giant frog with black hair and scars covering its body was doing the front crawl through the water. It swam like a professional swimmer as it went forward. A frog? Cricket asked, then it must mean we are near. Luffy internally nodded, follow that frog. Aye, Captain. Kobe said. The ship turned to 2 o'clock and began pursuing the amphibian. And before long they found themselves on a lighthouse, getting introduced to a few new characters. Kokoro the old mermaid, Chimney her granddaughter, and the cat which was actually a rabbit gone by. They were a good trio of people who were happy to show around the station and point them at Water 7. But they became a bit cautious when they found out that Luffy was a warlord. It was a bit disheartening that some people would be more cautious about government-affiliated pirates than regular ones. So, unlike Canon, she didn't give the recommendation letter to Iceberg. It was sad in a way, but understandable. With how much Tom had suffered because of the world government, it was quite practical that old Lady Kokoro was hesitant to trust them. With Luffy and the crew finally making it to the station, the first part of the journey was over. You know, be careful out there, Nami said, from the ship, as Luffy gave a nod. Standing in the station with a few of his crewmates, oh, and don't forget to steal something from me. She finished with a wink, as Luffy laughed. Sure, Luffy said, before turning to Usopp, who was also at the ship, take care of Mary Usopp, and also don't forget to recruit a shipwright. You don't have to worry, Usopp said while puffing his chest, I will do it without any trouble. Luffy smiled, not even questioning if that was a lie or not. They were the Straw Hat crew, Trouble was their middle name. Wait. Are we Team Rocket or something? Luffy thought with amusement. Don't worry, boss. I will take care of them, Jin said, jabbing a thumb towards himself while ruffling Usopp's hair, making the sniper irritated. Which went on as both Jin and Usopp started wrestling in a cloud of dust, causing Aisa and Groot to cheer for them. Yozaku tried to stop them, but got tangled up instead. Luffy just laughed, I'll miss you bunch. He snorted before giving Anchor and Cricket a nod. He also gave the only doctor on the ship a grin, which returned the gesture by tipping his hat, stoically. While some might get a bit irritated about his lack of reaction, Luffy found it funny. Kind of like the emo cool kid that didn't speak to anyone cause he was too emo. Luffy laughed internally. Good going, Luffy, now we have an emo doctor, a shy doctor and a reindeer doctor. Oh, there's also the 2 assistants. Huh, my crew's having a doctor's monopoly here. Wonder if I can bag Marco as well? Luffy shook his head, even Shanks had been trying to bag that birdie for a while, but the said bird is too stubborn to leave his papa's nest. After that, all of the crew members including the kids said their goodbyes as the ship started sailing. Even though Luffy had explained what to do in Water 7, he was still a bit worried. But Water 7 needed to happen, he didn't expect the sudden warlord meeting. The importance of recruiting Frankie and also building a new ship wasn't something he could postpone. While the Going Merry was a good ship, it wasn't meant for the rough waters of Grand Line. And unlike how Luffy had expected, Usopp fully agreed. They weren't going to throw away the Going Merry, but they needed a bigger ship for the crew. One that was meant to take them across the seas. Luffy, Sparky, Kobe, Zoro, and Kuina stood on the platform of the station as they waved their goodbyes to the rest of the crew. Sabo was also with them, but he was already wearing his invisible watch to keep himself hidden. Usually, the Germa invisibility watch only lasted for an hour before it needed to recharge. But with Sabo's power, he could use it for longer periods of time. And not only that, after eating the lightning Logia fruit, Sabo had become better at hiding his aura. And along with the Germa invisibility watch, it was very hard for anyone to find him. Sabo didn't need to go to Manaford. But he was going there to test out how far he could hide from the Marines. If his powers were able to even fool the admirals, then in time when they attacked Marijoa, he would be ready. But if that didn't work, he could always change targets and try to infiltrate Impel Down. Ivkov should be in there. Even though there was no solid information, Luffy encouraged Sabo to go in there and find out. Nami steered the Going Merry away heading to Water 7 while Luffy made a call to Sengoku. They needed a ride to an ice lobby and the sea train was the best option. Meanwhile, Sabo took to the sky, going above the clouds as he waited. Chapter 383 Time passed and the Going Merry finally made it to Water 7. But that was not before some final modifications were done to the ship. It took a few hours for Usopp and his group to reach Water 7 from the station. And Usopp couldn't just stay still for all the time. A new flag flew on the Going Merry, a Jolly Roger, depicting a skeleton with an unusually long nose wearing a cap, having a slingshot and a rifle instead of the crossbones. It wasn't the Jolly Roger either, even the mainsail had been painted with Usopp's personal Jolly Roger, which Jin very profusely protested. Nami found it hilarious and in a way, if they really were going to put on an act of being a random crew, they should put some effort into it. In Usopp's opinion, Luffy was lazy just putting a random ordinary Jolly Roger on the ship. Where was the fun in that? Usopp, is the mustache and beard really necessary? Yozaku asked. You even had me shave my whole head. Yozaku, who always sported a buzz cut, was now bald, a bald man whose head shone in the sun. Yozaku wasn't fully opposed to the idea of going bald, but he didn't get why he needed to wear a fake beard and a comically long mustache. Aisa and Groot were behind the former bounty hunter, while both of the kids were polishing some baby oil to make his head extra shiny. His new name, Yotaro. Usopp solemnly nodded. Unlike others, he wasn't laughing either, as he was too much into the game. Yes, Yotaro, we need to make ourselves look different, he said, wearing a green mask that easily let his long nose pass through. He also wore a cape that had the enigma of Sojking written on it. We can't be connected with the real crew, or all the effort is for naught. Jin grunted, as he was also a dark color headgear, one that knights wore. Usopp initially wanted to give him a mask, but as he was a close-quarters fighter, giving him the knight's headgear was the best option. Especially if he had to go full zone or half zone. Usually, zones have the passive ability to stretch and morph their clothes when they go into their transformation, so this way, they won't get connected to the straw hats. Just as long as Jin didn't go full zone. Most half zones were kind or random, so it was tough to find people based on that. And besides, even though Jin had his fruit for a while, no Marines actually ever saw him using his abilities. As a veteran pirate, he was much more cautious about letting others see his cards. So other than wearing the dark-colored knight helmet, he also wore a cloak that was similar to the Beast Pirates, with large horns protruding out of the shoulder. I really hate the helmet, Jin said, but I do like the cloak. Makes me feel like a supervillain. Mahahaha. Usopp's sweat dropped, seeing Jin play into his role. But then again, was Jin even acting? Whatever you say, Jintaro, he said. Anchor and Cricket wore similar-looking beards, but unlike Yozaku's, they were white, giving them the appearance of old men. They even had to wear gray-colored afro, completely selling the old man image. Jin was the one to give the idea, and Usopp completely agreed. Nami went along just for the sake of it. But after getting puppy dog eyes from Aisa and Groot, they reluctantly agreed. They also had to change their names to Archie and Cricky. Their alibi was, the two brothers didn't go along. Funny thing was, they actually didn't get along. You look stupid, Archie, Cricket said, looking at the smith. We look almost the same, dumbass, Anchor grunted. Or should I say Cricky? Oi, at your age, Jin said with a smile underneath his helmet, bend your back a bit, and use a walking stick. You guys are in your 60s. Phoo. Both of them paused when Nami coughed, remembering that Aisa and Groot were with them. Screw you. Jin just laughed. Before someone else came out of the cabin, it was Law, looking good, doctor. Law, on the other hand, looked completely different. He was wearing a doctor's mask and head cover, blue ones that they wore while doing surgery, while wearing a doctor's gown and gloves to completely hide his tattoos. He even had fake round glasses to give him the look of a sincere and yet harmless doctor. He also disguised his sword to look like an umbrella. His name? Well, he didn't want a name. And just told everyone to call him Doctor. Your compliment is appropriate, he said with a formal tone, playing into his character as he fixed his glass. He also had a clipboard in his hand, to sell the look of a professional and harmless doctor. If you have any medical queries, do let me know, he said, while pushing his fake glasses up, as they shined with reflective light. Aisa and Groot had stars in their eyes, but that wasn't because of Law. No, it was because of Hatchin. Hatchin looked also quite different. His usually pink skin was now yellow, sporting tattoos of foods on them, with 2 black mustaches trailing down from his face, and a construction hat to cover his head. As an octopus fishman, he could somewhat change his skin color to camouflage under the sea. And he had been honing that ability for quite a while, and that's how he was able to change his skin color. His new name was actually his pet name, Hachi, and his alibi was that he was an Octopus Zone user. Do I even need to have a disguise? I'm not even going to leave the ship. But, you look so cool. Aisa said. I am Groot. Groot agreed. On the side, Law was drawing circles on the ground with a sad expression, mumbling something about how he put effort into his own disguise. Hachi just laughed, feeling a bit shy. Okay then. Hey, why don't I get a hat? Yozaku complained. My head is way too shiny now. It was true, Yozaku's head was literally shining like a mirror. Seeing this, others couldn't stop laughing. Men. Always complaining, Nami said. She was the only one who had a single change, as she used her maple powers to change the color of her hair from orange to black. She even styled her hair differentially, also wore a black domino mask on her eyes, making her look quite the stunning beauty. The change was simple, but it was hard for anyone to find similarities if they didn't look very carefully. And her new name was Mani, which she liked very much. Especially since it rang with money. The Monkey Brothers, Mazira, and Shaoju were the only ones that didn't go through any disguise. Even little Aisa was wearing a black domino mask similar to Nami's with a wooden guitar on her back. Of course, the wooden guitar was Groot himself, who morphed his body that way to change shape. Though she really didn't need to change her appearance much. As unlike others, she was just a kid and hardly anyone would pay attention to Aisa. Still, to keep up with the theme, she put some features similar to one Nami was using, giving her the appearance of a mini version of Nami. The navigator would be around them all the time, and they would hardly leave her supervision. Even though Water 7 was a beauty, currently it was a dangerous place for the Straw Hats. So they needed to be careful. Oh, by the way, big bro Usopp, what is your new name going to be? Aisa asked. Usopp crossed his arms, and grinned, Soj King. The king of the snipers. The Going Merry sailed on its own pace as it navigated through the sea. The sun set down, and in a few hours, the group of Straw Hats were at the shipwright city of Water 7. Chapter 384. At the same time, Water 7, Kiku sighed as he walked out of the Galley Law Company office. Inside, Iceberg was having a heated argument with a pirate about the practicality of a design. Huh, news star pirates. Always thinking they are some hotshot. I mean, why does he even want to put a head of a dinosaur in front of the ship? That's just plain ugly, Kiku thought, as he walked through the hall of Galley Law. People passed him, while some greeted him with smiles, others gave him high fives, and fist bumps. In all honesty, he will miss this place. He had been living in this city for 5 years. 5 years of going undercover to find some fictional blueprint for an idiot who got into the high ranks because of dear old daddy. But while Kiku didn't particularly like his boss, things were going to change now. Spandam had called all of the undercover agents back to Anai's lobby. And from what Lucci had hinted, he wasn't doing it willingly. Someone from the upper ranks more influential than Spandam had called the Cypher Pol 9 agents team back. Someone that almost all the Cypher Pol agents knew of, and had fear and respect for. While others were a bit hesitant, he was a bit excited about it. Even though he liked the place, it lacked any kind of excitement. And well, he wouldn't be jumping off rooftops if he wasn't an adrenaline junkie. Walking through the corridor, Kiku found Polly arguing with Lulu about his gambling debt, and asking more like begging him to give him some money. Boss, I'm calling it a night, Kiku said, bringing Polly's attention to him. The new pirate customers are a bunch of pricks. Anyway, I'm not feeling so well, so. Polly quickly came over, and placed his hand over shoulder. Of course, of course. But can you give me some money? Kiku deadpanned, before Lucci smacked the backside of Polly's head. Tori, the pigeon who was on his shoulder, spoke up. You are the new vice president of Galley Law? At least try to act like you have some respect. Why you, Lucci? With that, Polly tried to fight off Lucci, but the undercover agent was holding him down with one hand. Kiku chuckled as he walked past Lucci, not reacting as the other agent slipped a small piece of paper in his hands. Kiku yawned, playing fatigued as he stretched his arms going through the door. He came out walking, before quickly taking pace, and jumped out of the rooftop free falling towards the ground. Yamakes, they called him. Kiku smiled, a genuine one. He felt free when he was like this. Free. The Cypher Pol agent shook his head before he twisted midair, and flung his clothes back. Revealing his black suit jacket underneath, he took out his cap. With his agent suit on, he used moonwalk to fly through the sky going towards the hinted location. He moved in a way that was very hard for anyone to see. The wind blew past him as he moved, and before long he was already there. Calamity was already there, so only Rob Lucci needed to come. Blueno should have also been with them in Water 7, but a few months ago, someone from the world nobles needed his powers to run some errands of sorts. But from what he was hearing, Blueno failed one of the tasks and he was doing some kind of punishment. Hueco felt bad for his friend. But that's just how it was. That's how it's always been. You fail at something, you face the consequence of it. Hueco just wished Blueno was at least alive. He was like his family after all. Other than each other, no other had their back in their home island. Time passed and Hueco, Calamity and Lucci made their way to Anai's lobby. Using moonwalked across the hundreds of kilometers of distance and before long they were inside the Tower of Justice. 5 years. It had been that long. Hueco missed this place in some ways. The Nevernight Island of Anai's lobby, where it was always daytime. It was ironic in some ways, for spies like them who always tried to hide in the shadows, their main base was here, where there was no shadow. Hueco and the others entered the building. And all of the Cypher Pol 9 agents members were here. It wasn't just the three, Jabra, Kumadori, and Fukuro were there as well. Spandam, their chief, was pacing back and forth behind his desk, clearly nervous. But who could blame him? Even Hueco and the other members who were Cypher Pol were on edge, but unlike the man-child in front of them, they knew how to keep his emotions in check. Suddenly the air shifted in front of them, and all of the men inside the room prepared for the worst, but when the air suddenly became a door, all of them sighed in relief. It was just Blueno. But they were wrong. It wasn't just Blueno. Suddenly, as the door opened, all of the members present felt a sudden chill run down their spine. The air was hard to breathe, it was suffocating and fear was up their throat. It wasn't hockey or anything else, no, it was pure bloodlust. The intent to kill. The Cypher Pol agents such as Lucci and Jabra wanted to go into their hybrid forms immediately. But they were frozen in place, as if their body wasn't listening to their commands. An aura of intimidation was pressing down on them. As Blueno opened the door, a man walked out. Dressed in his all-white suit, with the white marine coat draping over his shoulder, walked out a man who was one of the key members of Cypher Pol 0. The man had a kind smile, sporting an eye patch on his left eye that almost glowed red. He was wearing a black vest with a white dress shirt, dress pants, and formal shoes. The man was old, and yet with his black combed-back hair, no one would even think of him as a man beyond his 40s. Another unique feature of the man was his right arm, which was replaced by a robotic one. A tragedy for a swordsman like him. Still, the man had 4 swords on his waist, 2 on each side. Spadroon swords, thin swords that looked grand on its design, and yet powerful. Even from the sheath one could tell all of them were of good quality. As the man walked forward, the Cypher Pol agents struggled to breath. Spandam on the other hand was downright knocked out, foaming from his mouth. As Blueno closed the door, the man broke into a light chuckle, breaking off the pressure. Now isn't this interesting? You guys are certainly more promising than the other batches of Cypher Pol 9 agents units. The man said, handing off his marine jacket to Blueno, who held it taking a step back. The man looked at each of them, eyeing them one by one, all the while the kind smile remained on his face. Like everyone, he held his eyes on Hueco for a moment before nodding. Now, where's your chief? Spandam was it? Where is he? He asked kindly. Chapter 385 Now, where's your chief? Spandam was it? Where is he? He asked kindly. All of them stood there awkwardly for a moment, all looking at the side, where Spandam was foaming from his mouth and on the floor. Suddenly the pressure in the room pressed down again. The old man promptly looked at Calamity, kick him in the balls. I'm sorry, sir. The man smiled. The pressure in the room increased a little bit. Did I stutter? We can't have an agent of justice sleeping on his work. Calamity moved her body even before she could realize it, kicking Spandam in the balls, planting him on the wall, and fully waking him up. In my balls. Heck, but Spandam stopped midway when a sword was buried at the right side of his face, fully waking him up, while blood poured down his cheek. Only then did the pressure of the room disappear. K. King Bradley. Sir, it's an honor to meet you. He said with some struggle. The man chuckled. Oh, please don't use that old title, just call me Bradley instead. I might be your superior, but you young ones don't need to be all straightforward in front of me, he said kindly, showing a smile that looked quite genuine, but I do hope I never see you sleeping again at work. Youngsters should be filled with passion for justice, only then can we keep the status quo. Spandam nodded like a chicken, his pants already wet. Was it from fear or Califul's kick? No one knew. Though, Hueco was certainly sure Lucci found much amusement in that, not that it was any different for him. Good, Bradley smiled, again, though his only eye hardened as he looked at him. Now give me the full report of your mission. And for your own sake, I do hope that I find it noteworthy. Unlike others, I need a valid reason as to why you have been holding up a Cypher Pol 9 unit for 5 years. Spandam gulped and nodded, standing up with much difficulty as he walked on wobbly legs and started giving the report. All the while Bradley listened carefully, while reading the report. Unlike the other Cypher Pol units, Cypher Pol 9 agents was special. All Cypher Pol 9 agents members were trained from birth to fulfill their roles in serving for the greater good. They were trained in assassination, espionage, and combat. There was a reason why the Cypher Pol 9 agents unit remained as a legend to the outside world. Every few years Cypher Pol 9 agents would get replaced, either promoted or demoted depending on their performance. But it couldn't happen to their own team, as Spandam had been hugging their full teams on Wild Goose Chase for 5 years. While Blueno, Lucci, Kaku, and Califa were working undercover in Water 7, the other Cypher Pol 9 agents were also working under Spandam. And Kaku was being honest here, they rarely did any good work. The unit as a whole was getting underutilized by Spandam. So he was bound to get caught someday. The world government might have corruption, but there were inquisitors in place to keep things in check. And the man in front of them was one of them. The man standing in front of them was former Admiral King Bradley. A man who had served the Navy for decades, before retiring from his position. Now he was a world government agent, a chief member of the highest Cypher Pol unit. A man who had one of the highest authority when it came to Cypher Pol. It was just Spandam's bad luck that he got sent here as an inquisitor to investigate. The man was known for his wrath after all. Kaka heard rumors about this man, about his time working as a Marine Admiral, and they were not pleasant. And it made Kaka wonder on why a free man like him joined the world government. There was no way for a Cypher Pol 9 agent to be free. Most of them had seen what happened to the few traitors, and no one wanted that. The world government was strict and cruel in setting examples. He was a Marine. And even a Marine had more free will than a Cypher Pol agent. Unlike us, they are free. They have vacations, family, and even retirement. The only thing we get is either a carrot or a stick, Kaku mused internally. But then again, where will I go? Where can I go? Kaku's thoughts were cut off when King Bradley spoke. He looked stern, his expression unreadable. So you're telling me that, for 5 years you have been holding out our best agents on a wild goose chase? Aye. Do not speak, Bradley said, cutting him off, a frown on his face. I will say this once, and once only. Never question my orders, and never cut me off, or be prepared to face my wrath. He looked around the room. Unlike before, he wasn't actively trying to drown them in killing intent. But even then, every one of the Cypher Pol 9 agents knew by instinct that King Bradley was getting angry, almost wrathful. Their instincts told them not to do or say anything that would make the beast unleash his wrath. Do you understand, soldiers? Sir, yes sir. All of the Cypher Pol 9 agents said at once. It almost felt like they were back at the training grounds again, with drill sergeants chewing them out. Good, he said, before sighing, and massaging the bridge of his nose. I'm getting too old for this. He said before clapping both of his hands. I have decided. As my authority as a member of Aegis, I declare this mission void. Cypher Pol 9 agents are to be handed under my jurisdiction, and Chief Officer Spandam is deemed. But Spandam cut him off. Hey, you can't do that. Bradley looked coldly at Spandam, deceased. What? But Spandam couldn't even finish his sentence as his head was centraling. His eyes were still wide when former Admiral Bradley sheathed his sword. A thin trail of blood came out of his neck area, before his body fell to the floor, head rolling forward. Cypher Pol 9 agents clear out the body from the office, blood usually sours my mood. He said, walking over the dead body. No one said anything as Fukuro and Kumadori came forward, taking out black zipper bag, and dumping the body inside. Blueno on the other hand was already mopping the floor of the blood. King Bradley walked forward and stopped at the large windows of room. From here one could see the whole of Inai's lobby. Quite the beautiful sight, isn't it? All uniformed and straight. The last time I came here was around a decade ago. Time sure does fly. He said to himself before turning towards them with his kind smile. I presume I got a bit overboard. I was only planning on dismembering him for his lack of usefulness, but... The older man sighed. Anyway, who is the one that's in charge after that moron? Even though Jabra wanted to nominate himself, all of them looked towards Lucci, as the world government agent stepped forward. Ah. Rob Lucci? I have been told you are a man of many talents, he said smiling. Now even though I want nothing more to take all of you back and give out proper missions. Better utilize all of your talents. I can't do that. You see, the world government has wasted a lot of resources on this fool. So this mission needs an end. Bradley continued, I don't care if the mission succeeds or not, but the mission needs a closer. So we have to do things fast. So I'm asking you, Agent. What would you do? He asked, looking at Lucci. Lucci seemed to straighten up a bit. Even from here, Hueco could feel all the remaining agents in the room were eager to see things happen. Rarely Spandam ever asked for their suggestion. So for King Bradley to do it, was quite the development. Hueco could respect that. And other agents also shared his testament. King Bradley continued, an air of charisma around him. Speak your mind, soldier. You have been undercover for almost 5 years for this mission. You are bound to notice something odd about the target. Thank you, sir. Lucci started. If I'm being honest, it's a hunch, but one that I'm sure of. While working under Iceberg, I have gotten to know him on a personal level. The man has plans. If he does have the blueprints of Pluton, then he knows, like his teacher Tom, the government might try to kill him. Iceberg might be a nonchalant person, but he is a cautious man. So either he doesn't have the blueprint or someone else has it. Interesting, Bradley said, taking the teacup off of Blueno's hand, who had just returned. He sipped the tea, and said, go on. From our independent research, Lucci said, indicating to Kaku and Khalifa, we have discovered that there was also another student that worked under Tom. Cutty Flam was his name. The boy presumably died under the sea train when he tried to stop Tom's execution. Bradley chuckled, a hot-headed one, wasn't he? Young stars. He said, smiling, brings me back to my heydays. A few years ago, someone had came to Iceberg under the same name, Lucci said. At that time, we didn't think much, as Iceberg just waved it off. But after doing a bit of research, I can almost certainly say that it's Frankie. Bradley nodded. This Frankie character. How certain are you about this? Lucci steeled his resolve. I am almost sure. This man doesn't have a past. We couldn't trace back his past, and not only that, his shipwright skills are far from average. And some of his inventions are in line with the things Cutty Flam had created. King Bradley nodded, standing up. Well, great then, he said, walking forward and clapping Lucci on the shoulder, giving him a firm shake. Do whatever it takes. I only give you 24 hours to either get the blueprints of Pluton. Burn down Water 7 if you have to, get me those papers. And if you can't, then don't worry. I do not care if this mission either succeeds or not, but this needs closure. With that, King Bradley passed Lucci as he walked towards Blueno. Oh, and also fake Spandam's death. Spandine is one of my good friends, and I hope nothing will leave the room, he said with a smile. Spandam, for all he's worth, was a government agent, so putting death on some pirate should do the trick. Yes, sir, Lucci said while King Bradley walked away, stopping in front of Blueno as he opened the door, letting him pass through. Chapter 386. Water 7, the Going Merry in its unrecognizable form finally entered into Water 7. Other than leaving behind Hachin and Yozaku, most of the crew went out to look around Water 7. As it was nighttime, the city of Water 7 looked very appealing with lights and other attractions. Cricket and Anchor went together along with Mazira and Shoujo, the monkey brothers. They more or less went out exploring rather than anything. Anchor wanted to visit the local weapon shops to restock on a few materials, while Cricket intended to temporarily hand over his own crew's duties to Mazira and Shoujo. As per Luffy's condition, Cricket had to journey with the Straw Hats for a year or so, and in the meantime, his crew will be without their captain. Most of Cricket's crewmates were more or less ship scavengers and explorers rather than pirates. And the funny thing is, other than Cricket, no other member of his crew had any significant bounties. The Monkey Brothers did have bounties on their heads, but they weren't that famous. So leaving them alone wouldn't be a problem. Especially, as they intended to work under CD's, Luffy's bounty hunting organization. They would have to forge new identities, but it should be manageable. So Cricket went and explained the situation to Mazira and Shoujo so that they could relay the information to the rest of the crewmates. Only Cricket will be joining the Straw Hats for their journey. Both Mazira and Shoujo were weak, compared to the other members of the Straw Hats. And Cricket knew bringing them along would only put them in danger. Even Law had almost all of his crew back in Skypiea. While Luffy might be a dreamer like him, his crew was also a trouble magnet, and he didn't want Mazira and Shoujo to suffer because of this. While that was happening, Nami was out with Aisa and Groot, out there shopping. Groot was disguised as a guitar at first, but after buying some clothes, Groot was able to return to his humanoid form and walk together with them. Both the kids were excited about shopping, and Nami shared that sense. She always was a minimal spender, but with the Straw Hats having so much gold and other commodities, she was letting herself a bit loose on the buying spree. Still, she would haggle over the prices before buying anything. And the kids were just happy to be there, checking out new clothes and foods all around the small island. Usopp, with Jin, were looking for Frankie and intended to check out Galila later on. Luffy had explained the importance of recruiting Frankie, and about his skills. So both of them were out there gathering information about him. Which wasn't that much, Most normal people would freak out and run away when asked any questions about Frankie. And the few pirates that Usopp and Jin did question were also looking for Frankie cause he either stole from them or they had some grudge to settle. So they weren't getting much there. Still, they did get some useful information, mainly about the location of Frankie house, but nothing much. Usopp sighed at one point, and said that it would have been much easier if Robin was here. She was very good at gathering information after all. Even Jin had to agree with that one. Law was the only member to directly go into galley law. But he was mostly there for personal reasons. While he respected his new crew for their own effort in finding a good shipwright and fixing their ship, Law was there to find out if Polar Tank could be fixed or not. His old ship was destroyed back in Jaya, and only few parts of it remained. Law deep down knew that fixing it wasn't possible, but he also went there to see if building a new ship with the same blueprints were possible or not. Funnily enough, Luffy was the one to suggest that. Even though Law tried to hide it, he wasn't taking it well. With so much grief, Law wasn't fully thinking things straight, so he was grateful to Luffy for the suggestion. Other than back in North Blue, back in his home island only Water 7 might have the capabilities to build such a machine. Submarines were very uncommon in the Sea of Grand Line. Mainly due to hard navigation and sea kings, most people used normal ships. Law entered the galley law office and quickly found Iceberg discussing, almost arguing, with a pirate about the practicality of a design. While others didn't recognize the pirate, Law did. And he was cautious and curious about him. Things might get pretty interesting. Both Usopp and Jin stood outside Frankie house. It was a bit of a hassle. But they finally found the possible location of their future ship, right? Wait before we go in. Usopp said as both of them walked towards the main door. What would you rate our possible future crewmate? Rate based on what? Jin asked with a raised eyebrow. You know, based on how normal he will be? Jin scoffed. The only one normal in our crew is Sparky. And that's a talking monkey with 6 arms. He said, you can't expect ordinary in our crew. But we have Anchor and Cricket in the crew. They are pretty normal. Yeah, both descendants of legends. Jin shook his head. Even you are the child of a living legend. Well, Usopp didn't know what to say, so he just rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, my old man's pretty cool. But I'm gonna be much cooler. By this point, both pirates were in front of the large doors of the entrance. Jin shrugged, before kicking the door open. Is Frankie here? Usopp winched as the large double door flung open, revealing the inside of the room. Inside was nothing but darkness as Jin's voice echoed around the room. Suddenly there was music from the room as a few spotlights turned on, revealing 3 figures on stage. 1 male and 2 females came to the view, posing. Did you just call my name? Said the blue-haired man, wearing a shirt over his blue underwear, and an unbuttoned shirt. Don't be shy. Call my name. Frankie. I'm the island's most Superman. Frankie. And he ended with a pose, leaning on his left as his huge forearms met each other to make a blue start. The 2 young women Frankie family's square sisters by his side also followed that pose, mirroring the man. The other thugs of the Frankie family cheered and tossed flower petals around for effect. Both Usopp and Jin didn't say anything for a while, before Jin broke the silence. Oh, great, so he's a stripper. He commented dryly. Oi? Who are you calling a stripper? Chapter 387. The group of Straw Hats at the sea train station had to wait a bit for their ride to arrive. While the sea train was fast, it would take some time to get here. In the meantime, Sparky and Kobe were able to befriend Chimney and her cat, which was actually a rabbit gone by. Kokoro was still cautious of the group, but she seemed a bit more eased now. Mainly after Sanji brought in some snacks for the group. Soon the sea train arrived, and unlike the other sea train, this one was completely white in design, with the Marine and World Government symbol on it. The train also had only 3 compartments in it, and because of this it was also very fast, unlike the other trains. It was also operated fully by Marines, and when they saw the Straw Hats they seemed to be a bit on guard. Even though the Straw Hats had a good reputation, they were also pirates, so the Marines by nature were cautious of them. Still, not all of them had glares. Some were genuinely curious about the group. Many of the Marines did respect Luffy for what he did back in G3 base and Alabasta, and with his relation with Garp, he was quite famous. The door of the sea train opened and the Straw Hats hopped on board. But they were surprised by what they saw. Ho, now isn't this just a grand welcome, Luffy said while crossing his arms. Even though he was calm on the outside, on the inside he was a bit worried. Why did the Navy HQ send an admiral to receive me? Kizaru looked up from his fashion magazine, yawning as he looked at Luffy and his group, before returning back to reading his magazine. Luffy's brow twitched. Oi, at least answer me. Kizaru sighed. I'm just doing my job, he said as he shrugged, returning back to reading his fashion magazine. He's a slow one, isn't he? Sparky said from Luffy's shoulder. Kizaru blinked slowly, before looking at Sparky, and tilting his head a talking monkey, he pointed at before slowly moving his finger to Luffy, on top of another monkey? How does that work? You are called the yellow monkey? How does that work? So many monkeys? Kizaru nodded before slowly returning back to reading his magazine. Luffy looked back to his crewmates and shrugged. It seemed they were stuck with him. The Marines nearby escorted his group to seats in the same compartment. It was big enough for all of them, but they were a bit on guard with having an admiral on board. Kobe's first impression of meeting an admiral was slow. So you want me to check out your ship, eh? Frankie asked. That's super awesome, he said, doing the pose, before sitting down and leaning in to make eye contact with the pirates, but it will cost a pretty penny. Now Frankie, Usopp and Jin were sitting in his makeshift office. Usopp and Jin were also there in their disguises, sporting the name Sojking and Jintaro with pride. Like them, the Square Sisters were also with them, standing behind Frankie while they crossed their arms coolly. How expensive are we talking here? Jin asked, but Usopp stopped him. Jintaro. 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 Money isn't an issue when it comes to our ship, Usopp said, making a fist of passion. Our love for the ship knows no bounds. So money, don't worry about money, but we would like you to work on our ship, so that the Going Merry can sail without any issue. Of course, unlike them, the Going Merry wasn't that famous, so she didn't need a name change, only the appearance change would do. Jin looked at Usopp as if he was mad. He really wanted to point out that Nami might literally kill him if he spent money unwisely. But then he heard something as he moved his head to the side. Frankie was shedding emotional manly tears hearing Usopp's declaration, along with the Square Sisters. Maybe Usopp's onto something. Jin thought, such love and camaraderie for one ship. He said, grabbing Usopp's arms, I have to know the name of a man like yours. My name is Sojking, hailing from the land of snipers. I'm the best sniper in the world. And I'm the captain. Usopp said before gesturing to his side, and this is Jintaro, he's the best loyal mate in the world? Yes, that. And he's my vice captain. Jin sighed, but then nodded. Our crew is relatively new. So you might have not heard it. Usopp carried on with passion, but don't worry, one day our names will be on the front page of newspapers, with people cheering on our behalf. Frankie nodded as he crossed his arms. I often say, talk is cheap. But you guys have a burning manly passion in you. And that makes me believe otherwise. He said with his weird and iconic pose. But I'm a bit curious. Why do you want me to check out your ship? If money isn't an issue, then you could have gone to Galley Law Company. They also have amazing shipwrights there. Well, of course not superior as me, but still. That might be true. But someone recommended you, and he was my close friend. I can't tell you his name, but you once worked on his ship to set up your inventions. And he really praised your work, and we also did some research. Frankie raised an eyebrow as he leaned in, but didn't interrupt. You have quite the fame back in Auction Island for your inventions and your shipwright skills. So we want you to help us out. And maybe later on, we might offer you something that you won't be able to refuse. Now, I'm hooked. Frankie grinned, leaning back on his chair. He did visit Auction Island from time to time, he even had plans to buy the recent atom wood from there. But I also am curious about your group. Haven't heard of you or anything. Chapter 388. Even though Frankie was a bit surprised that the unknown pirates knew about his shipwright skills, when the pirates mentioned Auction Island it made some sense. You see, the main work of the Frankie family was to disassemble ships and sell those parts officially in Waters 7 or the Auction Island nearby. But sometimes Frankie would get creative and build functional ship parts, such as weapons or jet engines, to sell it at the Auction Island. And when someone bought them, Frankie had to set them up in their ships. While doing so, Frankie would usually go a step further and check out the whole ship, if possible, either fix them or recommend solutions for it. He had been doing it for a few years now. So he did have a reputation as an unusual shipwright. Actually, Luffy was the one who told Usopp all of this. When the rubber man asked Usopp to recruit Frankie, the sniper of course asked why. And Luffy had explained it, he couldn't just tell how he knew of his future crewmate. Which wasn't a lie. Luffy had been keeping an eye on Frankie by Morgan's Newsbirds. The cyborg did have a reputation there. So Luffy told him that. Usopp started, like I said, our crew is relatively new. We were mainly a bounty hunting crew not too long ago. But stuff happened and some shitty Marines labeled us as pirates. So yeah, rather than going into hiding we now fly a Jolly Roger. Yeah, fuck the world government and the Marines. The so-called vice captain added from the side. The Square Sisters nodded along. They also had brought snacks and tea in the midst of the conversation, and Jin was gulping them down, after lifting the mouth portion of his night helmet. Frankie nodded, it wasn't new. Many pirate groups do come about like that, There were many corrupt Marines, and sometimes when cashing in bounties they wanted a good portion of the share. If not, they will sometimes wrongfully accuse you of piracy and brand you as criminals. While Frankie might not like working with pirates, it was better working with Marines or any world government agents. And besides, it was a shipwright's duty to help ships in need. Well, can't argue there. Frankie said, before rubbing his chin. Anyway, it's a bit late. Do you want me to check out your ship now, or first thing in the morning? Now, Usopp replied, not hesitating. If it's okay with you. Frankie stood up. Sure, this will be super awesome. He grinned. Let's check out your ship first, he said, standing up, and tell you what. I already like you guys. If it comes down to it, and in future, you guys do need a ship, I will give you guys a discount. Usopp just smiled underneath his mask. After that, all of them left for the Going Merry. Frankie checked out the whole ship, and he was really impressed. The ship was from the East Blue. Just by looking at the craftsmanship and design, he could tell it was from there. But what made Frankie truly impressed was the fact that a ship from that far managed to come here without taking any significant damage. Of course, the ship had been reworked multiple times, to add layers of protection. But he was sure the crewmates of the ship really took care of it. While Frankie was looking over the Going Merry, the rest of the Straw Hats returned from their trips. Well, most of them, Law had yet to return. But that wasn't the main concern. Other than the group, there were also a few unwanted people who were keeping an eye on them. After the initial checking was done, the ship sailed in near Frankie's house where Frankie could get fully into work. But what Frankie and the Straw Hats failed to notice some figures that were observing them. A few hours had passed and the Cypher Pol 9 agents was back at the island, and they had their target in sight. They just had to set things up. Of course, with the Straw Hats wearing disguises they didn't recognize any of them. But it didn't matter. Their main target was Frankie after all. Got to say, you guys really take good care of your ship. Frankie said, impressed. The ship needs some repair, but I have to ask, why did you guys put a dinosaur skull in front of the ship? You part of the new pirate group that's in Galila? Usopp was confused under his mask, but like always, he decided to lie. It's complicated, he said, before trying to change the subject. Not knowing how he threw off their unwanted observers. So how long will the repairs take? We would also like you to add some of your personal modifications for the ship. Frankie grinned. Hey, you sure? I get pretty crazy when it comes to modifications. He said, they are super. So you won't have to worry. But before that, let's talk about payment. Nami snapped her head at Frankie when she heard that. Her money senses were tingling. She then snapped her head towards Usopp and Jin, who felt a shiver down their spine when they noticed her. They gulped. But of course, Frankie didn't notice it. 20,000 for the checking and 30,000 for repairs. Oh, and the modifications will cost extra. So are you guys paying up front? That's just ripping us off. Nami roared, coming to the side. Frankie was a bit surprised when the girl appeared from nowhere, but he wasn't backing down. I mean, of course it's expensive. But unlike others, I'm only charging you 4 times the amount as Galila Company. But you did say, money wasn't a problem. Now this is just getting back on your words as a man. What Frankie didn't mention was that, unlike Galila, he was going to do all the work alone. And even though the ship was small, it would still take 4 men to do it. So he was taking 4 times the payment. Even though he was ripping his customers off, in his mind it was justified. They did seem loaded, after all. Also, this would give him enough money to buy that atom wood. No. Usopp quickly said, stopping Nami. Internally wincing at the earful he was going to receive later. My crewmate, Mani, is a bit shy when spending money. But don't worry about it. But still, we would like a discount. Nami's brows twitched, hearing this, but she calmed down her nerves. Sure, they had a shit ton of money, but she wouldn't let Usopp waste them like this. She looked at her sides, spotting Anchor and Cricket. Chapter 389. Frankie rubbed his chin. I can only give you guys a 10% discount. But I want my money up front. No. This time it was surprisingly Anchor who stopped Frankie. Most shipwrights take their payment after working. And you are asking for 4 times more, so, why do we have to pay beforehand? Cricket also chimed in. Yeah, how would we even know if your work is good or not? You might as well try to run away with our money. Nami nodded vigorously at his side. Usopp face-palmed himself. What? Listen here, bub. No one questions my skills, Frankie said, and what would you even know about shipwright, old man? Popeye's brow twitched. The disguise he was wearing made him look old, but he didn't appreciate it. I am not a shipwright, but I did work on our ship along with you, so. I mean our captain. Also, I'm a smith, and as a smith, I take pride in building my stuff for passion. More than just building stuff for money. Cricket also crossed his arms and nodded. I know a bit about modifying ships myself, and what you are asking is just too much. Nami at her side also nodded along. That's not manly at all. Yeah, a true man would work for passion, Jin added, making Usopp look at him questionably. They were trying to recruit him here, not gaslight him. What he said. Popeye nodded. Are you really a man if you do it for money? What? I'm super manly. Frankie defended, looking at Popeye, and Cricket, but I think you have a problem with me. Wanna settle this man to man? I ain't afraid of no one. Especially not you, old man. Popeye didn't back down, taking his pipe down from his mouth. Bring it. Guys, we don't have to do this. Usopp tried diffusing the situation. But Jin stopped him. He had a knowing grin behind his helmet. But Frankie ignored him. Fine, if you win, I will charge the normal amount. Anchor raised an eyebrow. And you want nothing in return? Insulting you would be enough, old man. Anchor's brow twitched. I'm gonna enjoy this, he said, cracking his knuckles, while Frankie did the same. Wait. Usopp said, stopping right in the middle. No fighting. You guys will rip each other apart. But if you are going to settle this like men, then do it the right way. Both Anchor and Frankie looked at him. Arm wrestling, Usopp suggested, flexing his arms, which had only a bit of muscle. While Usopp did get strong, his muscles weren't that visible. He was what some would call a hard gainer. The only way to settle things between real men. Fine, Frankie said, let's see if you can beat me in arm wrestling, old man. I'll crush you with my arms. No one has ever beat me in arm wrestling. He finished showing off his oversized forearms. Popeye looked at Frankie and shook his head, also flexing his own oversized forearms. Sure thing. Just don't whine after you lose. Frankie snorted, if I lose, I might as well join the stupid crew. And that ain't happening. Yeah, big bro Frankie. You can do it, the Square Sisters said from the side. They were absent for a while, but seemed they had listened in for most of the argument. The members of the Frankie family also cheered along. A bench was set up, and both men stood by their side as the arm wrestling match began. And it was easy to say that Frankie didn't even stand a chance. Not by a long shot, even with his cybernetic enhancements he lost to Popeye in the arm wrestling match. Frankie was on the floor looking at his arms. I lost? Popeye smirked, wondering why Frankie's arm felt weird, but he didn't question it. Frankie snapped his head at him, best out of 3. Anchor smirked, sure. And Frankie lost again. I refuse to believe this. Hey, it's not about that anymore, Nami said, walking up to him. Now you will charge us the normal price. Deal? Frankie grumbled, fine. Kaku, Blueno and Califa looked at the scene between the pirate group and Frankie, wondering if their info on Frankie having the blueprint was true or not. But it didn't matter, things were almost set up, and the show was about to start. By the time the sea train reached Navy HQ, an odd scene was playing out inside the sea train. Hey, old man, pass me the salt, Luffy said, blowing his food, while eating the hot noodles. Huh, new pirates these days, no manners, Kizaru said as he passed the salt while chowing down on the udon noodles. Oh, who knew you could make cup noodles so good, Sanji-kun? I did. That's why I made him my chef, Luffy butted in. By the way, you should try the chicken toppings, they taste quite good with the broth. Sanji just shook his head as he cooked with limited ingredients. Still, it was better than eating cup noodles. Oh, thank you, Kizaru said, while taking some of the suggested toppings. Oi, why is she getting more meat than me? Zoro complained. I don't know what you are saying, mushhead. Sparky, stop stealing my food, dang it. I don't know what you are saying, Kobe. The other Marines in the sea train looked weirdly at the scene, an admiral eating noodles with a pirate crew. But then again, they were a bit jealous that only the admiral was getting food, not them. Before long the sea train reached its final destination and it was already morning by then. And the Straw Hats were at Manaford, the Marine HQ. Chapter 390 Manaford, Navy HQ. As the sea train approached Manaford in the pre-dawn hours, the first light of morning painted the sky with soft hues of orange and pink. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging over the waiting Marine soldiers who had gathered on the shores. Their faces betrayed a mixture of excitement and trepidation, for the impending arrival of the warlords meant that something of great significance was about to unfold. And they knew what it was. A war. And this was just the preparations for it. The Marines had meticulously prepared for this warlord meeting, their forces stationed in strategic positions around the Manaford headquarters. As the sea train came to a halt and the first warlord's arrival grew imminent, the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the approaching vessel. The moment was charged with both uncertainty, for the warlords weren't just your average pirates. They were one faction of the world government that helped the Marines maintain balance within the world. The marine soldiers that were at least in the rank of rear admirals stood in lines, leaving a large wide pathway for the warlord crew to come. The atmosphere crackled with unease as the sea train finally docked, and the first warlord disembarked. All eyes were fixed upon the door of the sea train as it opened, and a large man, almost 10 feet in height, slightly taller than Admiral Kizaru, came out. It was the fallen hero Luffy. The young man sported an all-black suit with red shirt, a loose tie that flung with the wind. His iconic straw hat was on his head along with a confident grin. A long black coat hung loosely over his shoulder as he walked in front. As he stepped out of the sea train, all of the marines near the vicinity could feel an aura of royalty and power within him. He walked forward, resting his large naginata over his shoulder. Luffy wanted to make a strong impression here, and what better way than dwarfing most of the people with height and stature? Add a dash of controlled haki into the mix and you got yourself one amazing entrance. Behind him came out Zoro and Sanji, sporting almost a flame-like aura around them. Unlike their captain, they were around normal height, around 6 feet tall, each having an intimidating aura of their own. Zoro wore a long, open dark red coat closed on his waist that's held by a red sash, into which his 3 swords are tucked. His black bandana is tied around his left forearm. His coat exposes his bare chest, revealing his green haramaki underneath the coat. He also, like his captain, sported a long red coat that hung loosely over his shoulder. Sanji, fashionable as ever, sported an elegant red suit, black shirt, and red tie, with black gloves around his hands. He also had a fur-trimmed coat with a black necklace. Kuina came next, wearing white kimono with gold embroidery of flower petals and a sky blue coat similar to the men in the group. She, unlike the others, sported a cold aura that enchanted her cold beauty. Right after that came Kobe in his own full white suit, with a white coat that almost made him look like a marine captain. But unlike the marines who had the kanji of justice, his was hope. Right after that, came Admiral Kuzen, who was wearing his usual yellow suit with justice coat. But on his shoulder was a 4-foot monkey, wearing a loose vacation shirt. The monkey also had 6 arms and sported a Borsalino hat. All the marines were too shocked by that odd sight, but unlike the others, Sparky didn't have a bounty or recognition, so he was kind of the underdog of the Straw Hats. A 6-armed monkey on top of the yellow monkey of the marines, an odd sight indeed. The stage was set for a high-stakes meeting that would shape the course of events in the world, and the marines of Manaford stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Right then they heard a shout, "Luffy!" It was Vice Admiral Garp, whose fist was now black along with red streaks of lightning coming out of them. Fist of love. Grandpa. Luffy grinned, cocking back his head, as the forehead portion of his head got covered in the blackness of armament, before both of them clashed. Head of might. Fist meeting head, creating a shockwave that sent wind around everywhere. Red sparks of lightning came out as marine soldiers dropped to the floor with foams coming out of their mouths. The aura of King squashing down on the weaker wills present to view the sight. The Straw Hats behind Luffy stood their ground, covering their eyes, while the ground beneath Luffy turned into rubble, spider cracks forming all around. Shishishishi. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Oh, so scary, Kizaru said, seeing the clash, his face having a nonchalant expression. Grandpa is scary indeed, Sparky nodded from his shoulder. Why are you on my shoulder again? 'Cause you lost to me in a card game, and, also, because you appropriate me guiding you on the right path? Sparky said cheekily. The things I do for duty. Kobe deadpanned, hearing both of them. It was almost poetic in the sense that Kizaru's worst enemy was sitting on his shoulder. Sparky's fruit was Kizaru's perfect counter after all. On the opposite side, the few vice admirals present were a bit shocked at seeing the 2 monkey Ds clashing. But then again, few weren't. Tsuru sighed, rubbing her head. They are going to destroy the dock. Pray that they only destroy that before the war, Bogard said from her side. Huh, nice one, Vice Admiral Cancer said. I should have brought some popcorn for this shit. You guys are taking this way too casually, Momonga said while shaking his head. Even though both Mononga and Cancer were nonchalant about the situation, they were eyeing the blade users of the Straw Hats carefully, eyeing Zoro and Kuina, who were also looking at them. I have to agree with Big Sister Tsuru. They are going to destroy the dock. Vice Admiral Jian, who was standing at Tsuru's side, said, before suddenly a pin rose was presented in front of her. A pink rose for the famous Pink Rabbit of the Marines, Sanji said coolly. Almost making all of the Marines snap their heads at him. When did he get here? They didn't even see him move. Oi, oi. You out to get in line, blonde, Toka Cake, or better known as Chin said, coming in front of the female Vice Admiral trying to assert his dominance. I done asked that gorgeous woman out more'n 100 times now. Ain't no way ma let some greenhorn young gun mosey on in here and mess up my courtin'. You wanna take it outside, uncle? Sanji said as he didn't back down. Uncle? I'm in my 30s, ya darn snot-nosed little varmint. Eh? Really? Must have been the receding hairline. I'm sorry, Sanji said, not actually meaning it. Why you? Chapter 391 Water 7. Right before the crack of dawn, the Straw Hats could be seen celebrating with the Frankie family. All of them were a lively bunch that enjoyed partying, and with the Going Merry going back into its pristine condition, the crew could relax a bit. Of course, Frankie did warn the crew that the Going Merry wasn't meant for the Grand Line, and that it would get damaged from usage. He also suggested buying or making a new shipment for the Grand Line. One that wouldn't strain the ship. Everyone was now in the Frankie house, the giant warehouse that housed all the members of Frankie's group. Having a mixture of ship-related things, and the cavernous interior was divided into sections, each meticulously organized with an array of shipwright tools, materials, and equipment. Stacks of lumber, coiled ropes, barrels of tar, and bins of nails lined the massive shelves that were scattered around the area. The place was big, enough to fit a few ships inside, and situated near the open sea, so ships could be easily disassembled for their parts. After Frankie checked the Going Merry, the group of bounty hunters and pirates decided to throw a small party to celebrate. And Hatchin was the main man of the show. With his six-armed cooking skills that he had improved over the months, he was gaining a lot of attention from the food freaks of the Frankie family. They valued him as a cook, and the six-armed fishman really appreciated it. Yozaku, Anchor, and Cricket were also there, doing their own thing. Mainly keeping themselves busy with either stupid challenges or stuffing their face. However, Anchor did get multiple challenges by the Frankie family for arm wrestling matches, which he won every time. Other than that, they were more or less relaxing. Still, the pirates were already missing Sky Island. The environment and the atmosphere were just better up there. That was more suitable for relaxing. Water 7 on the other hand was more or less an urban city, so things were a bit different. Aisa and Groot were also enjoying the party. They could be seen running around going from one place to another before going back on the Going Merry playing on the ship. Nami was doing her own thing, as she was super busy with all the weather-related tech the Frankie family had. Most of them were junk or scavenged from old ships, but some of them were quite interesting to her. Especially a log pose that had 3 needles, a log pose that was meant for the second half of the Grand Line. For the Frankie family, they were mostly junk, but for Nami she was very interested in those junk. Jin on his end went out looking for Law as he hadn't returned yet. Luffy warned Jin, Usopp and Nami about possible Cypher Pol 9 agents members being here, so they weren't using transponder snails as their conversations might get eavesdropped on. Usopp on his end was quite happy that they managed to fully get the ship fixed by a professional shipwright. Said shipwright was trying to make him drink and reveal his secrets to wealth. It was funny in a way, cause the only one who was getting drunk was Frankie. Usopp wasn't a drinker, and when you join a crew whose captain is fully a health freak, you tend to avoid it. And besides, Usopp had to keep his guard up, all the time. Water 7 was relatively dangerous with what Luffy had said, so the last thing he wanted was to get drunk and in trouble. So even though Usopp was on his 14th bottle, he wouldn't be getting drunk anytime soon. The sniper had many tricks up his sleeve, and one way to not get drunk was not to drink. And he was doing just that. His powers were really useful in fooling people. In some ways, he made the right choice when choosing this fruit. The same couldn't be said for Frankie, as the cyborg was piss drunk. The cyborg wasn't used to drinking, so rather than Usopp revealing his secrets to Frankie, the shipwright was confessing to the sniper instead. You know, when I was wee bit younger, I used to make ships for someone big. Hey, I even worked with that iceberg idiot. Our teacher was the greatest shipwright of all times, and my inventions were a lot cooler than that ice idiot. Frankie mumbled under the loud music of the party. Other than Usopp, no one would usually be able to pick up on his words, and then again, who would listen to a drunk man's rumblings? Frankie wasn't usually like this with other people. He usually kept most of his past to himself, but Frankie found some camaraderie in Sojking. A man who wanted to be a brave warrior of the sea, and a man who also had a passion for building things. So Frankie had a gut feeling that trusting him would be good. That's why he was a bit eased in telling him about stuff. Mainly since Usopp had brought up one day building a ship like Oro Jackson. Things happened, and I had an accident. Frankie said, like a drunk man who's reliving his sour memories, I had to turn myself into a cyborg to survive. Can you believe it, Sojking? A cyborg that runs on cola. Isn't that super cool? Cyborg? That's so cool. Usopp nodded solemnly, but do you know what's even cooler? Cyborgs with capes. Cyborgs with capes? Sojking, you are weird. But I do have to admit, a cape would be cool. No, superior. Wait. Is that why you are so tough? Hey, why else would I be? Frankie said before winching, Oi, don't poke a needle in my ass. I turned myself into a cyborg, so I was only able to do the front part. My back parts are still human. Huh, still cool. Usopp said, while Frankie rambled along, about his past. And Usopp just listened. If he was going to be a future crewmate, this might be screening of some sort. It might be naive to think, but Frankie was a good guy at heart. He, just like others in the crew, had a bad past. He had a big dream, and Usopp could see why Luffy wanted him on the crew. So, that's why I plan to make a ship that will sail to the ends of the world. Grand Line and beyond. Frankie rambled completely drunk, and you know what? Sojin-san, I got the perfect material for the ship. A whole trunk of atom wood that's sitting right now in the auction island. The best wood in the world for the world's best ship. You serious? Usopp asked, leaning in. That's awesome. I heard that Toro Jackson was made with the same wood. Is it true? Of course it is. Frankie grinned, before whispering, don't tell anyone I said this, but I heard the ship was built here, in Water 7. But don't tell anyone that. Usopp nodded. About the atom wood, isn't that usually a lot expensive? Frankie sadly nodded, sloping down on the counter, crying comically, yeah, it's 200 million Baileys. I don't think I will be able to buy it. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money, alright. Even we don't have that much, Usopp lied, scratching his chin thoughtfully, but I might know a guy who might be able to buy it. He is even looking to make a ship. A big one. Frankie grabbed Usopp, what really? He needs a ship, right? I can make his ship. Who is he anyway? Please say he isn't a Marine. Usopp pushed Frankie off while holding his head. Well, he isn't a Marine per se. But Usopp was about to persuade him to join his crew. Or at least the Straw Hats, but then something happened. He started feeling dizzy. What's that smell? Frankie also frowned at the smell, as he started getting dizzy. I smell women. Usopp had a lot to say about that last statement, but he plopped to the counter table, along with Frankie. Immediately falling asleep. And it wasn't just them, everyone in the Frankie family house who were partying dropped to the floor one by one, almost falling into deep slumber. What is happening? Anchor was the last one to say, before falling asleep like Cricket and Yozaku. Even Nami was on the floor snoring like the rest. The same case was for Aisa. I am Groot? Only Groot was awake, and the young one was panicking, trying to shake Aisa awake. They were just playing on the Going Merry when suddenly everyone started falling asleep in the Frankie house. Something was wrong, and Groot couldn't tell what. Suddenly the warehouse door was kicked open, revealing the silhouette of 4 figures. All of them dressed in black suits as they walked in. Chapter 392. Your powers are really amazing, you know that? They have gotten a lot stronger than last time. One of them said. It was none other than Jabra. The Cypher Paul agent was in his human form and wearing a mask that covered his face and nose. Califa just fixed her glasses and puffed up her chest a bit. It would have gotten even better if I was constantly using it, but I had to hold back due to the mission. But it's good to know that I still got it. She chuckled. Along with her was also Blueno and Kaku. And one thing to mention was, other than Califa, all of them were wearing special air filter masks on their face. It was to protect them from Califa's powers. Anyway, let's wrap this up, guys. The sun is rising. Lucci should have everything set up, so it's the best time to take our target, Kaku said before spotting Frankie on the table along with Sojin. Also, any ideas of who the pirate group is? No clue. Most probably some new rookies. Anyways, should we kill them here? Jabra asked, giving almost a bloodthirsty grin. I mean, I can make the kills quick. Kaku rolled his eyes. Jabra had been a bit bloodthirsty lately. Maybe it had something to do with the failed mission where they confronted the revolutionary. Something to do with a new drug or something, Kaku didn't know. And he didn't care either. We have to make it fast, killing or making too much noise might bring attention to us. Kaku was cut midway, when it happened. I am Groot. All of the Cypher Paul agents scattered as multiple wooden spikes were thrown their way from a tree creature that was rapidly growing in size. The creature jumped off the ship, as it roared attacking with his vines and wooden tendrils. Who the fuck is that? Jabra questioned as he jumped back from one of the wooden tendrils that attacked him. More importantly, why isn't it affected by my powers? Califa asked. No one can escape my sleep fruit. My sleep gas should have knocked it out. Don't waste any time, we have to take care of this before any attention is brought to us. Blueno said, before opening a dormitory and getting in just in time to dodge some wooden spikes thrown at his previous location. Everyone go now. We have to take it down. Kaku ordered, as all the Cypher Paul agents moved in unison against the young Groot. The 4 Cypher Paul 9 agents needed to take care of things fast. The sun had already risen, which meant their mission time had begun. While Kaku was leading the team to raid the Frankie house and capture Frankie. Lucci on his end was doing his own job. The whole mission was orchestrated by Lucci, who was much better at planning than Spandam. When the sun rose in Water 7, Lucci took it upon himself to create a distraction so that most of the people in Water 7 were busy. And also to stop Iceberg in case he wanted to stop the Cypher Pol 9 agents. Right now, the island of Water 7 was in massive panic. Their mayor Iceberg was attacked just before dawn by the group of infamous pirates. The Kid Pirates had some disagreements with Iceberg, and according to an injured Lucci, the Kid Pirates tried to kill Iceberg. The same Kid Pirates that were on the island, to modify their own ship. So, now almost every able sailor of the Water 7 was out there attacking the Kid Pirates and their ships. And Kid and Killer were having a hard time escaping from the place. Of course, the Kid Pirates did no such thing. It was mainly Lucci's own group, him, Fukurou and Kumidori, that attacked Iceberg and confirmed if he had the Pluton blueprints or not. Kid Pirates were already causing a bit of trouble with the locals of Water 7. And Lucci also needed to put the blame for Spandam's death and Iceberg's attack on someone, so they were chosen as the main targets. Now all the blame fell upon them, as they tried to leave the island. After some forceful interrogation on Iceberg, they were able to find that Lucci's main theory was correct. Only Frankie knew the locations of the blueprints. The other Cypher Pol 9 agents team was already at Frankie's house arresting the criminal for keeping such key information to himself. Also Lucci this time made it so that it looked like the Kid Pirates killed off Kaku and him, so even Iceberg didn't know who the traitors were. Back at Frankie's house, I am Groot. The young Groot said, before falling to the floor, with multiple injuries on his body. Finally. The bastard is way tougher than he looks, Jabri grunted in his half-wolf zone form, wiping the blood off his face. Like him, Califla, Blueno, and even Kaku had a few injuries on their body. Who would have guessed that a tree creature would be that fearsome? Blueno grabbed the young Groot by the arm, making sure he was knocked out or not. Only after putting him in sea stone cuffs did all of them relax a bit. What a weird zone fruit user, even after putting him in sea cuffs he was still in that hideous form, Jabra said. I don't think that's a zone, Khalifa said, maybe a wood or tree paramsha? What should we do with him? Let's bring him back to the base, Blueno said, he's still young, with proper teachings he could be a good Cypher Pol agent in the future. Jabri grunted, don't act all smug. I know you are going to try and give him to your new master, he said with a grin as he returned back to his normal form. I ain't against that, but if you are going to do a favor include as well. And if that's the case, then let's take the other kid as well. I'm pretty sure those white wings on her back were real. Of course, all of them knew what Jabra meant, they had been keeping an eye on the group for a few hours now. So they did see Aisa, and with her having wings, it was no secret that she was from one of the Sky Islands. Only Sky Island people had white wings, which were quite precious to the world nobles. But they were more or less meant to be slaves rather than trained, especially since it was female. We have a mission here, Kaku said, stopping both Blueno and Jabra, as he picked up Frankie over his shoulder. Also let's not waste any time here. If it was Rob Lucci then Jabra would have listened, but Lucci wasn't around so he wouldn't take orders from Kaku. Chapter 393 Yeah, you say that, but it will only take a minute, Jabra said, jumping up to get a vantage point. But he didn't see where Aisa was. Khalifa felt disgusted but didn't outwardly protest her opinions. If the girl was found, then she would be sold as a slave. Well, as a woman she really didn't like that. Especially with how things were done by the celestial dragons. What they didn't know was that Groot hid Aisa inside the Going Merry when he saw the four figures break in, saving the girl from getting caught. Blueno on his end just shrugged, as he focused on his powers. He had gotten a lot better. Unlike the others, he had to actively use his powers a lot, more so since he started working under Saint Kamael. So now he could maintain two doors on different positions, even if they were separated by hundreds of kilometers, making it an easy way of transportation. Finally, after concentrating for a while, a special door manifested in front of him. Everyone, come here. I can only keep the door open for a few seconds after I open it, he said as he grabbed the handle of the door, while Kaku came with Frankie's body over his shoulder. Khalifa also came over, holding the cuffed young Groot along. Kaku was already there with Frankie. So the only one remaining was Jabra, who was still looking for the winged girl. Oi, Jabra, come back, we have to leave, Kaku said, getting a bit pissed. Jabra quickly came down, and snorted, Oi, Caliph, stop your powers, I need to use my nose to find the scent of the girl. He said. Caliphl's sleep fruit released an almost invisible gas that put anyone to sleep if they inhaled it. It didn't distinguish between foes or allies. That's the reason why, other than Khalifa, all of the Cypher Pol agents were wearing special air masks. Caliph frowned. Make it fast. I don't really agree with what is happening, but just make it fast. Even though she didn't really like what Jabra was doing, she didn't protest it. Mainly if it got them in a few favors with a world noble. For her and almost all of the agents, nothing the world nobles did was wrong, and their words were law, so even though she inherently hated it, her programming said otherwise. Sure. Sure, Jabra rolled his eyes, while Califa dropped her powers. The air around them shifted as if something was getting sucked into Califa's body. And after a few seconds, the sleeping gas was gone. Jabra grinned as he took off his special air filter mask, transforming into his hybrid wolf zone form. Sniffing the air trying to find the scent, but rather than that, he smelled a beast instead. Right then, a voice came from the corridor, "What are you doing with Groot?" Right then, a voice came from the corridor, "What are you doing with Groot?" Hueco was the first one to see who it was, and his eyes widened. Right then a gray blur came between them, punching Hueco right in his face, breaking his square long nose, along with flinging his body to the other end of the warehouse, going through any machines and furniture that were in his way, and making him fall into the sea. Frankie's body was thrown up in the air, as Hueco was sent flying. What the? Jabra moved, but gasped midway as the gray blur hit his throat, almost destroying his vocal cord. Something hit him by the side, sending him flying against a pillar, and making him fly out of the warehouse. Next was Blue Uno, who managed to use Tech K, Iron Body, to make himself tougher before the gray blur punched him in the jaw, breaking several of his teeth and pinning him against the ceiling like a nail. The last one was Califla, who jumped back, releasing massive leaps of sleeping gas. The figure was revealed, and it was none other than Jin, or Jintaro, since he was still in his disguise. Only uses partial transformation on his hands and feet. Jin went after her immediately, like an animal, on all fours, but rather than going towards her, he lost his balance and crashed into a wall. Grr. What the? He stopped himself when he figured out that her powers worked through some sort of gas. He clicked his tongue, regretting the fact that he couldn't figure it out sooner. Jin had already taken a good dosage of the sleeping gas. Even with life return, he wasn't able to keep himself awake. So Jin held his breath, and through sheer willpower, he moved on. Man in black suits, using the Marine 6 styles. Definitely the Cypher Paul. Jin had to do something or his crewmates, and his future crewmate, might be in danger. Jin moved forward like an wild bull, while Califa brought her hands forward, sleep bomb. An invisible air blast hit Jin, making him stop for a bit before he pushed forward. Califa smiled as her powers took effect. Sure, one could hold their breath to avoid her sleep gas, but there were other ways her sleep gas took effect. Like, for example, seeping in through someone's ears, or even skin. Her sleep bomb was a technique where she was able to control the small gas bomb to latch onto the target until they were fully knocked out. With Jin slowing down, Califa took out her whip and attacked him with it, trying to make him bleed so that her powers could fully effect. But that was a mistake, as Jin at the last moment was able to grab the whip and pull her near him, intending to finish her with a punch. Jin missed her by a wide margin as she dodged it midair using moonwalk, while the zone user was staggering. Jin, still dizzy, wanted to attack her, when suddenly Jabra in his full zone from drop kicked him from the side, making him fall to his knees. Jabra backed off immediately when Jin attacked again. The Cypher Paul agent only growled, before coughing, his throat still having a notable dent in it. Even with his zone recovery, it would take a while before that injury is fixed. Chapter 394, Tempest Kick. Gah. Jin fell forward with a large slash mark on his back as he fell forward. The sleeping gas finally fully took effect as Jin started to feel its effects. It was Hueco who had gotten up and attacked from behind. His Pinocchio square nose was fully squashed on itself and was constantly bleeding. It would have been even worse, but at the last moment, he managed to kick his head back when the punch landed, saving him from getting knocked out. He was also fully soaked due to him falling into his sea. Good thing he wasn't a devil fruit user. Jin wanted to get up, but something dropped like a meteor on top of his head, almost pinning him to the ground, making him gasp for air. It was Blue Uno, who also came down to attack. His condition looked worse as almost all of his teeth were broken by Jin's previous punch. Kill that motherfucker. Jabra growled before coughing. He shrieked when he noticed unlike them he wasn't wearing the special air filter mask. Those masks were a lot durable, as Hueco's even survived a punch from Jin. But without them, Jabra was getting the full effect of the sleeping gas. Only his immunity to toxins and enhanced zone physique saved him from quickly getting knocked out immediately. But as if hearing his words, Jin growled, and suddenly a tail with a mace-ended tail grew out of his back and attacked Blue Uno, who was standing on top of Jin. Blue Uno managed to use Iron Body in time, but that was ineffective against Jin's attack. The mace end of Jin's tail had spikes on it and it hit right on Blue Uno's left arm, breaking it as his body bent around the attack, throwing him off and onto Jabra, who was looking for the air filter mask, making both of them go through a pillar and the wall. Jin, in a last-ditch effort to save his crewmates, tried to get into his full zone form. He grew in size, his body bucking up in a lizardfish dinosaur-like manner. Califila was wide-eyed as she stretched out her hands, attacking with multiple sleep gas bombs. And Hueco on his end threw multiple tempest kicks on his body, severely damaging his back. Jin with every bit of his willpower came forward, before his transformation started to fully minimize as he grew human. Finally, Caliphal's powers fully took effect as he started to calm down as he walked towards Califa. Jin staggered, stumbling, falling right into Califa's arms as she pressed Jin in between her bosoms. There, sleep, big boy," she said while she pressed his head into her chest, releasing sleeping gas to drown a whole elephant. "Boobs," Jin mumbled as his head was pressed down on her chest, before suddenly his turned sharp momentarily. "Throat." With that, Jin opened his jaw, in an inhumanly large manner, sharp canine teeth almost digging right into Califa's throat, almost ripping her throat off, and almost killing her. But before Jin's jaw could close on his throat, Hueco came in with a kick that knocked Jin off of her onto the side, throwing him off as he skipped like a rock a few times before falling into the nearby water. "That was stupid. You could have died." Hueco almost yelled but stopped when he saw how shaken up Caliph was. Caliph was too stunted to even speak, shaken by the near-death experience. Hueco only growled before looking at Jabra. It was all his fault. But that bastard was already asleep, knocked out due to Califa's powers due to not wearing the mask. Hueco clicked his tongue. What is up with this whole crew? First a tree zone and then a monster zone. He was even using some kind of move similar to instant transmission. "Why can't things be easy?" he said, before grabbing his broken nose, winching at the pain before putting his nose back his place with gritted teeth. "Let's get this over with." "Agreed. We have to get back," Bluno said, while holding Jabran on his shoulder. His other arm loosely by his side. "I also need to fix my arm." Hueco nodded, grabbing Frankie and making sure he was still alive or not. He then looked back at his opponent, a devil fruit user who fell to the sea. There was no coming back from there. "We leave now. We wasted a lot of time already," Hueco said, and with that the Cypher Pal 9 agents left, taking Frankie and Groot with them. Not knowing what storm they had set upon themselves due to it. In Anai's lobby, a tragedy has taken place. The previous night World Government Chief Spandam was killed in Water 7 when he tried to apprehend the kid pirates. His death was mourned by Marines and World Government agents. Or that was officially the case. No one really liked him there, but everyone kept shut. Officially, Vice Admiral Onigamo just arrived to investigate his death and go after the kid pirates. But after hearing that former Admiral King Bradley might make an appearance, he went after kid pirates immediately. Onigamo didn't like Spandam that much, but he was a fellow absolute justice seeker, so he went after the kid pirates. Of course, the Vice Admiral also wanted to get on the good side of the former Admiral. Former Admiral Bradley was known for his swordsmanship. It was even said that in his prime he clashed with Roger pirates multiple times. His missing right arm was the result of one such confrontation. But even then the former Admiral was a commendable swordsman. If Onigamo was able to get on his good side, maybe he could help him boost his own powers. Make him stronger than that bastard Momonga. With those in mind, Vice Admiral Onigamo went after the kid pirates with their own ship, intending to capture the kid pirates and boost his reputation. Right as the Vice Admiral left, the Cypher Pal 9 agents came back with Frankie and Groot, with their mission seemingly being over. Chapter 395. In the enveloping shadows, a voice murmured, "Wake. Wake up." The urgency in its tone grew. "Wake up. 5 more minutes." Aisa mumbled, unaware of the danger that the crew was in. "Wake up. The crew needs our help." As if those words made some sense, Aisa barely was able to open her eyes. King Sanji did order her to protect the crew, though that was more out of fondness rather than duty. Still, the little warrior of the Shandorian tribe took her duties seriously. With much resistance, Aisa was able to open her eyes. Only to see nothing. Nothing but darkness. What? Where? A hazy question escaped Aisa's lips as she grappled with her unfamiliar surroundings. Her mind felt uneasy, almost drowsy. Seeing the darkness, she was jolted awake. Where am I? The air was oppressively thick, and every heartbeat felt like a desperate plea as she strained to understand her situation. Where am I? Whoa. Her mounting fear made her move and struggled, making her stumble out of a confining closet, gasping in shock as she hit the ground. Ow! She hissed as she looked around. She looked around feeling confused. It felt like just moments ago she had been playing tag with Groot aboard the Going Merry. Her present location confused her. "You're still here," whispered an ethereal presence. Her eyes darted around frantically, but all she saw was the dark room. Was her mind playing tricks on her? Her heart raced in puzzlement, cold sweat already on her forehead. The unseen voice seemed warm? That felt strangely out of place. It was as if her instincts were telling her not to be afraid. Strange. She looked around trying to guess her current location. Despite the engulfing darkness, faint moonlight filtering through the windows provided some clarity. Why am I in the navigation room? She pondered aloud, confused, taking note of the meticulously arranged maps and books that surrounded her. Their organized display deepened the puzzlement of her sudden appearance there. As she contemplated her next move, her stomach voiced its own urgent demand. I'm hungry. She groaned. Not the best time to be hungry, but like Captain Luffy said, food always came first. She looked around. And, there before her lay a fruit with an enchanting design. Under her observation haki, or mantra, the fruit seemed to pulsate with an irresistible allure, beckoning her to eat it. Without much thought, she surrendered to her hunger, and bit it. She grimaced at its bitter flavor but forced it down out of habit. The scarcity of food during Enel's reign in Skypiea had instilled in her a reluctance to waste. Yet, she couldn't shake off the peculiar taste. And at the same time, she felt an odd sense of power within her. Why does this fruit taste so strange? She asked aloud. It's a devil fruit, came the reply. Makes sense. The little girl shrugged, as she finished the last of the fruit. King Sanji did mention their weird taste. She then blinked, tilting her head. Wait, does this mean I can't swim anymore? That's unfortunate. Her train of thought was interrupted, only now realizing that someone had spoken to her. Who said that? The voice now seemed crisper than before. It doesn't matter, it echoed, resonating from all around her, not anchored to any particular direction. The crew is in danger. Distress surged within Aisa. What have you done to them? Who are you? There was a somber pause before the voice revealed. It's me, the Going Merry. Outside, the Straw Hat crew along with the Frankie family lay dormant, still unconscious and fast asleep due to Califa's soporific abilities. But their slumber wouldn't last. Bursting from the navigation room, Aisa vaulted to the ship's railing, her voice ringing out with startling clarity. Everyone, wake up. Frankie and Groot have been kidnapped. Her words resonated with such force that even the warehouse glasses quivered in response. The urgency in her voice jolted everyone into a state of chaotic alertness. The fuck? Where's Big Bro Frankie? Where's Groot? Groot got what? I'm dead if Sanji finds out. All of them panicked before everyone looked at the little girl. There were signs of a fight here, along with the unusual drowsiness. Everyone knew something was very wrong. With a resigned sigh, Aisa braced herself for the inevitable wave of questions. After all the pirates and bounty hunters stopped bombarding Aisa with questions, she told them what Mary told her. Things pretty down after that bombshell. Shit. Usopp cursed. We should reach out to Jin and Law. Perhaps we will need their help for this. Aisa hesitated before admitting, there's something I forgot to mention. Usopp's expression hardened. Please don't tell me he has been kidnapped as well. If that's the case, we'll need Luffy and the entire crew. The others in the crew looked at Aisa with a bit of concern. Jin was one of the stronger ones in the crew. If he was kidnapped, then things were pretty bad. Rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly, Aisa shook her head. No, but Jin's at sea. He tried to stop them but was overpowered. But. She closed her eyes trying to locate Jin Zora. He's alive. But weak. The crew members sighed, while the Frankie family looked confused. In the sea? The square sister asked, a bit pale, but he's a devil fruit user. How's he even alive? Yosaku looked at them and shrugged, already taking off his shirt. He shrugged as he answered, he's just built different. With a focused gaze, Usopp tapped into his observation haki. Found him, he said, pointing in a specific direction. It was evident that the Frankie house had suffered some damage, indicating a recent skirmish. He's alive, that son of a gun. He is holding his breath. Yosaku fished Jin out. Already on it. Without hesitation, Yosaku dived in. As Yosaku worked to rescue Jin, Usopp honed in on his observation haki, intent on locating Groot. He was more attuned to Groot's aura than Frankie's, but even after a minute of looking around there was no result. His inability to locate them was perplexing. Either the worst had happened, or they weren't on the island. Water 7 as an island was small, very small compared to Alabasta or Skypiea. Heck, even the capital city of Alabasta might be bigger than the island. But it was kind of given. The island of Water 7 used to be large, but each year, it sank a few inches into the ocean. So now only a small part remains. Usopp's gaze landed on Aisa. Kneeling beside her, he said, Aisa, can your observation haki? Mantra detect Groot's whereabouts? Her skills in using observation haki, mainly the range, are quite amazing. Closing her eyes, Aisa tuned into her mantra, reaching out for any hint of Groot. Several auras surged into her perception, but Groot remained unreachable. As despair threatened to take hold, she unwittingly amplified her powers, fleetingly connecting with Groot's aura before it vanished. Wincing from the unexpected surge, she tried to comprehend the newfound power. For a moment it felt like she heard Groot's voice along with Frankie. And they seemed pretty far away. Gently placing a hand on her shoulder, Usopp consoled, "Don't overwork yourself." "But, did you manage to locate Groot?" Shaking her head, Aisa whispered, My mantra isn't working properly like back in Skypiea. But I think he's likely not on the island." Just then, Yosaku rose with Jin, both of them gasping for air. While others were glad, Jin looked visibly restless. "Any idea who's behind this?" Usopp asked, going right from the answers. Jin's face darkened. "Them. It was those fucking." He stopped himself and only growled when he realized Aisa was here. Recognizing the implication, Usopp sighed in frustration, "TCH. Things can never be easy, can they?" The Frankie family's distress was almost tangible. "Who are they? Do you know who took Frankie?" Before Usopp could respond, another voice interjected. "I might have an idea." Usopp turned to see an unfamiliar, grievously wounded man, supported by someone else. To his surprise, several Frankie family members recognized him. "Iceberg? What happened to ya?" Ignoring their questions, Iceberg looked at Usopp, making him out to be the leader. "They've taken Frankie to an ice lobby. Your crew member should be there too. Please save them." "What?" the Frankie family questioned, aloud, not even believing what they were hearing. Usopp didn't waste a moment, and nodded with determination. "Nami, prep the ship. We have to get our crew back," he said with fire in his eyes, signaling at the storm that the world government had unknowingly unleashed. Chapter 396. An Ice Lobby. Lucci, Hattori, Pigeon Agent, Fukuro, and Kumadori entered the Tower of Justice. The headquarters of Cypher Pol 9 agents. They walked in silently as Lucci pondered what to do with Frankie. Former Admiral Bradley was quite strict with his orders. He didn't even hesitate to kill Spandam. So, failure wasn't an option. As all the agents entered the main office, the first thing they saw was Frankie along with some tree creature. At least the main target was captured. Who the other guy was, Lucci didn't care. He was more concerned about the mission. "Good, at least the target is in our hands," Lucci said as he walked in, stopping when he looked at his fellow Cypher Pol 9 agents. All of them looked roughed up. "What happened to you guys?" Fukuro voiced his question, "Shape it to Papa. You guys look like clowns." "Shut it, zipper mouth," Jabra snapped, growling. Before he coughed, rubbing his throat, which was still not fully healed. Jabra only had a normal zone, not an ancient one, so his recovery was much slower, still on the level of superhuman. Along with his recovering injury, he was also feeling a lot drowsy, mainly because of Khalifa's powers. "Oi. It appears that you have undergone a challenging experience, akin to the rigors of a grinding process," Kumadori added with a pose. "I apologize for not being there and helping you. For that I will commit suicide." But everyone ignored his antics. But it was true. Aside from Lucci's group, the other agents were in pretty bad shape. Their black suits were roughed up, and ripped in several places, along with some injuries. From the looks of it, Kaku had a broken nose, Blueno had a broken arm, Jabra looked half drunk and half dead, while Khalifa looked pissed and scared at the same time. It seems that things were bad for them. "Shape up Papa," Fukuro said. "Have you guys gotten weaker since before?" Shia. It was a rhetorical question since he was the one who measured their Doriki just before the mission. It was as follows: Rob Lucci, 4,000 Kaku, 2,200 Jabra, 2,180 Blueno, 2,160 Kumadori, 810 Fukuro, 800 Khalifa, 630 out of all of them. Blueno had the most improvement, but it was mainly due to all the risky missions he was going on because of a certain world noble's orders. Danger promotes growth, and it also includes him, making him grow much stronger than his previous 820 score. The fact that even with that, they got beat up meant that the opponents they faced were tough. "Now is not the time for this," Kaku said, stopping them. "Jabra and Blueno need some medical help. Help them." "Oi. I shall help them, for I'm your ally," Kumadori said dramatically, skipping on one leg to their side, checking out the wounded Jabra and Blueno. Even though Jabra was a bit pissed, he didn't decline the help. Lucci looked at Kaku. "What happened there?" he asked, not beating around the bush. "Is it something that I need to worry about?" "No," Kaku shook his head, "we took care of it." Lucci nodded before he looked at his side where a knocked out and chained up Frankie lay. "What about our target?" "We haven't interrogated him yet," Kaku said, "but then again, I'm not the expert in interrogation like you." Lucci nodded. For the first time his emotionless broke into a savage grin. "Sometimes you just say the most obvious thing." Kaku just rolled his eyes. Lucci liked to act all calm and non-threatening like a cat, before pouncing on his prey like a leopard. He really was meant for his powers. "Who's the other guy?" Lucci asked, looking at the tree creature. "Someone we picked up," had some potential to be a Cypher Pol 9 agent's agent. If nothing else, we can just throw him to some world noble to be some pet. Either way, it doesn't matter, Khalifa said with a dismissive tone, before leaving the room. Don't call me unless necessary. With others, Khalifa might have tried to hide her emotions. But all of them practically grew up together, so she didn't mind showing her true self, and the fact that she was pissed. Very pissed. Lucci looked at her retreating figure with a raised eyebrow. He then looked at Kaku, and hopelessly chuckled. Things didn't go as planned with capturing Frankie. Well, at least the target is with us. Wake Frankie up. We will need to start interrogating him. He's the only one who knows the blueprint of Pluton, he said with his hands in his pocket. He was about to leave the room when someone spoke up. Oi oi. What's this? Kumidori said, looking at the small box in his hands. What the? That's mine. Jabra said, trying to take it back. But. Oops. Kumidori accidentally threw the box towards Fukuro, who caught it. Shapapapapap. Isn't this the zone drug we were supposed to report to Spandam? Fukuro asked, looking at the small box which had 3 round capsules remaining. And one of them seems to be missing. Oi, give it back. Jabra complained, but before he could get to Fukuro, Hattori the pigeon swooped in and took the box out of his hands, giving it to Lucci. Interesting. Lucci mused with a small grin, that surely pissed off Jabra, and if my guess is correct, you used one of them. Oi, give it back, flat mug. Jabra growled. Oh, and who's gonna make me? Your stupid face. Lucci said casually, pissing the other agent off, while he took one of the small capsules. Settle down you two. Kaku said, snatching the box out of Lucci's hands. Lucci just shrugged, pleased to at least see Jabra pissed for the day. And what is this anyways? Kaku asked. While others didn't recognize what it was, Lucci did. A zone drug that was rumored to boost the ability of any zone users for a short while. The boost was nothing to scoff at, there was a reason why it was highly sought after even though it just recently released into the black market. Even the world government was trying to buy them so that they don't fall into the hands of pirates or revolutionaries. But it did have its disadvantages. What's in the box, anyways? Kaku asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, these are the rumored zone drugs sold by Joker. Lucci said, taking the small capsule in his hand and sniffing it. A small grin stretched on his face. They are quite handy for zone users like us. Thanks for giving me one, Jabra. Heard they work like a charm. Oi, who said I gave you one? Jabra growled, give it back. I stole it from the revs on my mission. It's my spoil of war. Lucci just gave him a smug smile. But weren't you supposed to give it to Spandam, and since he's dead and I'm in charge, that makes me... What's the word again? Boss. Yeah, that makes me the boss, Lucci said smugly before he walked out of the room with a wide grin. I really hate you. Jabra growled, before sighing. It was a lost cause anyways. At least he had 2 left. But then right before his eyes Lucci snatched it from him, jumping back with a smirk. Hey, come on Mutt. What are you gonna do about it? Jabra growled as he turned into his half-wolf zone form. Lucci followed suit going into his half-leopard zone form. Both of them growled at each other like wild beasts. Kaku just sighed, you guys have too much energy. He said, before using his new sword. His sword extended abnormally long, destroying the ground between the 2 zone users, making them back off. Oi, isn't that Spandam's sword? Why do you have it? Jabra asked, pointing at Kaku. The agent shrugged, well, he won't be needing that in his grave. Kaku said, and besides I'm a swordsman, I can make better use of this than anyone else. Spandam's sword was a unique one, a devil fruit weapon to be exact. One that had the power of long fruit in it. Making the sword become exceptionally long if needed. A good weapon for a swordsman. TCH. Another hypocrite. Jabra complained. Whatever. Everyone knew Kaku didn't need to use a sword, he was much better at using his limbs as swords. But they also knew that Kaku was a bit coy. Always liking the newest shiny thing. Kaku just sheepishly smiled, whatever you think. But we should do our job. The last thing we want is to end up like that bastard Spandam. With that statement, both Jabra and Lucci calmed down a bit. The cat of the group even gave back the box to its original user, before Jabra and Lucci went back to their human forms. Kaku was right, they did have a job to do. Chapter 397, The Going Merry, the ship sailed the ocean at unimaginable speed. 2 jet engines attached to its rear end boosted the ship's speed, making it cut through the waves of the ocean. The group of Straw Hat pirates left for Water 7 on their own. Iceberg and the Frankie family wanted to join them, but Usopp refused. They were enough to save Frankie and Groot. They, of course, complained, but when Jin snapped at them angrily, they shut up. Usopp felt a bit bad for them. As for them, Frankie was their friend and boss. So they obviously wanted to help him, even if it meant risking their lives. Usopp personally knew what it felt like to be weak enough to not help your friend in need. An image of Kaya and Captain Kuro came to his mind. That day, Usopp felt helpless, and if it weren't for Luffy's encouragement and help, he wouldn't have been able to do anything back then. The members of the Frankie family weren't weak. But against the might of Cypher Pol 9 agents, they wouldn't be able to stand. And with one of the Cypher Pol agents having the ability to put large groups of people to sleep, their involvement would only make things difficult. That's why they went in alone towards Zenai's lobby. Still, Iceberg's group and the Frankie family did help with whatever they could, giving the crew a somewhat decent map of the Eni's lobby along with whatever information they had. Eni's lobby was a world government island, and information related to it was always kept secret. Iceberg, the mayor of Eni's lobby, also explained what happened and how the Cypher Pol 9 agents set up an assassination attempt against him. They also made a scene and blamed the kid pirates to create a distraction so they wouldn't be found out. Iceberg was also interrogated by Lucci and 2 other agents. One of them had the ability of the zip-zip fruit, which forced Iceberg to tell the truth about Pluton. He was helpless and almost left to die out in the burning building, but Law managed to save him in time. Law mainly wasn't much interested in Iceberg, he was following kid pirates throughout the whole time in Water 7. The kid pirates were ruthless and if they got violent he wanted to take care of them without getting the rest of the crew involved. But nothing like that happened. Sure, both Kid and Killers were embodiments of true cruel pirates, but they still had honor. Even paid full price to Iceberg to modify their ship. So it came as a surprise when suddenly there was news that they tried to assassinate Iceberg. Law knew a setup when he saw one. And luckily with his powers, he was able to save Iceberg from the burning building before he died. For that reason he was very grateful to Law and even promised to build his full ship, Polar Tang V.2, for free if he helped him. So Law just brought him to the crew, not knowing they were also attacked. The mayor also had explained the brief history between him and Frankie, along with the importance of destroying Pluton. A weapon like that could destroy the world. And that made things even more complicated. All of the crew members of the Straw Hat knew that Luffy, in time, would challenge the world government, and giving such a weapon to them would be a grave mistake. So they had to do something. Iceberg also suggested they use the sea train to get to Eni's lobby. Well, it wasn't technically the sea train, no, it was a prototype that he had access to. But Usopp declined. Their Going Merry had new upgrades that were done by Frankie himself to boost her speed, and that would be enough. The ship of the Straw Hat crew could be seen almost speedboating through the waters of the ocean towards Eni's lobby. Waves, fish, anything that got between the ship and the sea got cut through, due to the extreme speed. Even against the roaring wind and toppling waves the ship sailed strong. Its structure now sported 2 jet engines connected to its bottom, along with 6 water wheels, made of hardened maple, that Jin, Hachin, Anchor, Cricket, and Yozaka were biking to power. If the math didn't add up, then know that Jin was biking for 2 at once, going into his hybrid form. The loyal pirate blamed himself for not being able to stop the Cypher Pol agents. So Jin was taking responsibility this way. Usopp stood at the front of the ship as he looked towards the horizon. One of their crew members, a kid, was kidnapped right under his nose. This wouldn't have happened if Luffy or any other was in his place. And the sniper blamed himself for that. He was careless. And now Frankie and Groot were kidnapped. But it won't matter, Usopp promised himself that he would get them back. Luffy had trusted him with a duty. And it was a man's job to follow through. He won't betray the trust of his captain. Dark clouds rumbled, the sea roared. The weather was wild today, according to Iceberg. There was a chance of Aqua Laguna hitting the island of Water 7. It was usually impossible to sail a ship in this kind of weather. But then again, nothing was impossible when it came to their crew. The Going Merry sped ahead, cutting through the waves with its speed. With such speed and bad weather, navigating the ship would have been a lot difficult, but Nami was doing it just fine. Cleverly using her maple powers to help guide the Going Merry. Her navigation powers were always admirable, and her fruit really helped her control the ship better. Still, she was the navigator of the ship, not the helmsman. They would need a proper helmsman in the future for that. Chapter 398, How much longer till Eni's lobby? Usopp asked Nami. It was heavily raining outside, and the weather seemed to only get worse, but even with that, the ship was sailing through like nothing had happened. At least another hour. Even with our speed, it takes a lot of time to get there. Nami answered as she guided the ship towards their destination. Not even getting fazed by the rain. But then again, her maple powers made her unique. As the water would bounce off her body and not make her wet. That wasn't the case with Honey Queen, so it was something unique that Nami managed to figure out. She was always crafty with her powers, after all. Usopp nodded before entering the ship's navigation room. Unlike Nami, he was fully soaked. Inside was Law and Aisa, both taking shelter from the rain. While the doctor was calm and collected, Aisa was panicking and asking Law a bunch of questions. All the while, Law just answered her bombardment of questions in an even tone. Are we going to save Groot and Big Bro Frankie? Can we beat the bad agents? Why is the sea acting bad today? Yes. Yes. Aqua Laguna. Law answered them calmly, not even fazed by her questions. Seeing Usopp enter the room, Aisa ran towards Usopp. Big Bro Usopp, can you really get Groot and Frankie back? What if? I'm worried about him. What if something happens? Usopp patted the girl's head, stopping her unusual chatterbox attitude. It seemed she was too worried about Groot. Poor girl. Usopp gave her a brave smile, and mustered up the confidence he lacked. Don't worry, we will get them back. And no one can stop us. He said, we are the crew that's going to be the strongest in the sea. A crew that will find the One Piece. This kind of challenge is nothing for us. Believe it. For some reason Usopp almost thought he had a whisker and blonde hair. A stupid imagination. Hearing that almost calmed her down, a soft smile on her lips as her eyes shone with stars. Really? Of course. Hey, wanna hear about the time when I faced against an evil pirate captain with nothing but my toy guns? What? That's so cool. Hey, of course it is. Usopp said, puffing his chest with pride, at the fact that this time he didn't have to lie about being a brave warrior. So it went like this. Law smirked seeing their interaction. This crew really was a wild bunch. And in some ways it reminded him of his own crew. Law shook his head. He wasn't going to sob about that anymore. His crew had a dream. Dream to help people in need. And Law was going to carry that message till the day he died. So he was going to honor their wishes and not be down about them. Still, his crew was a handful. Even with his own abilities, Law wasn't expecting his new crew to bust into one of the most secured islands in the Grand Line. Troublesome. Aisa calmed down a bit, and after talking for a while, Usopp took something out of one of the bags before going into the storage room. He needed to make something. If they were going against the world government, they needed a plan. He put the black transponder snail down, dialing in one number. Luffy took an ordinary transponder snail with him. Unless it was an emergency, he shouldn't be called, that's why he left the black transponder snail with Usopp. So that Usopp could call Luffy or anyone else without getting their signals eavesdropped on. The sniper knew what skills he had and what he didn't. And planning wasn't really his strong suit. Almost every time, their crew didn't need a plan. With their captain guiding them, they had almost nothing to fear. But Luffy wasn't around now. Nor were the monster trio. He was strong, so were Jin and the others, but still, going there unprepared might get them in trouble. Especially since Luffy's group was at the island of Marines. They needed to bust Groot and Frankie out without getting caught. And that's why he called the most intelligent person of the crew. Moshi, Robin here. Robin's voice came out of the other side along with her projection on the wall. She had a genuine smile on her face, and behind her were also curious Bartolomeo and Johnny. It seemed that Yozaku had made it back to Skypiea. Also seeing that smile on Robin made Usopp happy. It seems he really was enjoying the work back in Skypiea. It also made Usopp guilty about what he was going to ask her. After joining the crew and after knowing that she had a family, she really did improve quite a lot. Now she wasn't always calculating and coy anymore. Hey, it's Usopp, and, well, I might need some help, Robin. Usopp said with an awkward tone. Robin frowned, looking a bit concerned. What happened? So Usopp started, explaining everything to her, and what could possibly happen. Behind her, Bartolomeo and Yozaku were pale from the news, obviously frustrated that they couldn't do anything. But Robin, on the other hand, remained composed. Her expression was unreadable at first, but she was also tense. Because she was angry. Usopp wondered if she was angry at him. And if it was the case then he would accept it. He did fail them. She sighed, calming herself down. So let me get this straight, you want me to basically make a plan to infiltrate an ice lobby, to save our crewmates. And you want to do it without getting identified as a straw hat pirate. Usopp nodded. Can you? Robin shook her head. It's not about can you, Usopp, it's that I have to. She answered, a cold look in her eyes. This crew is my family, and I refuse to let even one of them be taken away by the world government. She said, evenly. Fury in her voice. She wasn't angry at Usopp. No, she was angry at the world government for always screwing everything up. She suffered because of them, and it seems tyranny knew no end. Understanding that, Usopp nodded. What do I need to do? How long do we have? Maybe half an hour before we reach an ice lobby. She nodded. I can work with that. Bring in the whole crew, If you're going to attack an official government island, you might as well do it in a grandiose manner," she said with fire in her eyes. For some reason, Usopp was scared of Robin. She was almost giving off villain vibes. But Usopp didn't say anything and brought in the rest of the crew members. The going merry slowed down a bit, but it shouldn't take too long. The meeting went on for a while, with Robin explaining everyone's role. With the limited information they had. Even though the information on Cypher Pol 9 agents was supposed to be rare, Luffy had gathered quite a good amount of information about them. But they weren't the only issue. As Anai's lobby was a world government island, there should be some high-ranking Marines there as well. With that in mind, they set up a plan that they could follow. A plan to not only save their crewmates without getting connected to the Straw Hats but making a mockery out of the world government in the process. Robin did have a personal grudge against them. The world government would soon realize what grave mistake they made. Chapter 399. Back at Anai's lobby. Wake up. Someone said, "Wake up, bastard." With that, Frankie was kicked on the head, making him groan. 5 more minutes. Jabber's eye twitched. "We ain't for that shit," he said, stomping on his shoulder, making Frankie finally somewhat wake up. "What the fuck am I?" he said, vision blurry as he looked from side to side. "Oi, who are you, ugly mug?" "Why you?" Jabber growled, but was stopped by Cuckoo. Frankie blinked, focusing on the long nose. "Sochking? Wait. You aren't Sochking? Aren't you one of the bastards from Galley Law? Eh, and why am I tied up?" "Speak with some respect, punk," sneered Jabra. "We are the Cypher Pol 9 agents of the world government. And we want answers." Hearing that, Frankie became tense. Cuckoo leaned in, his long nose almost touching Frankie's face. The squared-nosed agent of the Cypher Pol 9 agents leaned in closer, intimidating in his calm demeanor. "We really hope you have the answers we are looking for. You see, our new boss is a bit stricter than the previous one." Frankie tried to move, but his limbs were restrained. His body was chained up. His eyes darted around to find himself surrounded by the other members of the Cypher Pol 9 agents. And also someone that he recognized. "I am Groot," a sad Groot said, also bound by chains and sea stone cuffs. "Huh, so they even got you too, little guy?" Frankie said, growling at Cuckoo, Lucci, Califa, and lastly, Blueno. "So all of you were government scums hiding in Galley Law? Not super at all. And why did you capture me, anyways? I'm just some no-name ship dismantler." Cuckoo kicked him in the side, making him spit some blood. "Oi, Pinocchio. What's the big idea?" Frankie growled, trying to add a little bravado despite his vulnerable position. "You are being too soft, Cuckoo," Lucci said from behind, a cold smile on his face. "He won't talk willingly." Cuckoo's eyes narrowed at Frankie, as he leaned down. "Let's cut to the chase. We're here for the warship blueprints, Frankie. And you're going to give them to us." Right then, Frankie opened his mouth and tried to bite Cuckoo's head, but was kicked to the side of the wall by Lucci. Cuckoo gave the other agent a flat look. "You know, I had it handled." Lucci just smiled, not saying anything as he kept his hands in his pocket. "I know. But he has a kickable face." Frankie coughed. "I don't know what you folks are yapping about. I have no blueprint of Pluton." Blueno looked at him with a deadpan expression. "And how do you know its name then?" "We didn't say Pluton." Shit. I am Groot." "Oi, at least I tried," Frankie said before he grinned, "but I expected something like this." "Where's Pendant anyway? He set me up, didn't he?" "Well, that's the thing," Jabra said with a grin. "He didn't. He's 10 feet under, that sorry bastard." "That's 6 feet, you stupid face," Lucci said. "Why you?" Frankie blinked, not making heads and tails of the situation. Spandam was dead? Who killed him? And if he wasn't here, then how did they figure out who he was? Did they get to Iceberg? As if almost reading his mind, Lucci looked at him and grinned. "We have simpler ways to make you talk," he said, looking at Fukuro, "but we will take our time. You did try to hide such dangerous weapons from the world government. The least we can give you is pain. Is there a way to resist such a generous offer?" Frankie snorted, "But I have to ask. How did you guys find me?" "Oh, that. Well, I had some rough talk with Boss Iceberg. He was very reluctant to rat out his friend. But he didn't last too long," Lucci said with a cold smile on his lips. "Such a sad thing that he had to die. He was a good man." Frankie was wide-eyed. "Why you killed him?" Lucci just chuckled. "Really? What gave it away?" Frankie growled, and even with chains chaining him down, tried to jump Lucci. But he fell face first instead when someone pushed him to the ground. It was Blueno. "I am Groot," the tree creature said worriedly, but Commodore put his staff in front of him to stop any of his movements. Blueno frowned. "Frankie, This won't be pleasant if you resist. Jabra chuckled, let's just dare it out of him. Frankie growled, you won't get shit from me. Oh, we will see about that. Lucci said, before looking at Fukuro, we might need to use your powers for this one. He said before looking back at Frankie and cracking his knuckles. But let's break his will first. Frankie gritted his teeth while Groot looked pale. Before the situation could escalate further, the door slammed open, revealing a tall man with a long beard and a disapproving scowl, Spandine, the former chief of Cypher Pol 9 agents. All the present agents were surprised to see him. Enough. Spandine's voice reverberated through the room as he walked in, not even looking at Frankie and Groot, heading straight for Lucci. The older man shot him a cold glare. My son, Spandam, is dead, Lucci. Dead. And you all were the last to be with him. I want answers. Lucci's stoic face remained unflinching. Spandam was killed when he tried to apprehend the kid pirates at Water 7. We were a bit late to get there in time. You have our apology. Bullshit. Spandine shouted in the agent's face, I know my cowardly son. He barely leaves Zenai's lobby, and I know a setup when I see one, agent. Lucci's face didn't even change, like I said, the kid pirates. The tension was high in the room, as the older chief glared at the young agent. Only to be broken by a mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. So that bastard Spandam was backstabbed, Frankie said, bringing all attention to him. The cyborg looked at Spandine. Oi, old man, you are right. Spandam didn't set foot in Water 7. If he did, I would have gone for his head first. So he was most probably killed by one or all of the agents here. Ha 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 ha. Blueno silenced him with a kick to the sternum, again making him cough, but his laughter still remained. Spandline gritted his teeth and glared at Frankie, kill the bastard. Frankie still laughed, at least this way, the plans for Pluton wouldn't fall into their hands. No. Rob Lucci said, refusing the former chief's orders, we are sorry to say, sir. But we are under a mission given by our new chief King Bradley. And Frankie still has some uses, so we won't be able to carry out that order. Spandine gritted his teeth, why? Right then, someone else also entered the room. Behave yourself, Chief Spandine. It was Vice Admiral Onigamo, a world government agent shouldn't act this recklessly. All eyes turned to the Vice Admiral. Spandine growled, why are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be going out there and capturing the kid pirates? Onigamo snorted, I was after them. But due to the Aqua Laguna, our ship had to hold off their chase. Spandine cut him off, so you let them off? Some Vice Admiral you are. Onigamo frowned and glared at Spandine, shutting him up, do not question my justice. Spandine looked away, even though he was angry at everyone for his son's death. He wasn't as influential as before. Seeing him like this, Lucci almost found it amusing. Just then, suddenly, an explosion went off in the distance. It was on the main island, and yet the whole Tower of Justice shook from the impact. What the? Spandine said, what's going on? Onigamo quickly took out his small transponder snail. Captain, very good, what's happening outside? Sir, we have been attacked. Gah. The line on the other side cut off as silence fell in the room.